1974.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Metro Atlantic Athletic Conference and our Esports Championship, day number 2. My name is Llama77, joined by the handsome Orbital up here in the booth. And Orbital, we've got so many titles across the day today and so many champions to crown tomorrow. Are you ready for all this esports action?
Yes, I am. Yesterday, we were a little bit sad that we couldn't broadcast everything, but we know the teams were fighting so fierce over there at Mount St. Mary's that it's a treat and a half to be able to broadcast all of the goodness here today as teams battled out for a chance at the grand finals.
I mean, grand finals tomorrow, but today you've got to make it through this single elimination playoff bracket if you want to get there. So all of our teams across all of our different titles, again, we've got our main stage and our side stage as well. For us, Orbital, we get to start in Overwatch. So thoughts on kind of back-to-back starts in this first kind of quarterfinals round?
Rapid, very, very intense. Not only that, have to be efficient with how you play your time. All the teams that are here have, of course, made it through the regular season, but now fighting on the main stage will be very important. Hopefully, a lot of these players have also had experience in a LAN environment. LAN, very different than online play. You have the stage, you have the crowd, and you have the audience, as well as your opponents looking at you just as well. If you're not used to the pressure, things can be very difficult.
That's what's so fun about these LAN environments. I mean, you've been playing kind of remote for the entirety of the regular season. Now you get to jump into, your opponent is probably sitting right across from you, or at least very, very close to you as well. So you get all those extra distractions from other people playing different titles to, the simple things like my chair height isn't the same level as it was at home. Those little things can stack up and definitely matter.
Yeah, that reminds me of a time where I was watching Counter-Strike, where I was watching a different title, and I literally watched a pro bring out a tape measure. They had all these measurements down to a specific, but you are 100% correct. Learning how to adapt in situations where sometimes the monitor isn't the same. If we're talking about very finite pieces, monitor differences can make a lot when it comes to an FPS, when it comes to a title where you have to be very precise in how you play your character. Monitor height, mouse differences, keyboard adjustments, all these things do come to a head, but the best of the best can overcome any sort of challenge and adapt to any sort of situation that occurs.
Yeah, and speaking of adapting, we did get word we're having just a slight audio technical problem on stage, so already dealing with some of that. Of course, the LAN environment is exciting and swapping in and out players across all these different locations, so making sure everything is good to go. So as we wait for that, Orbital, I got a question for you, because we talk about single elimination here for all these different playoff brackets. Is it more important for a team to be able to know the other teams better, know their competition, or just be able to play their own games here today?
I think playing your own games will always be a higher priority. Now, here's the deal. Someone's going to yell at me. I think 100 people are going to yell at me, and 1,000 people would be correct. I am usually wrong in these instances. But when it comes to a LAN environment, not losing your nerves is one of the biggest issues I have constantly seen. I have had the pleasure of being playing in one tournament in my entire life on a larger stage rather than my backyard, and I will never do it again. Reason being, I flopped out 0-2. I was terrible. I was also team captain. That might have had something to do with it. Big deal about it, though, is when you're in a full environment with multiple competitors around you, with the situation of 7 or 8 teams breathing down your neck, willing to kind of learn everything about you at the LAN itself, you get nervous. You start to become someone that might want to hide your cards, might want to hide what you normally do, or you think that you have to innovate because you watch someone else play. But if you lose your own identity, if you lose what got you to the playoffs in the first place, you become a shell of what you were before. And I think for a team, having your identity, having your basis, your foundation for how you play, which generally entails a certain amount of heroes in Overwatch, having a concrete portfolio of the DPS with the tank, with the utility in the backline, that's what I want to see. I want to see proficiency on the heroes selected instead of looking for a counter but played at a much lower level. I want to see the comfort come out for the players.
I think that's pretty important to note. You go back 3 years from my time, at least in esports and competing. I was actually competing in Apex, so a little bit different from Overwatch, where you've got, 20 other teams to take note of and take care of. And it's really something where you just have to focus on yourself at that moment, where if you're thinking about every other team, every other drop, every other rotation, it's just so much information that's going to get padded in there. And for a lot of these teams, we talk about a single elimination bracket. You can't be scared. Yes, there are matches down the line, and the best teams are going to be able to do both. They're going to be able to say, okay, we finished our match. Let's go watch the other matches and see what the other teams are doing well. Soak in that information for those next days, but at the same time, you have to be able to get there.
Yeah, 100%. It's very fun watching across 3 days as well, because there is something, as much as I say comfort is a big thing, there is also something called a LAN meta, and it's a situation that occurs when you play in a tournament throughout the course of 3 days, you fundamentally see things shifts. And I want to draw things out, because today we're not really going to watch it, but on Sunday we will. The League of Legends tournament that is currently going on the back end, we've actually seen it at Worlds recently. Through 2022 to 2024, I think there is a highest identification when you watch Worlds of when regional teams meet things change. Everyone has their own kind of meta, and that is at the top of the top. You do have to adjust. So as much as you want to play comfort, you do have to learn how to adjust to an opponent. And that's that overarching goal as well. So as much as I say comfort is important, learning how to adjust and be flexible in the heroes that you pick, in the strategies that you bring to the table, you have to recognize how to deal with other opponents that have also made it to the main stage just as well.
I think it's kind of interesting as well because you talk about kind of League of Legends as an overall idea where Overwatch, you can just swap heroes kind of whenever you want. You can make those counter swaps during a match. And it's like League of Legends, you're like, okay, I'm playing against this guy for 35 minutes and I didn't expect him to pick it. And it can definitely influence and change how things are going. But that also goes to, like we said, back to that first point. If you're comfortable within your own picks, if other teams are doing extra work to try and ban them away, all of a sudden, all that gives you is just more and more on the advantages. And, you know, you said it, I'm sad we don't get to see League of Legends today, but that will be reserved for tomorrow. And, you know, today, at least here on the mainstream, we've got 3 different titles: Overwatch, Rocket League, and Valorant. And at the end of the day, if you didn't have enough Overwatch action, we'll go back to more Overwatch at the end of the day, too.
Yeah, it's a treat and a half. We get a very nice variety pack, and I think that's something that's special about LANs as well. But I've already talked enough about LANs. Big part about this is, as you said, we are watching the quarterfinals of the Overwatch bracket at the start, and then we'll close out with the semifinals at the very end to determine the grand finalists moving into Sunday. I do believe in the interim, of course, we will be watching Valorant, we will be watching Rocket League, 2 different kind of pacing matches as well. I'm very excited actually for the Valorant side specifically because I think the change of pace, and especially in a LAN environment, watching the full communication of a Valorant team is very, very fun. And it's also a little bit different having your teammates directly beside you, learning to have that kind of functionality. In an FPS title like Valorant, it breeds a whole different level of competition.
And it's something, too, where, you know, if you're in Overwatch, you can't really 1v5. There's not really those moments in Valorant. You definitely get those where you have those aces, you have those clutches and comebacks. So if you're feeling hot, if you're feeling the moment, you can definitely feel it at that time. And for a lot of these players, you talk about, again, being in a lane environment across other teams and, you know, having to manage all these different things. You talk about the small things of, okay, when do I drink? When do I eat? When do I, like, stay focused? It's like, when do I consume nourishment to make sure my body is still going while keeping myself in the game?
Yeah, okay, well, I am gonna say, for the nourishment side, I hope everyone's eating. It's a long day. It's a very, very long time frame for them. So I hope they have water. Hope they got food. I hope they got the energy heading forward. But yeah, I mean, we've seen teams like actively talk about how they try not to eat, you know, heavy foods or anything. You don't want to be sleepy mid round. So understanding what you do put it in your body, I think, is also a very funny thing to bring up, but 100% true. I keep saying 100% because most of this is very correct in terms of what you have to worry about going into competition. So I wonder if anyone has had like 2 bowls of pasta, you know, heading into it, just a bunch of carbs, and now they're like ready to pass out at their desk, and they're like, I made a mistake, guys. This might be a problem. Of course, it's early in the morning, so I hope you haven't done that. But if you have, that's up to you at that point.
Yeah, or maybe it's the opposite. Maybe there's that like one guy that's like, I need to eat my 2 bowls of pasta to make sure I'm ready to go for every single Valorant
That's the ritual before any competition.
Yeah. Absolutely.
I would be so worried if your ritual is I'm gonna eat like 3 bagels, 2 donuts, and like a whole cake. I would be so impressed at that. That would be so much fun.
Yeah, I mean, the ritual is definitely coming there, and for all of our teams, of course, like we said, we're figuring out all those audio issues, almost got them done, and almost ready to go here for our first Overwatch matchup. And talking about the matchup here today to start out, we've got number 3 Marist versus number 6 Ionia. So 2 really good teams. I think the seeding is going to get close overall on today, and for these 2 teams as well, getting to battle in person, it's, like we said, single elimination environment. You can kind of throw the seeding out the window, but that's what they earned playing through that regular season.
100% and a half, I should say, in there. Iona, a squad that to me is going to be a little bit on the underdog, number 6 seed, as you said. Excuse me, this is where magic is made, though, right? You are trying to get a little bit of a leg up. This is the start, number 1, and you understand that you have to topple the powerhouses either way. So I do want to see them. I think whenever we talk about when it comes to a lower seed very specifically, the refinement of action overall, off the top of my head, I am unsure if they have played against each other in the regular season. I would assume so, but it's the identification that you're going to have to topple pretty much the third, second, and first seed, like all the way through the bracket. Like you are going to have to work your way through, start here, pick up pace, and then work your way forward. For Maris, though, they're sitting here like this is another day in the park. Got to knock out the 16, move on to the next matchup later in the day.
Yeah, I mean, they're the overdog, which sometimes can bring a little bit of extra pressure on the shoulders of you're supposed to win this one. You're supposed to be the higher seed, and if you don't, I mean, obviously, it's a single elimination bracket. You won't have a second chance to get there, but also that momentum is a pretty huge factor. It's not necessarily can you just win, but it's also how cleanly can you win? Can your usual stuff that is working, can it work here today as well? And can you find that communication that you mentioned across all of our other titles with your teammates? Because every day is different, and you have to find what is going to work for your team on today.
Yeah, and that could be hit scan, that could be a little bit of grouping up. I know for myself, I've seen Emery a little bit more. For a personal favorite, Emery has been so, I wouldn't say volatile, but very stable in terms of the hit scan. That featured with the Sojourn can be a very brutal combination. If you had double hit scan, it can be very, very easy to take over a battlefield. At the same time, you're looking at the usage of the utility in the back line. You know, for my favorite, Juno has been a huge blessing for a lot of these teams, having a lot of the extra healing in there, extra banking. So if these are the compositions that are going to be brought out, a little bit more hit scan, a little bit more bloodthirsty on the upfront, I will be very curious if we do see hard swaps or just straight up gun duels in terms of the double DPS value.
It'd be interesting too. I mean, you talk about with Overwatch kind of changing its meta. It's like, okay, maybe things are getting a little stale. Let's add 5 brand new heroes. Just dump them on everything and see how people react. And, you know, people have reacted kind of in different ways and kind of have found different metas to work around all these different new heroes. But especially those new ones that you talked about is lots of fun. We are getting ready to go here into our first matchup on the day. And before we jump into the next game, we would like to thank our presenting sponsor, Asus ROG, for powering this weekend's event with the ROG G700s, their latest top performance desktops equipped with the RTX 50 series. Asus ROG pledges to support esports in education with their next-gen technology, and we're glad that they're starting their mission through our event today.
Yes, it was so good that we had to go ahead, take a little bit of a moment, and actually fully ingest what's going on and digest, you know, the exceptional enjoyment that we get out of these matches, but also a big shout out to those that make it possible. I mean, you talk about a lot of these events inside of Mount St. Mary's. It wouldn't be possible without people actively giving. So big shout out there to the sponsors that make a lot of these broadcasts possible to let us showcase the collegiate level action, whether in, you know, major departments or anything like that. Of course, for the MAAC Esports side, I am thrilled to be back, honestly. So I'm very, very excited to see what goes down for this first match.
Yeah, and obviously a lot goes into a LAN as well. Got to shout out all the support staff and everybody that's on site there helping build up, set up all the PCs, all the tables. It doesn't just happen in a single day or a single night as well. So a whole crew behind this and a whole set of admins as well, making sure this one is free and easy for all the players to just come in, head in, and get the job done. So we are getting some bans in before we do actually hop on into the first matchup of the day. But as we said, kind of a rolling schedule throughout the day. We'll have our first 2 actually Overwatch matchups. We talk about the one here that we've got to start, but we've also got a 4 versus 5 seed. We've got Niagara versus Fairfield coming up next, which is the closest seeding of any matchup in this first quarterfinal.
Yeah, I believe that is the second versus, I want to say this right. No, it's a 4th versus 5th. I do apologize. I went a completely different direction. I know 1st and 2nd seeds do get buys heading into the semifinals, so a little bit extra value for them there. 4th versus 5th, though, will be very fun. Again, it comes down to how do you identify your opponent? How are you going to work against them? And, excuse me, I really do want to see in a BO5 you get a nice variety pack of the maps that you're going to play. I believe it's Control, and then Hybrid, and then Push or Flashpoint. I think it's Flashpoint as 3rd map, and then Push as 4th. So very nice variety to be able to make a choice in there. So for Niagara and Fairfield, it will be watching to see how the opponents play, you know, maybe adjusting and saying, okay, look, we're playing on main stage, we need to be careful. This. Lot of time you get to figure out how to not be surprised by what you're about to play against.
And we got a couple of bans actually coming in on the backside. So
Ooh,
looking
okay,
at things
okay.
that they don't want to be surprised with and don't want to see all throughout this matchup. Marist will ban away the Cassidy. So no long range, no hit scan. That hinder nade as well. Very, very potent, especially in those close range sites. However, the Zarya is going to be taken off the board on the other side. So tank and DPS are the first two bans that we get. Orbital, what do you take away from that?
I think they are respecting the unique value coming out here. I think Zarya has really risen in priority. Recently, I've been seeing a couple more teams willing to pick it up. The bubble plus the extra draw with the gravity is so powerful in dropping a lot of that damage output. The fact that a Cassidy also came out in the DPS value on the other side, and Maris giving a lot of respect in that value. I don't think Cassidy has, I want to say, exceptional meta value right now, but can be a huge DPS threat. I think there are better ones, a little bit more stable. I personally, like I said, moved to the Sojourn. I moved to, if you're talking about, other kind of high priority, I would like a Bastion in there. But if you have a very exceptional Cassidy, a lot of your backline can be picked off very, very quickly. So respect to the Cassidy ban in there for Maurice. They're trying to take away maybe a OTP or just a high priority pick from one of the DPS.
And it's kind of interesting too, where when you look at bans, you're kind of looking at, is there something that replaces it pretty easily across the meta as well? For Zarya, I don't think there's a real answer to the bubble. You get to bubble your teammates, bubble yourself. That charge value of just kind of snowballing a team fight, and with all the brand new perks, can be very potent of just a solo threat. On the other side, you talk about the Cassidy. I think one thing Cassidy does bring is a little bit of movement. You can roll around, have some fun dodging away shots, but as you mentioned, Sojourn is just a really good answer if you want to jump to something else. So possibly doing their research or just possibly doing something that they don't want to battle against. Either way, we'll have to see how it affects these two teams, and across the best of 5, it'll be an exciting one. However, with that being said, we are still getting that first series set up and ready to go, so we're going to take ourselves a little bit of a break, and the MAAC will be right back after this. Welcome back, everybody. Still here at the MAAC for our Esports Championships day number 2, and we are ready to go. Overwatch action, map number 1 between Marist and Iona. It's a good one, Orbital. We've got a little best of 5, and we'll start on control on Lijiang Tower.
Yep, we're eyes all in. We got Banana Robot over on the Marist side. We got Savage Cabbage, which is a great name. GG Dex, as well as Mr. Altitude. And I Dunna Have It, which is a hilarious name as well. Marist University coming in here trying to fight their best.
Should be a good one. Obviously here single elimination, so everything on the line. If you want to make it to Championship Sunday, you've got to fight your way through right here, right now. Now, obviously for these two compositions, I think biggest difference is going to be in that tank role, especially from that Roadhog. If you can get a hook and pull them directly off of that bridge, that's how you want to start off the fight. For Bonsai, though, they've got this Hazard, a really frontline dueler, but nobody really taken back, and Satch is able to stay alive with the healing.
Yeah, it's a nice little coverage, but there's the first snap. Yek able to find one. GG Dax able to fight back, and Iona, who were trying to force their way onto point, unsuccessfully do so, as that is Marist University, number 3 seed, to whack hard and whack strong. Great shots coming out. Banana Robot able to pick up a couple lockdowns for themselves.
And it's a good start. I mean, you've got to build up that percentage, and this is kind of a mini best of 3 inside of the best of 5, where you've got to take 2 of these sub-maps in total. For GG Dax, now you have the power point, right? You have this Roadhog that can continue to defend against this bridge and really just push the issue from the front line. The Hazard is going to jump the back line, and you're immediately going to lose support and DPS combination. Can Bonsai stay alive is the bigger question. As they're taken down to half HP, it looks like Arayita will keep them alive, and GG Dax can only sustain for so long as they take down the tank in a 1v1 duel all the time. All this percentage continues to build up, and Dax finds the double kill.
Marie starting off strong right now as a dominant showing here. No chance whatsoever. A beautiful hook sends Woe straight back in. And this is Maurice now saying, you're not getting in for free. This is going to be our tower. This is going to be our battleground. And it's so simple for them. It feels like Maurice with this unorthodox composition. Symmetra in there is crazy to me.
It's interesting, you get those slowdown turrets, which are very good, at least on the GG Dax already good for the 1v1. That Kitsune Rush is dastardly for the Roadhog and boosting that attack damage and that speed. Woes will try and go to the override, but it's too late, too quick. It's already 85% built up, and with that whole hog, that's almost first map done already.
Chaotic. Beautiful work at the end, and I think for Maurice that is 3 amazingly well defended point holds. And now you can see a little bit of the side angle. Iona just trying to go for the stake, not going through the front door, instead going through the side. And I think for Savage, it's all about, with that functionality, really smooth on the back, can do the same. It's too gone. Yek is about to have the same issue as Maurice, though, losing 1 DPS, waiting for a chance with a couple more snapshots, chasing forward. It's trying to lock down the high flyer, but they can't find Arietti just yet. Instead, it's Mr. Altitude and GG Dax that do it on their own. Beautiful work from the tank in support to give space for Banana Robot. Long overdue fight with Marist University in the center. Sees them win out in the end, and Iona lose sub-map 1.
I mean, Marist just bring this incredible frontline composition that continues to land hook after hook after hook, and even though they lost their backline in multiple of those starts of the fights, they are able to fight through it because the resurgence of this Roadhog frontline. Now the question is, can they find back-to-back sub-maps? Because Iona, unfortunately, they've got nothing left to give here, or else the map is done. They're going to keep the composition, but swap over the tank over to the Roadhog, so try and match things directly with a mirror.
Yep, I like this? Not really for entries. It's kind of hard for a Roadhog, I feel like, but Maris has done very well in that sort. Dax has been able to float between the offense-defense. I think Roadhog is great, though, at just stalling out a team. So swapping over, saying I can do the same is a whole different story. Yex staying on the Tracer, though. It's a meeting of the minds in the control room. Let's see if they can pull it off.
was going to try and put in some of that early damage, and for Iona, getting this point and getting the touch early is going to be important so they can start to build up percentage. That teleport to the back line, and Dex has just got plays for days. It is the headshot on Arietta that starts off this fight. And now for Iona, they've got questions of whether they stick around with GG Dax falling low. You think you have him, and you do. Woes will get him, but it's a 1-for-1 trade. A tank for those teleporters, just making things awkward. It's Marist once again touching first. They're starting their build-up.
Marist doing really, really well. As soon as they plant themselves on the point here in control, it feels like they take all control. They're able to take snapshots like that one. Banana Robot still on the Symmetra. They're able to line up their shots and really keep Iona in check. It doesn't feel like Iona ever have that functional moment where they're able to say, okay, we have a good position, we're able to break on into the point, and we're able to take over. They're constantly fighting for even just a little bit of space in these battles.
They've got to find that space now more than ever. Already 1/3 of the way there as that soldier nade will rip through the low ground. It's going to be Woes just jumping around. We talk about that mobility, trying to play off that chunky front line, but Woes already chunked down. They have to play defensively to make sure they can play off those angles, to make sure those railgun shots can continue to deliver on the side angle fight. It is a nice little do-si-do of angles, but I don't have it. Already taken down Yak, and losing that Tracer is so much supplemental damage. GG Dax decides to go in. It's 2 for the price of nothing as Marist once again crumple the fight.
It's never-ending brutality. GG Dax living up to their name. I don't have it. Getting in on the action as well. Bringing out a little bit of that beat. Playing the songs across the board. Having that Lucio is wonderful for continued sustained DPS as well as sustained healing and sustained speed-ups. Marist doing everything correct here as they only need 20 more %.
So close already to victory here in this map number 1. It is best of 5, so still a longer series here if Iona wants to try and fight back. But they are just losing health bars very early, and Bonsai having to use that take a breather to get a little bit of resurgence. They have the whole hog, and it's going to be a Kitsune rush coming out. They will try and rip down the Red Foxes with those low ground soldier and grenades, but they have to get the touch. The overtime already ripping, they'll get the refresh, but the sound barrier is so good. Health bars aplenty. Marist just working off their own. That back to frontline play, Iona also at their own. So it's a touch their way. But GG Dax says, touch that, and then we'll just press all our buttons. Railgun activated. Woes will be stricken down. Dex finds the double kill. And it's once again the Foxes who bite back.
Sometimes the Fox will always find a way to survive, and this time they're dominant here in the spring. Beautiful work to fully cover. And yes, it was touched by Iona for a moment, but with OT winding down, Marist will take map number 1. Stylish fashion, but we did see Iona be able to start nipping back a little bit there, but a little is not enough.
Not enough to get the job done, and the play of the game will actually go to Mr. Altitude. So as the Kiriko earning some flowers as the support. And honestly, we go back to that sub-map number 1, had a lot of really good plays, but this one was nice. You get not only that first takedown of the kill, you get assists on both of the other 2, a double kill, and then that healing in between that helps save their teammate. That was everything, if not a perfect play.
I mean, that last touch, it did feel like it was, in sub-map 2, it felt like it was just a very small moment. 100% the utility coming out of that Kiriko, the healing coming out at the very end. They recognize that you don't need hard bursts, and you don't need that, I want to say that, you know, solo focus or the single focus healing, you know, if you get it from a Mercy or anything like that, you just need the general, and that's what kept GG Dax in the battle for so long. It's a reason why GG Dax was actually able to hold in the OT, where we saw them just kind of power through as they watched their DPS fall left and right. It was the Kiriko and the Roadhog at the very end that held out strong.
GG Dax was kind of, I don't know if they were the one designing the plays, but definitely on the same page as their Symmetra. Those teleports to the backline, constantly looking for those hook after hook and finding those squishies every single time. It's what really catapulted them over the edge. Now, we saw a little resurgence there from Iona there at the end. The question is, can they kind of snowball that into the next map? Because if they don't, again, this is a best of 5. You lose that next map, Orbital, it's a reverse sweep, and nobody wants to do that.
No, not in Overwatch, where momentum feels like it's very much the common factor. We've seen teams specifically roll through others, taking a map one, and then they just feel so confident pushing in, being aggressive, marking the opponent, which I think for me, it's very important to watch for. I want to know if we're looking at Iona, have they identified a weak point? You know, GG Dax obviously stood very up in front in that battle, but were you able to identify any weak points? Were you able to identify the utility steps out of bounds? Are you going to be able to pick on maybe one of the DPS on the side of Maris? If you haven't gotten that information, the momentum, that feeling, that riding of the wave of success for Maris will continue as the number 3 seed is looking to move into that semifinals.
It's also interesting as you talk about where the initial idea from Iona was just, okay, things aren't working, let's mirror the composition, which I think is
Yep.
almost never the right choice because they're going to know the
Correct.
composition directly better. They've been playing it already for the first half of the map, so I like the idea of bringing the Roadhog, especially on Lijiang Tower, just because of the different hook potential, the different fun plays you can make, but it just felt like the sim composition was a little bit better with the teleport behind, all these concerted plays to work together, so I think trying to develop their own game plan going into this map number 2 is going to be important to try and cut things down.
It goes back to what I said, right? You're either trying to over adapt for an opponent or you're trying to kind of draw from them. You're trying to reach what the meta is. And if you do it a little bit too much, you overcorrect, right? You get to that point where you've lost your own kind of identity in there. Now, do I think that's what happened here? Actually, not really. I think for what was done, it was Maris never chasing for the kills. And I want to call out the composition itself because that's very important. You mentioned the Symmetra. You mentioned this kind of situation. Symmetra is a hero that requires setup. There's a reason why we don't see Symmetra all the time. It's a very unique hero in that fashion. One of the few that has the turrets, set them up, let the beams do the work, teleport. It's a much more utility-based DPS where a lot of people actually used to only use it for a quick TP, swap out to a main DPS, and then roll on out with the rest of the team. Actually functionally using a Symmetra means you need to sit on point fast, you need to hit first, and utilize those turrets, those mini beams to lock out the opponent from getting there. So what I'm getting at is we're watching Maris play, I think, a very defensive game on control, which may roll into Flashpoint if we see it later, which scares me a lot. If we see this type of control, this fast break on the point into immediate setup, it's essentially you're building a one-day fortress, and it's not easy to break through. I love what Maris have done so far, but I 100% agree. I don't think you're going to get the value trying to match tank for tank, utility versus utility, or DPS for DPS.
And I think that's interesting too because we're in kind of a very movement-heavy meta where everybody's flying around, everybody's trying to survive and play off those different coverages, and Sim is kind of the opposite of that. It's just, I'm going to shoot you with a laser beam, I'm going to slow you down, I'm going to make things easier for my teammates to get on top of you. So you do that kind of crystal ball prediction of are they going to run super mobile DPSs, and it works. They run Tracer and Soldier, and if those two are the two you're locking down, you are winning every single map for every single history point of this series because they're focusing on other things. Maybe they don't know about the turrets, they don't know those angles, or they have to focus on those turrets instead of focusing on priority targets. Yes, it takes setup, but boy, oh boy, the setup looked very, very good in map number 1.
Yeah, it also doesn't help that you're bringing out a Tracer at the other end. And I hate to bring this up, but Tracer does not feel like a great hero to deal with multiple unique targets on the battlefield. Tracer is a hero that does very well with hero-to-hero action. When you bring on a Tracer, it's very much, I want to lock down an opponent, I'm eking out to the back line, and I'm able to do that work. It doesn't functionally work when you have 3 turrets always aiming at you if you try and get onto the point or anything like that. So it was a little bit of that mismatch moment, and I know I talk a lot about, hey, you know, this activity of the Tracer and everything like that, or, you know, you want to play Comfort, but there is a point where you realize Comfort ain't going to cut it into very specific hero matchups. So I do want to see Yak change off of that Tracer, or if looking into game number 2, I want to see the Symmetra ban that has pretty much negated 25% of what you were playing.
Well, you predicted it, Orbital. The Sim will be banned away going into that map number 2 alongside the Sigma. So some extra tanks being targeted away. You have to assume Marist was the one to ban away the Sigma and probably weren't banning away their own Symmetra, but I think smart bans on either side. I mean, the Sigma,
Yeah.
I think, is one of the most powerful in the meta with that rock that you can just shove in the back line, stun someone, and fight things. So we are headed to Esperanza for map number 2. Of course, for Marist, we said if they win this one, they're already up onto series point. They'd have 3 chances to close it out and move on to the semifinals.
Yeah, I will say, I as much as I thought about it, I also realized that on control and flashpoint, Symmetra's great. You're gonna get set up and everything like that. I do wonder how it would play out on a hybrid versus hybrid or escort map because it's constantly moving. It'd be great on defense, but on offense we might have seen the swaps. But now it's a force swap either way. So I am curious to see what Maris are going to utilize here to try and take victory. It's actually push. So okay, that's a little bit surprising. I, for some reason, thought it was going to be a hybrid, but as you mentioned, it is interesting. So it was identified that, again, for the team specifically, they get to choose. And so I love this change over to push. It is going to be that shift of identification. So another map type that is heavy on the movement, right? You were talking about that kind of conventional tech around the side. This lends itself to Maris once again saying, it's just like control. Let's do it.
And I think it's also one of those modes where you give yourself a chance to always come back. It seems like whenever I'm watching this mode in competitive play, it's like, okay, some teams got a 120-meter lead. Surely they don't blow it. And it's like, okay, team fight win, team fight win, team fight win, and the other team just works off the overtime. So that can be exciting for this one. The real question, though, for Iona is, can they get it done? Can they even things out? Or will they give over series point to a Maris team who isn't changing literally anything in their composition other than that Sim?
Yep, I mean, it's a force swap, but over to the Tracer once again. A hero that can be very annoying once more. Banana Robot saying, let's go ahead and slam it on in. Savage Cabbage, though, onto the Sojourn. A little bit more sniping power, as we mentioned. Bonsai saying, please, let's go. Let's fight. Let's fight. And Woes with the Cassidy unlocked, opening up for Iona. Remember, you can't ban the same hero in a row, so Woes getting the signature, and Yek doing the same thing. Beautiful opening salvo from Iona.
I mean, this is great. This is a phenomenal start for them because not only did they target the tank as the initial look, but then they got that follow-up. They take down 1, then they take down 2. They will start their lead and start their push. I also feel like this DPS composition kind of fills every gap. So it's a little bit squishy if you get jumped on, so GG Dax is going to go for the Hazard trade-off. We've got a lot of mirror matchups coming out here today. Instead, though, it's the Red Foxes this time who want to answer. Iona on the other side. GG Dax good for the first. Taking down Arietta is a lot of that cleanse potential out of back pockets and a lot of damage on the back line. Just put up the shield, let him soak the damage, and find the double kill.
I mean, it's just so good. Dax able to kind of reaggress, but Woes with these snipes already having that ultimate ready to go, able to block him off, but here on this map type, it's a little bit questionable if you're able to get it off in time. Savage Cabbage able to float around, and on the Sojourn, clock 2 more. Beautiful shots to Hazard. A little bit off on the wayside. Dax now matching mirror for mirror, as you mentioned. But it is that swap. Maris with a very quick understanding of how to adjust and take control.
They've got the meter lead now. There is still 8 minutes left on the clock. So as we talk about, this mode can be very, very back and forth. However, I do like from Maris their ability to answer, even though it is kind of a mirror matchup for them, being able to step up, being able to play different things and showing their hero pool depth. And all the while, there's a fight on the backside. The robot is just enjoying his dang gleeful time. He is just walking and walking. Already forward spawns unlocked.
Yep, this is going to be a whole difference, but there it is. The Deadeye catches 2 by far, and you lose a lot of your utility in what a ridiculous showing, by the way. Iona able to pick up both supports, leaving Maris completely bare is like the best possible outcome with that ultimate.
And now they get the push back. It's a tug of rope that we continue to fight off of. I think one of the good things that Maris has been able to do is really fight off these ultimate holds. They haven't been too investing when the other team does invest their ultimates, so they've been able to save them for those counter pushes. They've got 3 ultimates for themselves, and I would argue 3 out of 4 of their biggest ultimates, and that Kitsune Rush, that 4th one, is just 10% away.
Yep, beautiful, beautiful work, and now we get to watch this timer tick up. It's not only going to be the Kitsune, it's going to be 3 others. The bomb as well for Banana Robot. If they can find it, they try and jump in, but they miss. But it's the overclock for Savage as they get to lead it as well. Woes with the snipe and half says no thank you. GG Dax is the only one left alive, but you lost so much of the weight, of the damage, of the spikes as Bonsai rips with their own. The extra shielding comes out, at least for a few. Star will go down, but it's the only loss for Iona, as it's a wonderful hold from the number 6 seed battling it here in map 2.
I mean, the Gales are just finding ways to fight, finding ways to keep things even here, and they've got 2 ultimates of their own ready to go. Woes has played absolutely phenomenal here in this map number 2, and getting to see that Cassidy resurgence after the ban in map number 1. Always exciting to see how that meta changes, and maybe there is a reason it was banned away, because Woes looking very, very good. A jump into the backline. GG Dax might have gone too far forward, but Bonsai and themselves, both of them falling super low. That Kitsune Rush saves them both, and the Red Foxes will work off the momentum to deliver 2 back-to-back kills.
I mean, that was the ultimate exchange, right? We kind of expected this to come out from Maris. They had the ultimates this time around. It was an expenditure of Ionia earlier, and so it's a bigger turn this time. Maris also holding on 2-1. Banana Robot looking for a chance to maybe get the backline, maybe look for Yek or Woes with this time bomb and just kind of take him out of existence. If they're able to find it, they can also negate maybe a 2 ultimate combo from Iona to try and turn it around as well. We'll see what they can do.
We'll see here. They do have to be very careful. It's going to be early Tracer Bomb that does go wide, and Woes is going to find a nice little shot on a GG Dax. That's a tank for nothing trade, and for the Gales, they're going to be able to walk off of that. Very beautiful. They've got 2 DPS ultimates of their own. I think smartly for Maris, they don't want to overcommit on members. They don't want to lose anybody extra, and don't want to give Iona any free percentage or meterage, at least in this mode, so they'll back off and wait for their tank to respawn.
Time is of the essence here. We're down to under 5. Iona currently have push over Robot. They're trying to match pace once more, about 11 meters off. You can see Maris kind of looking, where do they want to go? Here comes a sword though, as it's going to be a breakout and a half swing for the fences for Yek if you can. Straight to the back line you go, quick swirl, but you're stunned into the wall. What a catch by Maris' side. Bye-bye, Yek. No chance for you, and Iona lose a major DPS front as Dax pushes the rest of the opponents off, and it'll be Maris with a chance to push the bot back.
I mean, what a map number 2. That's all you can really say. Banana Robot, Mr. Altitude getting the cleanup as Savage Cabbage also finds an extra cherry on top. After about 6 minutes of back and forth tug of war, we are basically exactly equal in meterage. Neither team a clear and distinctive lead. As the Red Foxes continue to surge forward, though, they're going to be the ones closer to getting those ultimates unlocked. But Iona has 2 unlocked right now. That sound barrier has to be used defensively from start to try and keep themselves alive, and it will work. It's going to be a quick trade, but guess what? Savage Cabbage is back. They've got the overclock. They've got the double kill. And even though they'll fall to Bonsai, it's so many more members here. The Hazard v Hazard duel is good as Mr. Altitude cleans up the fight.
They're getting everything out of that PC with that overclock, man. That was nasty off the rip. And you can see, for Dax, didn't have to worry about their backline, didn't have to worry about anything else, but now has to worry because Bonsai and Woes fire right back. Woes has been such a staple in the turnarounds. I love these catches with this Cassidy. It's done wonders, but maybe not enough. We're still about 21 meters behind, so Maris had a beautiful push. It's Iona's turn to see if they can match pace.
They did get about 20 meters from Maris, but Iona, like you said, does need to match things with only about a 1/4 of the timer left to go. Banana Robot, a good little 1v1, especially off of that Kitsune Rush, but it's just a 1v1, and is it really worth it? We'll find out. Savage Cabbage continuing to impress as they deliver Star back to the spawn zone, and Banana Robot will find the double kill, and Dax is just going forward. I mean, this is a very split team fight, but everybody finds their mojo.
Oh, easily. And I think that's because it's like the 4-man combo. With Savage Cabbage on this Sojourn, you're able to snipe from far away. you allow the rest of the team with this hazard to lock off choke points inside those hallways, and Iona are forced to retreat. Now they're swapping out again, Yek onto the Genji of all things, and they are going to break out in Song and Dance if they can. Woe is able to mark one. Can they find more, though, here in the last 2 minutes?
Dax has the downpour, but I think again for the Foxes, they don't want to overcommit. They are caught out and just trying to find those spawns. Forward spawns are deactivated as Iona gets right back to the center line of this tug-of-war battle. Just 100 seconds left to go between these two teams, and for the Gales, what an answer this map number 2 has been. An early sound barrier, though, on the other side will put some questions up. Star will fall, Dax already going, Bonsai with the trade, but it's up for nothing as Dax is just slicing apart the back line.
Under the bridge, ultimate exchange, and it leaves the entire squad lost. Once again, it was that sound barrier from I don't know, have it. And Dax, with that hazard, spikes out. Iona weren't ready. And it's a hard push coming in here. It was a lot of an exchange, though, so Iona have the ultimate possibility. They have their own Kirika Rush and more. Let's see if they can turn it around.
They've got the ultimates, but the time is starting to fade away. Just 60 seconds left to go here as Maris tries to work their way into the upper window. I don't have it lose about half their HP, but Anarobot dropped. Yek once again finding value off this Genji and slicing apart the backline. The Foxes say don't overinvest at a time like this. The problem is they're getting run down. Dax will lose about a third of their HP before getting the heals, but those spawns are coming in soon, and the same can be said for the Gales. They cannot overextend here.
They cannot. They have to play it on a very finite level, and they have to make sure they're also on the push spot as well. Maris trying to turn around. That's going to be a little catch on the back as Mr. Altitude is gone. Bonsai was able to rip through the back line, and then they lose their tank as well. But Inna trying to soften the blow, but it's not going to work. Iona seem to have found the mark in more beautiful work of 4, and Banana has to regroup with the team. Iona, sparks of glory.
Bonsai's downpour separates the team fight and brings us to overtime. It's about 10 meters that'll separate these two teams, and who finds the victory here on map number 2? Dax trying to change it immediately. They'll drop the Thorn Wall. They'll get to the back line. Sound barrier is there. 2 ultimates in defense. Deadeye finds 1. Mr. Altitude is gone, but it's a double kill back the other way. The Foxes finding everything, but they've lost their supports. And Bonsai's going crazy. He'll find the double kill. Yeko go down. It's just a 1v1 fight between these dang hazards, and Dax is gonna win it. They'll take care of the DPS. They'll take care of their counterpart. Bonsai still fighting though. I can't believe this 1v1 is still going, but Dax will get it in the overtime, but the overtime fuse is refreshed.
I mean, that's crazy. They held out long enough. Bonsai did the work. Is it gonna turn in their favor? No. Last 2 gone. Maris with a battle and a half, but Iona getting closer and closer and nipping at their heels. That was one of the closest last minutes of a push I have seen in ages.
I mean, that hazard battle alone was enough to hang it up in the skyline banners, but the play of the game will be from the Soldier and from Savage Cabbage, and we saw a lot of really good overclocks, but this one was really good. I mean, not only surviving with a third of their HP remaining, but going into the enemy backline, then finding a double kill and an assist on 1 more. Absolutely insane to see, and at the end of the day for the Red Foxes, they find a way to get it done. It might have been just a 5-meter advantage at the end, but it's enough to put them on series point.
It really did also feel like it came down to the DPS versus DPS check. Savage Cabbage, as you said, on the Sojourn looked great. But on the flip, the Cassidy, what an explosive exchange. I think Woes had one of the more impressive exchanges in there. We see why the Cassidy has been banned before. And it's a direct answer and a challenge. It really makes your utility work a little bit more. And I think that's what Maris kind of recognized. It was an opening salvo. It was an immediate catch onto, I believe, in the opening minute of push, it was a catch onto both DPS, and Woes was like coming out with fire. And it was a recognition and a back away of like, okay, we can't play like we normally do. We need to keep eyes on where this Cassidy is. And it's why we're seeing Maris be that 3rd seed. I think it shows their ability to adapt to a situation. The immediate swap over to the hazard, even though we talked about, mirror matchups don't always work, Dax was able to play it very well. Created space for the Sojourn, created space to try and take out the DPS, and you saw Maris kind of right that ship very, very quickly.
It was kind of interesting. It's Hazard's kind of whole thing is all that like reflection damage, kind of similar to some other tanks. When you put up the blocker, other people are taking damage and you're taking less. But very well played there at the end from them both. They're like, okay, we'll play our defenses. We'll take down literally everybody else. I think the one problem was just Iona was literally further away from the spawn side. And that at the end of the day, the Red Foxes got those rotations in quick enough, got those members back just a hair quicker, and were able to take down that end fight. And for them, they're saying it doesn't matter how close it was at the end. They still found that second map. It will go back to Iona to pick again where they want to go, so they're still kind of in control in that factor of where they want to pick, what map and mode they want to go to, but they've got to win 3 straight if they want to survive here in the playoff bracket.
And I'd be very surprised if they go back to another offense-defense centralization. And the way I put that is when you look at an offense-defense swap, it can be very difficult to identify if you're on the attacking side or if you're on the defensive. I wonder if they're going to try and push it a little bit more identified, you know, on a on a hybrid or an escort. It's very harshly defined if you're attacking or you're defending, right? I want to see them do that here. We have gotten word it's Midtown, and hey, it's a map choice. I don't disagree with this.
Yeah, I think it's interesting. It's like you said, they get a choice on where to go. I think I'm not wanting to go to Flashpoint. I think that's what you have to avoid here at this point. You saw what happened in Control. Avoid that if all possible. So your only thing left is 2 payload modes. So that's where they're going to pick. We're going to go to Midtown here for this map number 3. And for Iona, again, they've got to win to make it through the playoff bracket. But you talk about even making it to this lane and even being a part of this amazing event, just being able to grind through the regular season. And clearly, both these two teams deserve a spot at the LAN and almost deserve the rankings that they've gotten.
Oh, 100%. Everyone deserves to be here. I mean, this is the same thing that you look at any major tournaments. If you're saying, hey, why does this look a little bit different? Why is it like Maris is winning? Well, these are the top of the top. They came out, they fought hard, they deserved it through the regular season. They're going to play well. And when you get to a high level, I feel like the gaps, even if they're small, tend to be more defined. You see these moments of, oh, a team knows how to pick you apart, so a small mistake can look really freaking big on a stage like this one. And I really have to say, I don't think Iona are playing badly. I think they're playing within their comfort zones, but the answers that come out from Maris make it a reason why they are 3rd seed. They're adjusting well. They're saying, hey, we're moving in to deal with the Cassidy. We're moving in to deal with your tank. Oh, you gave us space? Cool, we'll take it with the Symmetra. Like, they have answers on answers, and it's very impressive.
We've got our bans for map number 3. Not only are we going to the hybrid of that map of Midtown, but the Alari going to be taken off the board, and then we got the Hazard banned away. So no more mirror matchup on that fun tank duel, so we'll have to swap things up once again. It does mean that Cassidy is possibly still available for a Woes to go to here, and you know, those evergreen bans of not being able to get it out of the pool again could definitely help for somebody like Woes who might necessarily love that Cassidy a little bit more and has done their research on this kind of matchup between the two teams. Either way, for Iona, they've got to win this map number 3 if they want to stay alive in the series. The Red Foxes can close it out right here.
Yeah, really, really interesting work. And did I hear you say that right? We got an Alari band to come on out?
Yeah.
That... I wonder if that's map specific. That surprises me a little bit in the DPS department. That has to be... That's a wild one, considering that you saw, you know, obviously we saw the Cassidy and all. Like, that is a very, very interesting one. I don't know if anyone really played it. I wonder if that was just, like, kind of a toss-out and just like, hey, we're going to ban this one out instead. And, hey, do what you got to do, because I think the Sojourn is still a really big one.
Yeah, I think so, too. I also think that... You know, there are a lot of other good tank options when you talk about Hazard being taken off the table. Of course, Sigma being banned away in that map number 2 is now back in the rotation. So we'll actually get 2 barrier heroes. And maybe, just maybe, we'll go to a little bit more front-to-back gameplay than just, okay, everybody's going to start targeting their backlines. And I say that, but Yek is going to stick with the Genji. This was one of their best picks towards the end of that map number 2.
Yep.
We'll see if it can find value here again.
I think it's going to find the most value. This is one of the more tight-knit corridor actions. I mean, yes, the point itself is very open, but Yek has so many windows and so many walls to be able to bounce off of that you get a lot of value getting on those side pressure points instead of going straight to the front lines. As you can see there, Dax almost shredded right in front My gosh, opening solo from Iona, once again starting off really well.
Their damage is phenomenal, and especially going on this attacking side to start. It does mean Maris did choose defense, even though Iona was able to pick that map and where we're going. Was able to take the 1v1 on their Sojourn counterpart, and GG Dax is already forced to put up the blockers and in a very awkward position with their supports low. It might just be a give up of the space, and Woes is gonna find the double kill. A really good push from the Gales, and they might just unlock the payload.
Yeah, what a nail and a half through a Maris here. And I mean, Iona, I don't know what changed. It feels like Bonsai, third unique tank. Maybe this is working. You talked about the Sigma earlier. Maybe this is the calling card.
I mean, the shield has worked just absolute wonders, and having that rock to get the stun and then comboing that with Woes and Yak, who are just pushing and aggressing at every single moment, is lovely. That is one of the quickest holds you can get and one of the quickest takes for Iona. They've already got 5 minutes on the clock, and look at the abilities they force out early. No Ravenous Vortex. Button. Yak's gonna find a double kill. Bonsai gets the cleanup on the DPS, and Dax is just trying to pick up the pieces, but they are caught in the backline. The Foxes are once again slaughtered right at the payload.
What did I say? As soon as Iona feel like they know, are they offense, are they defense, they're doing a lot better. Granted, I don't think that's the only reason, but, you know, I'll take partial credit for it. Yak being able to find backline access, that Genji becoming a monster. Maris don't have an answer yet, and the payload's already being pushed so far.
Look at this again. I mean, Ravenous Vortex used very, very early just to get the Sigma down to half HP. Sure, Star is going to go down. For Maris, they've got one ultimate from Dax. Can you start to snowball this fight? The payload is very far forward, and the Gales actually don't have a ton of cover here, so just trying to work off that Sigma black hole, the barrier, and every one of those bouncing shots. They're going to back off to make sure they can get their support in this fight.
Yeah, I think losing Star early was big, but there's the jump forward. That's going to be a little bit of a stun, but Maris sends everything. Kiriko plus a little bit of a beat, bringing all the sound barriers together. No ultimate exchange on the other side, so Iona dumping multiple ultimates in just to secure another team fight, burning 30 seconds.
Yeah, you did burn that overclock, but, I mean, nothing really invested from the Gales. You still have your own Kitsune Rush. You've got that Blade coming out from Yak as well. For Marist, you only have that Ramatra ultimate, which, while good, can put you very much out of position, and your backline can be the threat. A nice little rock landing there, and the Ramatra takes Dax down to half HP, and here comes the Blade. They'll pop the Song Barrier with it, but it's going to be Bonsai and Star who are cutting down first. They take down Tank and DPS and a support alongside of it, and they'll land the rock on Savage Cabbage, and they are going to be made into salad here soon.
Yak. Crazy mark. Mr. Altitude getting a little bit of a fight back here as Maris. They're saying we can fight this, we can try, but Iona are pushing a little bit too fast. You're now inside in a closed space. This is Yak's playground, which is why Banana Robot also swapped to the Genji. Is this going to be spicy, Llama? I'm all for it.
I mean, and the spiciness has got 4 minutes to establish itself for the Gales. They've got a ton of time to work off of here. And you can see for GG Dax just trying to find the angle. Still has that Ravenous Vortex, uses it to try and slow down the backline. As Savage Cabbage tries to pop the ultimate, Bonsai on the other side changes up the melody and changes them to the spawn room. Whoa, Star, everybody's finding issues here. Woes finds the double kill, and it's gonna be a team wipe.
Welcome to the Thunderdome. Iona, fight after fight, taking victory. Massive swap out here as they're bringing out the Winston to try and hold off at the last minute. But Maris, this is desperation at its finest.
Bring out the Bolos as well from Savage Cabbage. Banana's going to try and go with the Blade. They'll at least find one, and it's actually going to be Savage who yoinks it away for the double kill. So some of those long-range crossbow shots connecting, and a very good fight from the Red Foxes who find a triple kill off of their swapped-in DPS, and Dax gets the job done. I actually like the Winston a little bit more. That circular shield is so powerful, especially on a high-low ground angle.
It took a little bit, but for Maris, it's only one. And remember, I don't feel it was a swap as much. It really did feel like the Blade coming out, right? It felt like Banana Robot used that ultimate at just the right time. No real answer from Iona. Iona, though, they have 2.5 minutes. This is more than enough time to push the last, like, what, last, like, 30 meters or so. All you have to do is get your catches like Bonsai is doing here.
Bonsai issues the death notice, but guess what? It's Dax right back at him. That Kitsune rush is just insane on the Winston. So much aerial damage and spread across the team. It is good. Savage Cabbage on this Freya has been on their P's and Q's as well. And a secondary problem for the Gales, they don't actually have the payload. So this is a really tough walk-up without any cover.
Yeah, and I gave that to you at a little bit of a bad time because that was the full util dump at that moment. So, Maris, really nice hold, really nice fight, and there goes another sound barrier for themselves. Fight after fight, ultimate versus ultimate. It feels Iona are getting caught off on the wrong foot here, yet got dropped trying to enter in from the side flank. This time, though, Iona rightly pull off and don't give any more ultimate charge. They regroup after getting barriered out.
About 100 seconds to go here. The Red Foxes still trying to fight and see what they can get done. It is for Savage Cabbage. The jump in with the bolas on top of everything can stun the backline, and another jump in early from Bonsai is just going to cut them down. They have to force out the sound barrier, and that black hole invested early too. Dax is going to go monkey mode. Bonsai finds one of the backline here and puts on the glasses. It's long range from Savage Cabbage, but the bolas just do nothing, and the Gales try and fight their way back, but both of their DPSs are stricken.
Where was this fight earlier? Maris, the swap. I don't know if it came from just pure desperation or not, but in this final chokehold, Maris have found their identification and they burned 2 minutes. Iona are now the ones in a rough situation. They have 3 ultimates ready to go, but it might be countered by that Dragon Blade. Maris have to time this perfectly if they want to take this defense.
Yeka's got to be really big. They're already going to pop that Kitsune rush. Here's the dive in. Dax, I've done it. Already find the double kill here. It's a counter blade. Yeka will find one, but is it already too little too late? It's just tank and DPS. There is 0 healing left to go as Banana Robot finds another 30 seconds, and Iona are pushed off once again.
Dead sprint time. Iona, they're gonna scramble. They're gonna make this a mad dash. They're gonna make this hazardous. But Banana Robot able to stand strong once again. This swap to the Genji, putting Yek on the back burner. Whoa, popping that overclock, but it's a little too late. You have 10 seconds left, and Maris might have just done it, even with the support gone. GG Dax swinging for the fences. The Winston, a beautiful hold. They'll go ahead and back away for the moment. Iona get a chance to touch, but there's the re-aggression. There's the bubble out, and you will cook them where they stand. Even the gates cannot sustain your loss. Maris University able to stifle Iona in the last few moments here on their defensive end.
When they hit that final checkpoint, there was 4 minutes left to go on the clock. And the Red Foxes were able to hold through in and throughout that. A couple of really good swaps for them. The Freya, just the long-range damage in the corridors of that enclosed space, as you mentioned, just delivering shot after shot after shot. And now the question being, for Iona, you came so close. In that second map, it would be heartbreaking to repeat the same effort here in map number 3.
Yep, tough times here, and I really am flabbergasted with how well Maris were able to kind of recollect themselves. I did mention before that momentum really plays a big thing, and especially when you're playing with, I want to say, on a stage, you feel your teammates beside you, and you also see your opponents across. It can get in your head a lot of the time, and I feel like that was one of those moments. Iona got the ball rolling at the start, immediately pushed into multiple extra team fights, and Maris kind of had to buckle, take 3 minutes to regroup themselves. I respect it. Maris now going to try and do the exact same thing to Iona, as Iona coming out with a little bit of a difference here. Is that a Bastion and Emery that I see first time for kind of these hit scan heroes?
This is a lot of damage. I mean, combined between these two, they can take care of the opposing enemy team just themselves. The one problem will be immobility. The Bastion, obviously one of the least mobile heroes in all of Overwatch. So if you are Marist, obviously you don't have the Genji anymore. We'll see if Banana Robot is just looking for that teleport play, or if they are going to full play it out. Either way, GG Dax does have some good targets in mind. We'll see if Iona can play the defense, or if it's series over.
Big guns to come out here, though, as Yak has a huge response. Great shot number 1, Banana Robot back on that Symmetra that we saw before. And maybe this is going to be the mark of a beautiful play. Quick snipes on the back end. Savage Cabbage saying, hello, I got some arrows for you. Let me go archery shooting. Woe says, I got you one better. Get with the times. It's modern days. Great snipe number 1, but that's all it is. Savage Cabbage goes down. Maris in control, and it will be a quick tap for the number 3 seed.
It's also pretty tough, obviously, for Iona. You have those further away spawns. You've got to walk a long distance. So even though you trade that 1-for-1, it just doesn't go your way. Ravenous Vortex should shut down the rest of this fight. Playing some nice movement, though. Woes and Yak are able to both find themselves kills, and it'll be the second touch hit. But this is a tough fight for the Red Foxes. They've lost their tank, and they've actually lost this fight in total. Iona is back to fight.
I love this little jump. They make the swap as well. Yek turning over to the Soldier 76 saying, I got the OG hit scan in their own bank. If you're able to get that visor with 60% left to go on that ult, you can rip through an opponent very, very quickly. A little bit of a Bastion setup on the other side as that Baptiste will come up for Mr. Altitude, amping up the damage output that can be set down. Second attack here for Maris. They're looking at the high ground, trying to section out Iona as best as possible, but that's actually Woes lowering themselves into the ground floor and snapping up yet another. Savage in the 1v1 could not stand. And that gives Iona a beautiful hold once more, burning the time off, putting Maris to 2 minutes.
It's not a lot of time, but it is some time here, and GG Dax is going to unlock that ultimate. It's going to be the question of whether or not they want to invest it now or later, as Iona is going to go into the override protocol, trying to deliver some shots from the high ground. And that extra weapon of heavy rounds is going to deliver a big shot as Dax is taken down to half HP. It's not enough to take down any kills, but it is enough to take more time off the board, and I don't have it. It's the first trade away. Ravenous Vortex is good. GG Dax just pops the ultimate, and the fight, not history yet. Bonsai's going to find the melody change, find the double kill, and Star's got the finish. A counter Kitsune Rush will win the fight for the Gales.
We didn't even have to see it to know how much damage that caused. Savage backing away after sending the arrows in. Bonsai really stepping up at the last moment, had the perfect counter with the Kiriko Rush in the bank, and Maris had no response whatsoever. Now swapping out to the composition that they held with last time. It will be the Genji, it will be the Winston, it will be the Freya in the back, and they will use the sound barrier themselves. Can they break on in? In comes the chase. They need to lock down at least one of the DPS of the utility to really break forward. Mr. Altitude will take out Star's utility, but Star brings out a huge wall instead. But the damage isn't flying through. Instead, the barrier ain't gonna do jack. That is Maris once again in the final hour to tap that point.
They get the full team wipe, and they get a at least breath of relief here as they get the extra 2.5 minutes added onto the clock. They've still got a lot of work to do, and you see the forward positioning. This is one of the toughest to retake from that defensive side. From Iona, though, they've got some ultimates to work with. They've got Yek, and they're about 60% on a couple of others. This Winston battle, we've gone mirror for mirror on tanks almost all day long, and they're going to continue that trend here.
Easily. For Maris, you're really starting to sweat. You've been put into the bank quite a few times. But that opening is huge. All of a sudden, Star is getting almost for a negation. It's a little bit of a dangerous step if you're not careful. But Yek, through the barrier, shuts down GG Dax. But in a robot gets revenge as well. We're starting to see those slow trade outs. But for Maris, that's important. You stagger some of the bodies of Iona. You keep that payload moving.
And they were keeping it moving that entire time down in the low ground. That fight started from the investment of the Bolas, but it was kind of a forced out from Star's positioning because of the Bolas forced away. Mr. Altitude knows they have that Kitsune Rush in their back pocket, but Iona is just waiting for the chance for Yek to pop this tactical visor to free fire for days from this high ground. Woes is going to go with the protocol and shoot some long-range heavy shots to try and cut him down, but Anna Robot says just you are going to be cut down. A 1-for-1 with ultimate still available. There's the Kitsune Rush. GG Dax is going to go in. Bonsai and Aragita both very, very low, but somehow they find a way to survive, and that's by backing off to safety. Dax will hunt him down. It's Marist once again with a conversion of the fight.
It's just so good. Marist, can they find more? They're going ahead, regrouping up. They have the blade available. The Dragon Blade could do so much work here, but they don't want to push this payload just yet. They want to give themselves a really nice spot. There it is. Dragon Blade comes out. Slice 1. Looking for slice 2. Yes, you do. Banana Robot looking for a third. Gets a third. GG. Dax helps out. Watching out for, leaves Bonsai all alone. The Winston will go and try and charge as the back line is gone. Banana Robot goes down as well. Maris answered in kind, and Bonsai doing what they can to hold off Solo. Ain't no way Bonsai did it! Bonsai able to wipe and not allow Maris to tap. Are you freaking kidding me, Bonsai?
That fight, the back and forth. I mean, first you wait out the Soldier ultimate, you play down low. Maris still looks so good, and then the Winston gets you. The problem is 30 seconds to go. Iona's got another fight to win in front of them, and only a single ultimate on either side. That Kitsune rush is going to be big. With only a few seconds left to go, Savage Cabbage has to think about when the bolas need to be invested. They're going to push the issue. Kitsune rush will start this one off as Banana Robot goes in. They'll trade 2 for 1. It's the nice bolos connection to the back line. But guess who's back again? It's Bonsai, who makes their name known with a double kill. And with only 10 seconds to go, with Dax and Banana Robot dead, is there even a chance at a touch? The overtime fuse is lit, and the fuse touch isn't even there. Iona will send it to a map 4.
I mean, Bonsai. Hero moment at the very end. We might not see it because Savage Cabbage had some disgusting DPS plays. These snipes here were fantastic to shut down a barrier play coming out on the back end. I mean, look at that. It was a double up inside the doorway. But the final battle, I mean, like, my God, you saw the dump from Maris. You saw them put everything into that battle. They knocked out 4, and I don't know where Bonsai came from. I saw the 25% on the HP bar go right back up to full. You see the Winston go absolutely crazy, and Bonsai, I counted almost 7 seconds of pure safety, holding that payload, not allowing more time to come through for Maris. What a hero play at the end.
And that was a game changer, right? If you don't win that fight, it's an extra boost on time. It's a chance for Maris to push the issue even further. And it's a nice heroic play that'll definitely go down in the history books. And it feels good for Iona to get a map win under their belt. The tougher thing is now you take a step back and you realize, okay, we got 1. Now we've got to do it 2 more times because our opponents on the other side are already on series points. So it's definitely doable if they keep playing like they did there. The interesting thing, now the map selection for the first time today will go to the Red Foxes. So they've got a chance to go to either just a straight up payload mode or go back to that Flashpoint, which I think could benefit them, especially with how they performed on Control.
I'd 100% want Flashpoint. I think it's been identified that, again, rigidity is good for Iona. They like knowing where the opponent is coming from. Is it going to be offense? Is it going to be defense? Flashpoint is a little bit faster on the turnovers, so might give a little bit of breath and room for Iona to work around. But, again, in the scramble, I still have Maris head and shoulders above Iona right now. The main difference, though, is it going to be a big shakeup in the energy department? Iona are now coming into this with a revitalized sense. Not only did they stop, were they stopped at the very end? I mean, very nice hold at the very end by Maris in their defense. But it was a beautiful stop from Iona. They had so many good back-to-back team fights. Not only that, individual battles, they're probably riding a very high right now, carrying into that 4th game. So if they can keep the momentum up, might not matter if it's Flashpoint or not. It could just feel like a very, very strong rolling forward, and they can look a little bit further to this reverse sweep.
And, you know, it becomes even more plausible, I think, if you win this map number 4, right? If you win this map number 4, you get the momentum and you get to send it off to a game 5. I honestly love to say that usually these reverse sweeps are decided here in this game number 4. Either the other team gives you 1 and then takes it right back, or that reverse sweep does truly itemize itself going into that game 5. That being said, I mean, we talk about taking series cleanly. Yes, both teams definitely want to win, but the longer the series goes for the winner, the more you're revealing to the rest of the crew in the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, you're looking at the likes of, I want to say, I think for Maris' side, the Symmetra is obviously an identification. I mean, that card was already on the table. We saw the ban all the way back in map number 1, so it makes sense. I think the identification of the Genji might be something people are watching for now, especially in these close corridors. I think it was very well played by Yek, and then Savage Cabbage, of course, on that hit scan DPS style. We've seen, I think, the Sojourn so far. We've seen the Vendetta. We've seen, or not the Vendetta. We've seen a couple different marks. The Freya, sorry, the Freya specifically to me was very, very impressive. I think you're looking in that vein a little bit more if you're looking at Mara's side, who have now chosen. I believe chosen their map. I think we got word it is Atlas to go ahead and showcase.
It's like kind of both of us were predicting a Flashpoint map here for map number 4. They want to go back to kind of what we played in the map number 1, but a little bit faster, where they can take these concise fights, where they can work off these itemized different locations, and like you mentioned, kind of know where they're fighting around instead of some random battlefield skirmish that is happening on multiple different fronts. Obviously, for the Red Foxes, they still have this chance to close things out in 2 more maps. Even if they don't win this one, they will have another one after.
Ooh, okay, and we have gotten word Maris is banning Emery, so this makes sense. Again, we've seen and again, I say this, I feel like Emery is used in a lot of different metas right now, and I feel it's very, very stable, so this ban coming out, I feel targeted very, very much so. I appreciate that fact from Maris saying, okay, we're not going to give this over. We cannot allow you to have that type of hit scan once again, because it was brutal, constantly picking off the Freya, constantly finding some of those backline DPS.
It's a lot of damage, and I think it's interesting with the ultimate that you can kind of change where you're looking from this kind of long-range hit scan to somebody that's just firing explosive rounds into the backline and dealing a lot of aerial damage to said backline targets. I do think it's going to be interesting when we go to Flashpoint as well, though, how the momentum swing is going to go. Because I think for the Gales, if they can swing the momentum into this map number 4 and take those isolated team fights, things could get very rough very quickly, and you know, that hit scan is one of the things that they were banking off of, but at the same time, their own Genji, their own frontline with the Winston is definitely going to be available again. The question is going to be how well they can perform and, again, move that needle and move that momentum.
Yeah, I love the fact that you bring up the Winston, because it feels like the Winston is never their first go-to, but it's always in the back pocket. It's like, I'm going to go full solo queue mode. This is what I'm going to do. I'm going to go solo queue, because obviously our meta plays aren't working, and I appreciate and I respect that level of dedication to the bit. It is we got nothing else to lose. If we lose here, we're out. I mean, I very much respect the Winston, so I am going to be watching for it, just like you said, once more. I have also gotten word that it's a Roadhog ban on the other side, so a little bit of target towards Dax here. And I like it because Atlas is a little bit more close corridor. We saw Dax specifically use the Roadhog to shut down tight corridor entrances. Last time back in map number 1, I feel is a specific reason why Lijiang Tower actually went the way it did. So I really like that ban coming in for the side of Iona.
I like it. I mean, it delivers a lot of picks. It's a lot of 1v1 potential. And I think it's also, if you don't deal with it quickly, obviously Roadhog has that take a breather. He just basically gets back to full HP and then is back on that 10-second reset timer. So for both these two teams, I think dealing with what they want, but the ban system is also very interesting. They're not evergreen bans, meaning after it's banned one time, it can't be banned again. And as well, there are other options open back on the table. So it's kind of like this give and go of what is good, what is bad, and what has already been banned away cannot be banned again and will forever be available. So you talk about maybe taking off something like the Casti in map number 1. Now it's available for the entire rest of the series. And Iona is very, very okay with that. They might have lost that map number 1, but that has been a large surgence point of their damage. And we'll see if they can do it again with taking that Roadhog off the table.
Yep, I want to see a little bit more bluster coming in from the Maris side. I don't want to see them allow map number 3 to also kind of bully them out. As you mentioned, a lot of heroes on the table to play with. You have your pick of the litter, and you're also identifying now that I almost wonder if the Winston would be banned out if we go to map number 5, because you know for a fact if it comes down to the end game, it's going to be a Winston ban, I think. Saved him one too many times, but I do agree. DPS is starting to have a little bit more flavor in there. They're starting to target the tank a little bit more. And for Dax specifically, I do want to see how they perform here. They lost their Roadhog. They lost a very high signature hero for themselves. Not only that, though, on the other side, Bonsai has looked better and better in their aggressive state. So it's not only the hero differences there. it's the player specific. GG Dax has quite literally watched Bonsai kind of grow to a very sturdy tree, much like a bonsai should, across the course of this entire series. Bonsai has consistently gone from, okay, I'll roll over and you can take me out, to I'm going to hold steady. I might not be steady yet, but I'll at least do my best, to map 3, where Bonsai was like, I got it. Anything you throw at me, I will have the counter. I'm keeping eyes on your ultimate timer, and I'm recognizing when to use my own. So I'm now looking for GG Dax to say, I need to keep the enemy tank in check, while also, as you know, body blocking for my team, keeping eyes where the utility is, and all the other things. So my eyes are now drawn a little bit closer towards that tank fight.
I think it's going to be exciting. I think between these two teams, obviously, you're talking about kind of the general step back of the day. You're playing in this quarterfinal matchup. You're trying to earn a semifinals berth. And for the team that does win it, obviously, the chalk bracket, so to say, if all of the higher seeds were to win, the number 3 seed would play the number 2 seed in that next round. And, you know, we've got actually another quarterfinal directly after this one for our main stage Overwatch, where Niagara is going to take on Fairfield. That being said, map number 4 is available for us. We'll see if Maris can bounce back after their loss, or if it will be the Gales bringing us to a map number 5.
It's all about how they wish to play, and I will say Atlas is probably my favorite Flashpoint. I love the aesthetic of it, and granted it only recently appeared, I feel like, and I love it. I love the entire vibe. Not only that, it's a good mix. You talk about New Junk City, it's a little bit more enclosed. You talk about Saravasa, a little bit higher guard points. This one's a nice mix of open plus enclosed spaces. It feels a lot more variety packed. So I'm excited to see what we get. Oh my gosh, do we not only see a jetpack cat, we also see a Zarya for Bonsai? Signature unlocked, baby?
I mean, we saw the Zarya fan all the way back in map number 1, so the Zarya has been available, but Bonsai is going to bring that out. We are going to get a little bit baited with the jetpack cat, and it looks like Star will bring out the Lucio. Playing some keys, playing the piano, lovely music here before we hop into map number 4. For Marist, we'll have to see what they can get done. They're going to swap things off after the teleport in, which is what Banana Robot has been doing. Again, hasn't been really using that sim since back in map number 1, and then, of course, it got banned out of map number 2.
Yep. At the same time, Yek back on the Vendetta, has seen some magic before, getting right into the melee range, has to block out most of the others, but nice first opening from Marist, getting a lot of damage down, kind of marking up that ultimate charge, but point being overtaken right now, and I just realized that's actually Banana Robot onto the Vendetta as well, so matching pace in that regard. First turn though, as map number 1, it is going to go looking in their way, but Bonsai opens up with the first kill. As I said before, it feels like Bonsai is starting to get the better of these tank trades. GGX goes down, and even though Mare's touched first, Ionia getting a majority share at this point.
They'll get a good touch back, and I like that they're able to play a little bit defensive-minded, saying, it's okay if you take 15 or so percentage. If we win the team fight, we are going to get the victory overall. The Gales are able to do exactly that, and Bonsai has just been a monster on this front line. Banana Robot is pushed away here from the isolated 1v1 duel, and the bubble is going to go big. For Banana Robot, they're just trying to slice and dice, but woes their teammate already low, and it's going to be the sound barrier that does save him. Bonsai finds the first blood, and the Gales once again surging to victory.
I mean, that was 100% Star getting that at the final moment. That's like a gift from the heavens right there. Grabbed it at 100%. I literally watched it go 102 usage by Star. Beautiful hold. Maris kind of have to concede this point. They're going to look to try and get a little bit of ult charge on themselves. GG Dax sending it, though, with their hazard ult. Are you going to find it? Yes, you do. Dax! What a save and a half! Breaks open the front door and hazards their way to a team kill.
A little downpour of rain coming through, and finds a beautiful little team wipe right at the best moment. For Iona, they still have a chance to fight this one. They've also got 93%, so a single fight win will deliver them this first Flashpoint hill. Now they're playing to 3 Flashpoints to find the winner here in this map number 4. For Maris, they've fought their way through. They've got the ultimates, and they've also got the player advantage as Yek is taken down by the Lucio nonetheless. GG Dax is playing with their feelings, and even though hindered, will play the body block.
Playing the feelings, playing the body block. At this point, playing with their hearts. I don't know where to look anymore because Maris and Iona have had their share of well-defined fights. 3 ultimates available. Do you really want to invest here? Maris trying to say no. It will be the Kiriko rush to force everyone else out, and it will be the investment of 1. They lose Dax, but take everyone else out, and Maris secure Flashpoint 1.
Really good bounce back, I think, from them after losing a couple of those early team fights, being able to take down critical threats. When you're playing a Zarya, you have to quickly realize, do we either want to take down the Zarya, break the bubble, and take her out first, or do we want to take down our teammates? And in this scenario, it feels pretty clear. Take down Woze's Cassidy, work forward from that. That is the game plan, and it worked out there to finish up that flashpoint.
I loved every single moment of it. Very, very well defined, and you only expended 1, but the overclock this time, it will be Savage dropping a lot of that extra damage. Marked out by another Kiriko rush, making it a little bit harder to hit, but Iona still getting slaughtered here in the entryway. Savage Cabbage able to mark yet another, but there's that, and that's a Graviton. As Bonsai tried to bring everyone closer, but a nice disengage by Maris keeps them all safe. So now we're looking at these shots of Savage Cabbage breaking onto the point. The extended battle goes Maris' way. And they will lock out Ariete and take another point for themselves. Flashpoint 2, heading to the 3rd seed.
It did take a little bit to actually get on that point. I was wondering, was anybody actually going to touch it? But they will get it first. The Red Foxes trying to put themselves in an advantage point once again. And look at the ultimates they saved. They still have that downpour, which feels like from GG Dax every single time they pop it. It has been good. Yeka's already dead. GG Dax there comes in. The secondary fire finds the double and now pushes forward for everything else. Doesn't even need the ultimate. It's 4 for nothing for the Foxes.
It feels like Maris University are right back in their element, right? It feels like this squad is saying, we're right back. We can push and pull. We get to decide and draw the opponent into a battle of our own. I really, really like it here on the day. Quick swaps out. Yek and Woes on their signatures. Bonsai back on the hazard, and it's a hazard for hazard fight. See if it works. There's a sound barrier break on him. Bonsai straight slaughters. I don't know. Is it going to be enough, though, as the rest of Maris try and hold steady? Banana Robot able to mark out 1. Dax has gone to the back line. Savage Cabbage yet again shatters. Poor Kiriko in the back line, and Bonsai's the last one alive, but this time, I don't know if the hole's going to be enough because you got to turn the point. Bonsai, last one alive, you take 2 more lives, and it is going to be a turnaround. Beautiful job by Bonsai, who was able to save it off at 99%.
I mean, it has been a tank masterclass all throughout our series here today. Dax and Bonsai fighting for who the better one is, and Marist investing a lot to try and play the defense. They are the ones kind of in that reverse position this time. Iona was the one at 90+% last time. We'll see if they can try and find it with this Kiriko. Kitsune rush on the back line, and Savage Cabbage finding it with the Soldier Nade, but Woes has immediately got that equalization. You've got a tank for tank trade, and that Kitsune rush is soon to expire, but Yek might be expiring themselves. Very minimal HP, and Savage Cabbage gets the finish, and for Dax, that means the go button. Marist will get the lockdown here, unless the contest can hold. The Gale's just running out of bodies to put down. That Thorn Wall will go. It is the Red Foxes for the retake, and the health bars are just too low on the other side, it feels like, to fight it.
Beautiful work on the sectioning. This is what they do. Yek was able to lose their life early, and because of that, the entire backline fell apart. Bonsai was forced away from the battle, and that's the wrap that you want to see. Well done by Maris Way. And they're going to look for even more. Yek with the last-ditch effort on a couple of those shurikens, and it just doesn't work out in your favor. Maris now 2-0 here on Flashpoint. Just need one more to move on to the semifinals.
3 chances, just like they've had in the regular edition of the series. Can they find it? Can they use these ultimates? And can they find a way to break into this incredible backline that the Red Foxes have continued to bolster up? For GG Dax, once again, using that kind of frontline pressure, has the Thorn Wall, and uses that Spike Guard to get back to safety. They've got the downpour as well. Savage Cabbage has got the overclock. It's a double kill. Ooh. It is pure filth here. The cleanup is just too easy. Janitorial as the mop and bucket comes out.
One more step, maybe a minute and a half. I mean, Maris see the finish line, right? Maris had a struggle in map 3, but they're right back in their element for game 4. And they have the ultimates to boot as well. This flashpoint is a little bit more open, though, so unless Iona decide to funnel, it might be a different story. There's going to be the pop. Out comes the hazard. Spikes, and it looks like it's doing work, but Yekin back line. Able to slice through 2 before falling, but Dax yet again pulling a bonsai, saying, I'm the OG tank, baby. Locks Iona out of that battle.
Man, that spike guard is so good against the Genji. The reversal on the damage, finding the high ground take as well from Banana Robot, who saves the ultimate, I should mention. It is the Foxes who once again deliver team fight after team fight. They are 25% away from putting themselves in the semifinals.
Iona, do you have a response? Ultimate's a little bit further away. You'll have the sound barrier available soon, but I don't think it's going to be enough. 95%. Out goes the hazard once more. Maris locks him away. GG Dax gets star. You're not even going to have the ultimate to play with. Locks 4 away. 15-player streak as Maris University will take the quarterfinals and move their way up.
Faltered a little bit in that map at number 3, but the Foxes will earn themselves that victory, and Dax, well deserved of the MVP and the play of the game. So many moves on the hazard, but this one to save away that second point, honestly one of the most critical ones for GG Dax, getting in, getting that spike guard, getting the double kill, and then finishing things off with the assist. And that fight all started with that ultimate from Dax, the downpour that separated things out. Ultimate after ultimate, and they will get the job done. From the number 6 seed of Iona, definitely a really good fight from them, but it'll be the Red Foxes that are moving on today.
I think you should be really proud of how that battle went down. Iona, I think a lot of players stepped up in the middle of the series. This was a moment of not really cracking under pressure, but both teams kind of grinding against each other, refining themselves in the heat of battle. You literally saw Iona take step after step, increasing their potential in that map number 3, and then the grinding continued, the refinement continued, and you saw Maris just go, we got it too. Well done on both ends, and a great way to start off our broadcasted day 2 here for the MAAC Esports Championship.
You talk about it. I mean, not only do we have our broadcast here, we've got our side stage as well. So many games, so many different titles across the day today. Our next matchup features number 4 Niagara and number 5 Fairfield. Before we hop over to that Overwatch matchup, we're going to take a little bit of a break for ourselves and the players. So don't go too far. More Overwatch action right here at the MAAC right after this.
We aren't looking for just anybody to join the Space Force.
We're calling on all late-night coders, early morning gamers, self-proclaimed space geeks, stargazing science junkies, tireless trailblazers, daydreamers, and especially square peg in a round hole type thinkers. To shape the force that protects our interest in space and our everyday lives on Earth, the only force created for the 21st century.
We need people like you.
So consider this your invitation.
wish we stayed the same. I got way too many thoughts in my brain, but I got memories that run through my veins. I'm not one to blame, but I could point out every way that you changed. Some things stay up while others go right down the drain. And lately we've been going down in flames. But if I'm honest, I get in my feels when I want you. Say you feel it too, I'll haunt you. Hold on till I'm lost in nirvana. But if I'm honest, I get in my feels when I want you. Say you feel it too, I'll haunt you. Hold on till I'm lost in nirvana. But if I'm my therapist is saying that I should. I don't believe her, but I really wish I could. Instead, I guess I'll stay misunderstood. Oh, 'cause I'm stuck now, just trying to figure a way out of. Try but can't seem to slow down, and I don't know if I want to. But if I'm honest, I get in my feels when I want you. Say you feel it too, I'll haunt you. Hold on till I'm lost in nirvana. But if I'm honest, I get in my feels when I want you. Say you feel it too, I'll haunt you. Hold on till I'm lost in nirvana. But if I'm can't seem to slow down, and I don't know if I want to. Break it up, all this static running through my And I can't stop thinking about you, but what you gonna do? And you know I'm feeling good like that, so what you gonna do? And I can't stop thinking about you, but what you gonna do? What you gonna do? What you gonna do? seek to fight is a world that's mine. Need a place to hide. Will you free my mind? Follow the light of a world that's blind. In your eyes I see there's a place for me.
Welcome back, everybody. Still here at MAAC Esports action for our championship weekend. It's day number 2 here, as we've still got some Overwatch action to take care of, and we're sticking with our quarterfinals. My name, Llama77, still joined by the handsome as ever Orbital. Oh, and Orbital, we had a banger first matchup, and I'm excited to see what the rest of the day holds.
Yeah, we had such a banger, we kind of had to take a little bit of a breather and give ourselves a little bit of time, just being like, okay, look. Take a step back. It's still a lot of playoffs. We still got a very long day ahead of us, and I know the players are thinking that as well. Very, very excited to see this matchup between, I believe, the 4th and 5th seed, as we've mentioned before, and to see if they can give us just as much of a banger as the previous.
Yeah, obviously for these 4 and 5 seeded teams, you've got an interesting matchup for this one. It's the closest seeded quarterfinal matchup between Niagara and Fairfield. But for these two teams, the road doesn't get any easier. If you're looking a little bit into the future, if you win this one, you get to play the number 1 seed if everything goes towards the chalk bracket. So it will be a tough day and a tough weekend for you, but there's always that chance. And we've already seen some of the lower seededs been able to perform even in that first matchup. So I'm excited to see these two teams play, and obviously another best of 5 can bring a lot of different things.
Yeah, I think we are going to see maybe some more turnout of individual style once more. We saw a lot of the on-hit, hit-scan style specifically, and the tank duel between Bonsai as well as as well as GG Dax was very, very fun. I wonder if anyone else will kind of steal the limelight. And the reason I say that is I think DPS will always steal the limelight. They always have a good time. But to me, it was the tanks in the previous series. I want to know who is going to be making those hero plays. Is it going to be the supports? Is it going to be the DPS? Who is going to step up?
Well, taking a look at our rosters here for Niagara, Glizzy Wizard, Dominator, Avant, Sire Sappy, and Saturday will face off against Fairfield Esports in Starlina, Lyot, Better Pono, Jas, and Sean. So lots of names that I'm sure we will get to recognize over the course of the next couple days. And for these two teams, again, trying to find themselves not only a win here today, but put themselves in a spot on Championship Sunday as they continue on with their wins.
100%. A lot of the names that we'll also be calling out throughout the entirety of the series as we're heading straight on in. Once again, good start on Lijiang Tower. Nobody ever changes it up, I feel, in Collegiate. It is the meta standard, if you will. Looks like we might have Sean and Avant on the tank duties if the positioning serves me well. We'll see what the heroes actually are and how the positioning likes to play. Remember last time we saw this in Metro, a little bit more unique personal styles. This time around, it looks like we are going to have... Oh, my lord. Is that a Widowmaker plus a Junkrat? That has to change, right?
I mean, maybe some mobility and maybe just trying to shock the crowd here with this Fairfield composition. I do think the Mei ban being one of the big ones taken off the board, especially on Lijiang Tower. Those ice walls are very good about collapsing your opponents, pushing them into corridors, and, well, cutting off the team fight. For Niagara, they're going to look for a possible teleporter play, but we'll see if Dominator does stick on this sim or if they would rather go for it. Either way, we'll hit a quick pause as we get this second series of the day ready to go. For these two teams, obviously, for Niagara, they're a little bit higher seed. They're the 4 versus the 5 seed overall, but very, very close. I like the initial compositions. I think the Orisa is definitely something we didn't get to see in that series number 1 that I'm excited to see how it plays out.
Yeah, I mean, I think Orisa has fallen in priority for tank meta recently. It's more of a damage amplifier versus a safe haven a lot of the time. There are better tanks out there that will bring a lot more safety capabilities. But in terms of bringing an amped up Terra Surge, like, it is second to none. Obviously, Terra is huge, but it is kind of that frontline breaker that will bring you value, especially if you're trying to run forward. It looks like we did have a swap off. It's going to be the Malga and the Sigma instead, and immediately I run for Niagara. Sappy off on the wings. I love this positioning for the Emery. Immediately to the right side flank, looking to try and pinch down that tank, which actually drew fire away, which allowed Better to get locked out. Niagara Esports, beautiful draw on the opponent, splitting them up early.
Like that initial touch, too. I mean, we've seen teams that are able to get there first are usually able to hold for a little bit longer. For Niagara, just trying to find their footing here, of course, with the Sigma. You've got a lot of different places to place that barricade, but you don't want to keep it up for too long because there's so much damage. And Sean actually going to be taken off from a boop from Glizzy Wizard. So no tank here for the fight as Niagara continues to rip through this backline. They're able to take forward positions, and this is one of the most unrelenting submaps in all of Lijiang Tower. If you lose that first initial fight, there's almost a chance you never touch that point again.
Yep, it is Bully Haven right now, and we're seeing this a lot once more. It felt like we saw it before with Maris as well, and I mean, it's gonna continue. Just bully, get the shots, lock them in a corridor. They can't really break their way in. You're waiting for this Junkrat to have some sort of extra value with the shots rolling in, but the healing coming out from this defending roster. Avant, Sappy, Dominator staying alive. Of course, they have a Junkrat of their own, which is what they're trying to send, but Sean breaks into the battlefield. Kyurka Rush trying to do their best, and it looks like it has enabled Sean on the Malga to slam on home too. But Avant answers back. You're at 61%, and Niagara Esports saying you might have gotten 2, but you didn't take the point, which is the most important factor for it all.
And that's a heck of a combo. So much damage output there from Sean off of that ultimate. They've even got the orbital laser to help boost the healing and damage on the backside. Some would say a lot invested, but for Fairfield University, they will get their first touch at the point and start building up the percentage. For the Purple Eagles on the other side, they've got time to work off these 3 ultimates that they've got. Jisoo will put one down, though, on the backside, so losing Dominator, that spawn side is very quick. But without that tire, they're just going to have to engage in this fight 4v5.
It's not going to feel great. Honestly, though, you can make a lot happen with a lot of little. Niagara Esports, 4 ultimates available. Good stun onto Sean. Sean has a cage available, though, so that Rip Tower could be brutal if you allow them to get a little bit too close. So both teams kind of holding off. This is a game of into rush, though, pushing Saturday forward. Avant gets lost, though. What a call in here. Better able to one, and it leaves open space for Sean to rip through him as well. The cage immediately goes down. And that Kiriko got 0 value for the other side. Wizard goes down as well.
Just waiting for those sound cues in a perfect turn on its head fight moment for the Stags of Fairfield University. They've got themselves almost a tied up point number 1 here. Niagara's going to have to find the answer. The good news is they only invested that Kitsune Rush, so they'll have 3 more ultimates left to play, especially this protocol from Sire Sappy, who's going to try and fight towards the outside. It is going to be Glizzy Wizard, who's immediately dueled, and you force out that tire from Better Pono. It doesn't find anything, and with that tire missing, now it's just free fire angles from Sire Sappy as they deliver some good damage. Nobody's fallen yet. Dominator will be the first to go down.
This actually kind of hurts. You invested that ultimate, nobody fell, and instead you actually lost someone on the back end. You softened people up, which is great, but you expected a bit more because Fairfield are still holding on to the point. They're still doing okay. Avant needs to go in with the almost solo bolo style. You are Graviton to lock down the doorway. Beautiful timing to catch Better, and that's the destruction that you were waiting for. And now Sappy has a chance to fire on the back line. Now Avant has a chance to slam the utility. Now it is that beat barrier. Glizzy hangs on, and it's a turn in OT for Niagara Esports.
They're going to have to win one more fight, though, and now the kind of ideals are flipped towards their side, where they're the ones that don't have the ultimates, but they are on the defense. For Fairfield, they have got a ton of damage, and they've got this Kitsune Rush and Mauga combo that has already provided its use early on in this point. They're going to dive in. They'll start with the Orbital Laser to give them some boosting on the damage towards the backside, and that Orbital Laser does mean fight. Kitsune Rush, it is just beautiful on the damage side. They'll try and slay out Sire Sappy, who is going to play the do-si-do and survives for just a moment. A 99 versus 99, and the boot from Glizzy Wizard sends Jaisu flying. The cage will go. Sean going to try and fight, but again, Avant is still alive, and Sire Sappy just barely unlocks the ultimate. Better Pono is striking down the backline as Saturday wins the nice little supportive 1v1. Sire Sappy finds the kill as well. Niagara Esports out of nowhere find the fight, and they'll find sub-map number 1.
Trade upon trade, though. 100 to 99 is what you want to see out of the closest seeded. We like to keep kind of putting that in your minds because it is going to be close. The last match went 4. I'm expecting 5 out of here. Niagara Esports, though, NU, beautiful work to start. It was a timing game for sure. You saw a lot of those ultimates tick over at just the right time, and they fought. They scraped by to stay alive in a lot of these scenarios. That Junkrat, though, did not work, so I appreciate that Dominator swapped over to the Symmetra for the time being. I want to see a mix. I want to see a different hero. I don't want you trying to match Better with the Junkrat mirror matchup.
Gotta find your own composition to play here, but I will say, if that first sub-map is just a taste of what we're going to get this series, give me more of it. 100 to 99. We'll see if Niagara Esports can close out this map here on sub-map number 2. We'll go to the actual tower version as Fairfield University just trying to play this bridge. They got out a little bit slower. Dominator does swap over to red carpet layer, and that extra turret form that Dominator can bring. Sean is going to be dropped down to just a sliver of HP. Starlina tries to put their body on the line. It is 3 for the price of 1. The Purple Eagles once again flap their wings and find the first touch.
You know, I said it exactly. I wasn't expecting a Torbjorn either, but Dominator makes it work. You know, the lesser-known Symmetra turret setup, you know, it works quite well for their own. NU setting themselves up, though, an open battlefield instead of inside the tower, which I actually appreciate. It allows Sappy to play inside a building here. Look at the snipes. Look at the couple of rebounds here. Is it going to work, though, as right now it's a breakneck pace. Fairfield looking to try to break their way through. They say, hey, maybe we don't want to do this. We're going to route the other way. Go through the entrance.
That Sigma barrier is really causing them so many issues. Trying to fight front to back is just not going to work into Avant. It's the push forward here as Sean just tries to get the early damage. The turret will go down, but once again, Glizzy Wizard seems undefeated on these moves. Finds another one onto Jaisu. It's the backline push, and Fairfield University are losing players left and right. They'll lose their tank as well. And the Purple Eagles, it's cleaner this time around.
I mean, that is what you want to see. This is looking better and better for the squad. Round 1 looked a little bit rough here in map 1. I mean, better is starting to get locked away in a lot of these battles as well. So for NU, they're going to try their best. Outside, wants to go. Sappy, ready to go. Rounds it out with a quick shot from the pistols, and the Malga's all alone. I don't know about this one. Are you trying to do a little loop-de-loop? It's not going to work. Sean's down already. Avant swings on JCU. And the desperation from Fairfield did not yield results. They'll only get one more chance.
And they're going to delay out those kills as well. Niagara, we talked about this in kind of submap number 1. Their ability to hold on to ultimates and wait for the right moment to use them. Well, they're going to have 5 ultimate buttons to press here. A teleport try. We'll see if it goes from the Kitsune Rush immediately. It's going to be turret to setup goes in. Literally, all of the buttons pressed. The fight is already over. You can trap him in the cage here, but that Kitsune Rush is just not enough damage. Everybody falls. Sound barrier is good. Niagara pressed all 5 ultimates at once, and that'll win him the map.
The override protocol is one of the most brutal at the end. Think of it as a better visor for Soldier 76. It is just the linchpin to kind of slow everyone down. The shots, the burst, like you were talking about, just kind of it softens you up for any extra blow. And you mentioned before that Lijiang Tower has so many chokeholds on that first submap. I feel like the second submap here as well, especially with the Turbo, can do so much work. I love the fact that this is play of the game. What? I haven't seen that in ages, by the way. And Torbjorn from the grave, baby. That is Overwatch in a nutshell.
It is. And again, it is the problem of like, what poison do you take? Do you go outside and die to the override protocol, or do you go inside and literally there's no place to stand with the red carpet? So again, the benefit to the Purple Eagles where they had all those ultimates because they saved them and won the neutral game. So many times they were baiting Sean in to say, oh, come here, take a 1v1 in the tank fight. Just kidding. We've got a turret and we've got another DPS locked in you. We got so much damage to focus you down immediately and then snowball those team fights out of control. It's a good start for Niagara. Of course, still a long series here with the best of 5, and if Fairfield University shows like anything like they did in submap number 1, well, then we're going to have a lot more maps left to go.
Yep, and I'm excited because this is exactly the same situation that always occurs. I feel with teams when teams generally have a stronger micro mechanical value coming in, when you know that you have a better time kind of running down the opponent, hitting those shots on those points, with the mechanical advantage. We do see that shift, and it came back in the previous years. I'm always going to harken back to it, but this series itself, Fairfield, I want to see them immediately swap to the hybrid and the escort. I want to see them immediately try and slow down a pace a bit and bring the game to their own value, allow them to choose the pacing of when they aggress, when they fight, and when they defend.
I think it's kind of interesting that there are advantages to picking some of those payload maps where you know where you're going, you kind of get the back and forth, but also you kind of give a slight advantage to your opponents where they get to choose attack or defense. They actually get to choose, okay, maybe we go defense first. You guys will have to actually set the tone, and that could be really good for a team that is on fire. And unfortunately, Arboldo, you don't get your wish. We're going over to Esperanza. So another little push here for map number 2 to change things up.
Yeah, it makes sense. I mean, some teams enjoy it. We saw it in the previous as well. See if you can get away with it. I am very excited, though, because I think this locks away the Torbjorn. It does actually elevate, I think, the Junkrat a little bit more. Push has, generally, most maps have a very annoying function where with push, there's a lot of tight corners, and it's hard to actually wrap around with some of the hit scans. So having a Junkrat off screen, there's so many elevated angles. There's verticality. There's a couple corner shots that you can get away with. So you might be able to use that Junkrat to get a surprise kill in the back line, if the DPS isn't, watching their step. And the Riptire has so many other ways to enter into a battlefield as well. Like, if we are seeing better stay on this Junkrat, way better value this time around.
We've got our 2 bans coming in as well. Sigma going to be taken off the board from Fairfield. They decide that, that tank was a little bit too oppressive. They didn't like the rocks and the barricade to battle against. But the Kiriko is going to be the 2nd ban. So an absolute staple of Overwatch. Nobody does anything like Kiriko does with the healing, the cleanse, and the ultimate as well. So it'll be interesting to see what these 2 teams delve into.
I think they're going to be able to do quite a bit in their own, but as you said, without one of those mainstay supports, I mean, we could see the cat come out. I think the cat's been nurtured into the ground, but it'd still be fun to see. Jetpack Cat is by far the silliest hero I've ever seen added to any video game outside of Yumi, which was, I hope we don't see that in the future. But this Yumi. Is, oh, do it, Starlinia, please give me a Jetpack Cat. I want to be proven right, and I want to be able to call it out. Please, bro.
Yeah, let's keep the Yumi off the mind here. I know as 2 League of Legends enjoyers here. We'll save that for
immediately had
Sunday.
flashbacks, Warside PTSD with that one.
Okay, as a top laner, my worst fear is giving them another laner for free. The Yumi's just jumping around.
We got a cat! We got a freaking cat! Let's go!
Digressing into the cat here and back into the Overwatch map number 2 for Niagara. Obviously up 1-0 in terms of map score. If they win this one, they'll put themselves on series point. For Starlina, again, has to provide a lot of the healing. And for Niagara, it's going to be interesting to see how they kind of battle against this. Dominator still running that Torb, so that turret can be pretty deadly towards those aerial flying units. But Sean's going to take care of it first.
I like that call, and for Sean, it's a nice one. You go ahead and power it out. Sean on this Malga has looked very, very good. It's on to NU. They changed up their DPS a little bit. They went for the Juno as well as the Ana, kind of changing up how they want to look at, because it's allowing Sappy to maybe have a beautiful time on that Genji instead. I mean, this cat, though, flying around at the speed of light, looking to try and keep their tank alive. It is giving precedence to the verticality of the map. Now looking at NU, though, we swap back, and their HP bars are a little bit lower than they would really like. The speed and pacing that they're having is giving way for Fairfield to get first push.
And honestly, the Zarya is not the same as that Sigma. That same bubble is not enough to protect your team, so it's more about that personal protection. But as Avant does build up that charge, it will become tougher and tougher for Fairfield to actually take this fight. They've got a lot of looks to try and look for. Again, you take down the turret first, but you're antied immediately into the fight. You have this Mei wall to chop things down, and Starlina does already have the ultimate available just alongside better Pono too. But Jisu's gonna go down, and Sire Sappy's already cutting down the back line.
I mean, I like it. That's what Sappy's supposed to do. Sappy did this before as well. Dominator protects the front. Sappy finds the side angles. Sean was able to respond in kind, though, which I do appreciate. Allowing a Genji to get free damage to knock out your backline like that always feels really bad, and your rotational value kind of drops. You start losing hold of when you can get your teammates back to each other. Love this swap from Better, by the way. Over to the Mei. Has had it for a while, but it is going to the opponent a little bit more. If someone steps up a little bit too close, you can catch them outright. However, for NU, 4 ultimates available, really nice hold potential, and buffing to give Avant a chance to stand in front.
Yeah, that Mei banned away in that map number 1, so finally Better able to lock it in here. Nobody dying here as the turret is just the first to fall. Late will pop the orbital laser, and the Purple Eagles are just going to wait that out, and then it's time for the Graviton and Dominator's red carpet. It'll only take down Better, as Late will be the second one to fall, but a good combination of ultimates, almost already cleaning up the fight as both DPSs are done. Avant has got a really big charge, and the first real surgence of a teamfight win goes to Niagara.
I mean, I like it. They're once again showing that they have the penchant for the individual battles. And we said it before, when it comes to kind of these push-pull styles, it is all about, how well can you adapt. Look at that, quick slice, dancing into the way of Late. And unfortunately, it's no finish, but what a body block. Sappy barely getting out of dodge, though, as the Dragon Blade loses a lot of value. Only able to get one. Sean went with the cage backwards, so maybe they can still dig it out here. That kill on the Jisoo was huge, though. Sappy nearly falling with the ultimate. But for Fairfield, honestly, staying alive with 4, that's a lot better outcome than what it could have been.
They did invest the Nano Blade, though, and Fairfield kind of held back with that cage. So we'll see if they can use those 2 ultimates that they saved away to try and take this next fight. Forward spawn's already unlocked, and Jisoo is going to try and go with the overclock as Sean just dives forward, that cardiac overdrive. Jisoo delivering once again from the overclock, and the orbital laser from Niagara is going to fall flat. Sire Sappy, no healing left in the tank, and it's a double kill from the Sojourn that puts the Stags here up on top.
Extremely smooth finish at the very end. Fairfield recognized that, hey, NU were completely out of abilities. They were going to be fine, and it was a beautiful team kill finish. Now, they can continue pushing. Yes, they have only about half the amount of distance push, but it's enough work. And I really do like that Starlinia has been playing so well on this Jetpack Cat, being an annoyance constantly in their face, and also scouting for the rest of the team.
I think has to watch out here is doesn't really get the ultimate that they wanted, a trade of 1 for 1. As Fairfield University keeping things very close at just about exactly the halfway marker through this map number 2. We're just about exactly tied. Sean really focusing down that turret at the start of these fights is allowing the Jetpack Cat to have so much freedom in the back line, and Sire Sappy will once again go down very early. So Fairfield University, with a heck of a push here.
I mean, I like it. You're continuing on, and it feels like this constant swap back and forth leads it to chaotic. Dominator, though, drops the lava pool and says, guys, let's go. Lava Plume out, pushes the rest of Fairfield off, but Sean takes that time to find Dominator's life as well. Dominator got a little bit too close because he tried to go melee range, and that Mei wall is now going to step in front as well. This is a huge shakeup for the side of NU, as they were the ones to apply pressure with the ult, and yet Fairfield answered with almost nothing. Beautiful work.
They've gained about almost 30-meter gain over top of Niagara, who is still trying to fight from their spawn side, and the pushing doesn't stop. For Sean, Better, and Starlina all have ultimates available for this next fight, and Sire Sappy's going to go down first. What that means is Sean can go forward with the cage, even though they're anti-ed. It's comboed very well with the Blizzard.
Oh.
Everybody's frozen. It's the secondary perk from Better that finds the double kill, and Fairfield is on the cusp of victory.
If that doesn't get play of the game and this map, I don't know what will. What a beautiful play from Better. Eyes out and glory. It's now NU's turn. Are they going to be able to stop? They drop the ult almost immediately. Glizzy tries to amp up someone, but Juno does the same. Sappy enabled and emboldened to slam an ultimate barrage of their own. And the chase down is so real. NU answer back at the doorsteps of their defeat.
Just a few inches away from success, but we talked about it. This type of mode can always breed some really good comebacks, and Fairfield University used literally everything on that last set of pushes. So Niagara will hit those ultimates a little bit sooner, and they've got Avant with his Graviton that can really change everything. The question is going to be, can you keep Sire Sappy in a good spot? Sire has gone down a few times very early, and Starlina has the watch on them. The dive forward from Sean. They just have no HP to continue fighting. They've got to back off.
They really, really do, but they choose not to, or maybe they did and they couldn't really follow through, and that's what hurts the most. Sappy once again loses their life. Wizard does the same. Sean on a rampage right now. This Malga one trick almost, it feels like, taking advantage of all the space and the healing done as well. Avant does have a little bit of gravity to work with, but I don't know if it's going to be enough. Fairfield see victory in their eyes.
Just a few meters away again as that robot will move at blazing speed back to try and close things out. The Stags down a map in the overall count, but could even things out with a win here in this one. Of course, that would give the Purple Eagles a choice on where we want to go. For Sean and them, I don't think they would care. They would love to tie up the series. They're on the back pedal. They have to use that ice wall, and Late is actually the first one to die. Dominator with this upfront damage of the shotguns from the Reaper, really pushing them back.
I love it. Dominator coming out with a last-ditch effort play. Sappy also changing over to the Emery, now going back to that hit scan style. Fairfield recognizing that desperate plays are coming out of the second seed here. I wonder if that's going to shift even further. Quick shots round out, bot back to the middle, 2 minutes left on the clock. Sean ready to rumble, but put to sleep very, very quickly. Here comes the orbital ray. though, you ready to slam, but the well holds them all. Avant forces them to slow down and take a breather and take a cat nap as well, but so does Fairfield blows on both and everyone falters, and it's better to stay alive. 1v1 at the end as the brutality leaves everyone to waste. Go May go as Better comes out on top.
I mean, well deserved here of so much praise. Not only had the clutch up at the goal line, but also finding that 1v1 victory. It means Niagara, they're going to try and fight this one for Better. You cannot get caught out. Your team is very far behind you. You do not want to be the one to drop, especially with that Blizzard and the level 3 perk combo of the Cryo Storm. You've got 4 ultimates, but you've got to use them well from the Stags.
They took the robot. Let's fix that.
50 seconds left. And for NU, you got to find these great fights. Fairfield is just stay alive, force a battle. They have so far to push. You can do this. 3 ultimates versus 4. You gotta keep eyes on those timers. I'm curious where they're gonna go. This is on Fairfield, ready to call the shots.
Better searching for the angle. Sean is getting anti-nated early and gets slept, but I don't think that's gonna matter. Very tanky. Sire Sappy's going. And here comes the king.
Oh!
Double kill coming through. Dominator gets no chance to pop their ultimate, but little does it matter. Sire Sappy's found the triple kill here. Niagara, they've got the better results of the scraps of this fight, and Sean is the only one left. But for Sire, find the Quadra.
I cannot believe it. Better tried to lay down the Blizzard, but Sappy said, dude, that's ground level. I'm 5 stories up. You ain't touching me. Annihilates late in Sarlenia. Sarlenia unable to pop the ult. So, it's destructive mode on top. However, here's the difference. There's so much push for NU. They have to play perfectly from here on out, and you use everything else. What a drag! No! Not like this! Starlenia takes Sappy right out of the fight. Says no dice. However, Dominator is given the moment to blossom into the DPS they were always meant to be. It's another fight for NU as they stay here in OT.
And critically, they unlock those forward spawns as well. 60 more meters to go. It's got to be perfection in the fights, but you look at Fairfield University, where are their ultimates? They're all gone. They've got nothing left to go after they tried to invest that overclock in the last fight. Avad will have another gravity-changing play on the cards, as Glizzy will have the nano as well. But you cannot lose Dominator early. Has to use his fade away, and there comes the Graviton. Sinking out, you've got 90% on the charge as you're ready to go with those nades blasting at every corner.
I really do feel like this is going to be a whole difference, and you has the ability, gravity well ready to go. Can you drop it on 4? If you can, that's huge. Ice wall is broken, and they're looking Glizzy on the back end as well, wanting a piece. They lock Sean away. That's Sean gone. That's a huge dub for them. They'll lock even more. Juno gets in the mix. No way, this is an overturn. Fairfield, all of a sudden, they're worried. Jetpack has to run away. One of the lowest HP values in the game. And you in map number 2 is looking chaotically good right now as they are pushing and pushing for glory. Desperation out now as Sean is got side. I don't know if you got it.
I mean, that's a 80 charge to Aria. Look how close it is. The gold bar is right in front of them. A single fight will decide this one. And once again, trying to change the gravity. Glizzy's got the nano. They're ready to go with their 2 ultimates and they go line. Avid will get nanoed. They'll find the double. They'll find the revenge. And even though they are trapped inside the cage, who's with who? Well, Sean finds a triple kill. Maybe it's good enough. Dominator, Sire, the ultimates from above. And it's Sean who's got the possibility of a cleanup. Sire needs alive. It rests on them. And they will not. A team kill from Fairfield. We are all tied up.
Are you kidding me? What an ending here. Screw this play of the game. It's good, but it's not what that ending was. Sappy, beautiful work, but I want to lay down what just occurred at the end. That was both teams locking a haymaker. They had it in their belts, and it was a swing first, because I will swing second, and I will not miss. Great call coming out from that Zarya, using that gravity well, trying to draw everyone in. It was the right idea. It was the right play at the end of the day. You took out, I believe, utility and DPS off of Fairfield's side, but critically, you didn't take out Jetpack Cat. You were working on Sean. Sean, in their infinite strength, and again, it's a tank's day to play, 20% HP, throws down the cage, stays alive long enough to allow their DPS to revive, and that was a true tank emptier. There was nothing else in NU's bucket. It was a glorious and spectacular ending to what was a single map only. I just want to take a moment to review that, because that was insane.
I mean, I feel like that's what push always comes down to, right? Literally a single meter. It was, what, like a 70-meter lead overall for Fairfield. So a lot of credit still given from Niagara, and a lot of really good plays on either side. You look at that play of the game from Sire. He not only lands the first heavy shot to take the first kill, he takes down the Jetpack Cat that's trying to drag him away, and then finds 2 more. But then you look at the other side. For Fairfield, what put them in such a successful position was that combination of the Blizzard and the major perk to deliver on that ice block extra damage and put them so far forward. So many different players stepped up, and you know, at the end of the day, Orbital, we're tied up 1-1. I don't know how it's possible.
If it's going to be an ultimate versus ultimate battle, I'm terrified. I'll be quite honest, because that means that at the very end of the day, we're not really going to know who's going to come out on top. This at least ensures a game number 4, and that should, I think, scare NU. NU sitting here, Niagara University, you got to recognize that that was a brutal ending, but you were very close to sweeping it. The problem is you don't want to be in that position again. You came out in sub-map 2 of map 1, very, very strong, very definitive win on that control. You got put behind very quickly, so I almost assume you want to go to a flashpoint. Either that, or you're going to look, I think, for hybrid, which either one I'm not thrilled about, but I think flashpoint is a better call here. You go ahead and go for the flashpoint, you go for more of the control point standards, and you deny that extra ability for a team to kind of play front to back style. So I'm excited. I'm excited to see what goes down. I'm still precarious on what they're going to pick and what they opt for.
It'd be interesting too, because for these two teams, obviously you talk about what has been more successful for them. I think Niagara's been flashy in these kind of isolated team fights, which is, you know, been why they won control and why, like you said, a flashpoint would probably do them a little bit better. But also it'd be interesting to see, you know, not with that kind of tug-a-row mode with that push where you actually have the payload and where Niagara's able to set up and kind of play their kind of little tricks and little different plays around it. So we do say, though, with those payloads, if you do pick where you're going on one of those payloads, your opponent gets to pick attack or defense, and that sometimes can be an advantage in and of itself.
Yeah, and I'm curious because we just got word as well that there are a couple of roster swaps coming in here. So Sean is coming out, which I believe Sean was a tank for a majority share of the series so far for Fairfield. And I believe Light Butter is coming in the tank role. Now, the roles might shift as well. We don't know exactly how this plays. And this might be a territorial choice, depending on the map state that's coming out. And Master Uguay is coming in and replacing Better. So 2 very key components as to why I think Fairfield excelled so well in map number 2. I wonder how this is going to shake things up, because heading into this crucial map 3, a roster rotation can really kill your momentum if you're not careful.
Well, it's kind of like you talked about. Those are kind of the 2 players I was looking at. We're battling for the MVP on that Fairfield side. So we'll have to see, like you said, maybe it is a specialization. Maybe they know something. Or it could even involve their bans. If they're trying to ban away, not saying they would ban away the Malga, because that would be something that obviously Niagara didn't play, but something of a scenario like that, where they're banning something that their tank is super comfortable on. They're going to bring in their secondary tank to know to conjunct that with it at the same time. So a lot of decisions going in on the back line. And at the end of the day, for both these two teams, the winner of this next map is going to put themselves on series point with 2 chances to try and close out the series and move to the semifinals.
Of course, and especially when you're in the venue, that bolster, that strength of watching that next map feels so good. I think it's very impressive. So I'm excited to see what they can do. We have gotten word that as these swaps come in, the opposing team is looking to try and refine their own status. So we will go to a short break, give teams a chance to kind of reorientate themselves after such an amazing map number 2. And when we come back, map 3 on the horizon. Don't go anywhere.
Way too many faces in the crowd, but I think that I see you. One too many drinks got me changing up the way that I need you. Now we're both at a bar, acting like it's not hard, trying to feel something different. Talk to somebody new, kinda wish it was you, kinda numb to the feeling. Now that you're gone, they say time should heal, but it's been too long. Couple months and I can't seem to move on. I can't seem to move on. I can't seem to. I can't seem to. Not that you're gone. I can't seem to. I can't seem to. Laying on my floor, thinking about all the things that we've been through. From 24/7 to pretending like I never met you. No, it's all for the best, 'cause I know we're a mess every time we're together.
We aren't looking for just anybody to join the Space Force.
We're calling on all late night coders, early morning gamers, self-proclaimed space geeks, stargazing science junkies, tireless trailblazers, daydreamers, and especially square peg in a round hole type thinkers. To shape the force that protects our interest in space and our everyday lives on Earth, the only force created for the 21st century.
We need people like you.
So consider this your invitation.
Welcome back, everybody. Still here at the day 2 of the Esports Championships under the MAAC banner, and we're in the Overwatch quarterfinals as Niagara and Fairfield, we just can't decide a winner. 1-1 after 2 maps between the two of them, and this next map is going to bring somebody to series point. Myself, Llama77, still Orbital up here on the desk, and Orbital, lots of excitement. At least for us, we get extra maps, so I'm not complaining.
I think extra maps is going to be the call of every single series here today, whether it's extra maps, extra games, or just extra fun across the board. I know we got Rocket League coming up in a little bit as well. That'll be fun to watch, but namely, diving into this one, we are going to Sarah Vasa. So once again, Flashpoint, this is a little bit more in line with what I was talking about. I think for NU, they are going to enjoy this a bit more, but again, the whole reason that we took a break, Master Oogway and Light Butter coming in here. Light Butter on the tank, Master Oogway, as someone that's taught the Dragon Warrior, of course, saying, I want to be DPS. I want to show I can do it myself.
Now go Lucio taken off the board as well as those swaps are made in. So Lightbutter going to bring in the Zarya, and Jisu's going to try and bring that Widow. We'll see if it is another fake. And you were talking about our kind of programming for the day, obviously starting off with Overwatch. We've got Rocket League second, Valorant as our number 3, and then, again, Overwatch again later tonight with those semifinals. So lots of pressure on these teams to perform over the day today and try and find themselves on Championship Sunday tomorrow.
Beautiful work. Let's see if... I'm excited to see who makes their way in, as we do get a little bit of teleport. Usual stuff that we see here. A quick jump forward as... Ooh, okay. Little bit of a change in the DPS factor. Our first on-run, I believe, of the day here, at least on stream. Very, very excited to see how this plays out. Is it going to work as well? Is a whole question. A lot of AoE, a lot of burn, and slow cooking, but you also add that with a Torbjorn. It's not exactly impactful DPS. You're not really sniping anyone out.
Yeah, it's kind of a lot of damage over time. You have the burn damage from this first takedown, and from Sire, it'll be interesting to see how they use that ultimate, that Vermilion Ascent. Always so good to see if you can get the burn on the backline and a mortar directed to it. Niagara tried to get the first touch here, but it ended up being just an early contest as the trade away of damage. It's a 1-for-1. Turret goes down as well. It is DPS for that backline support, and it looks like Niagara doing a good job of taking the first fight.
Like it so far. Very, very nice. And maybe I spoke a little bit too soon about their DPS value. Fairfield walk right into the lava, get cooked for it, and NU will take point number 1. Took a little bit more time than I think they would have liked, though. Good ultimate charges coming up for Fairfield. Sarlenia currently has about 80%, 63 on Light Butter, Jisu on 61, so they might be able to fight for this point if they lose one more team fight, but they don't want to lose the team fight. They just want to get those frags and get right back out.
Fairfield is going to have an interesting kind of re-engagement. We talked about those 2 subs, how they were going to work for Master Oogway swapping in on the DPS. We'll bring back the Soldier, and Sire Sappy taken down to maybe a 4th their HP, and then eventually burned. Light Butter finding that first blood in the fight, and Starlina's going to come in for the secondary. There's a lot of healing left to go, but they'll get no chance to use it as both Oogway and Starlina finding issues at the backside. Starlina finds the double kill, make it a triple kill, and Fairfield clean fight.
Beautiful work in there once more, and we're seeing the condensed teamwork coming in. Light Butter and Master Oogway showing off exceptional talents here at the start of their debut, at least on the stage here for this LAN. Of course, if you're a fan of either team, we want to hear your excitement in the auditorium, in the venue. Get hyped for the teams as they put on a great show. Right now, it's a big clash of the talents. Light Butter starting things off, though. It's a Zarya versus Zarya. Both have ultimate wells available. And it looks like they're going to launch. A Kyoko Gate comes out, but Light Butter was way better on their call. Holds them all in place. Allows Jisu and Master Oogway to go to freaking town once more. Fairfield take a team kill and will take Flashpoint 1.
If you're wondering what time it is in fact high noon there. It doesn't actually find any kills, but it was enough to force it away, find a double kill there. And we'll see if Niagara can actually get a contest before this thing does rotate out. It is 4 ultimates left to go in the back pockets, and that could definitely still find wins for you. That Soldier nade, though, already taking down the turret. Orbital laser over the top. Avant, Dominator, both going to combo once again. Is it enough damage? It doesn't look like it. Late and Light Butter both finding it as the Vermilion Ascent will find some damage. Sire Sappy tries to get the revival. It's not enough. They go down 2, and Fairfield, through all 5 ultimates popped, they hold, they get the damage, but they'll give up the point.
Feels bad. The investment is gone, and now it's a twist around on the other side, and you have a chance to kind of play for time. And this is a desperation call. I misread it. I thought Fairfield were going to hold. They dumped everything and thought they would too, so NU now ready to set up. Turbo and turret ready to go on the backside. A little bit of a split engagement. But the flashpoint is actually captured, so they weren't able to touch in time. I actually appreciate this one. I think Fairfield was about halfway through and said, no, we're not going to look at it. We're going to go to the next one instead.
Smart decision making here. They know they're a little bit closer to those ultimates. You just can't make it a trend. For Niagara, you would love to take back-to-back flashpoints and put yourself already up 2-0 in this map number 3. Again, Niagara struck first in map number 1, fell a little bit short in that last map. As Dominator takes down late first, the turret is down once again, but Light Butter just has no healing left to go with Starlina dropping as well. Avant finds another double kill, another multi-kill performance, and Niagara's going to get first touch once this thing unlocks.
I like it so far. For NU, it's a little bit more outer play, so this is a little bit more difficult to cover on the angles. You can have some kind of jet over on the ceiling play, but so far it's just a slow round. Sappy making sure that the side corridor isn't being utilized as cleanly. You're going to play it slow. What a catch on the back end, though. Master Uguay on the Sojourn snipes out a body.
Starling is going to try and go in with a laser. Is it enough off the speed portal? It looks like it is. Kajaisu has another find themselves on the double kill. Make it 3. Off the ultimate, off the setup, finds the long range damage. And the Purple Eagles only get 40% before Fairfield University decides it's their point to capture.
Love the call, love the play so far. For Fairfield, it's slow and steady, wins the race. NU starting to hesitate a little bit. Avant able to get their ult, but you know as a Zarya player, the other one is going to be up as well. So you have to be really careful about when you use this gravity well, when you decide to hold everyone in place. Fairfield, you're just sitting there going, guys, you got to come to us anyway. Carpet available for Dominator as well, so... And you got to pull the trigger sometime.
But early on in this fight, and Niagara are okay, just kind of waiting it out, waiting until that expires, and then getting their damage. Jisu's going to find the turret, which was well placed on the top rope as Glizzy now has a Kitsune rush to the down. We've got gravity after gravity change, but the red carpet is a little bit better from the Purple Eagles. Sire Sappy ends up finding a double kill off of that big tank ultimate. But once again, the Purple Eagles, yes, they get the take, but they invested everything.
It goes to show that for Fairfield, you're doing actually really well buffering against the ultimates. You called it out, though, that Kiriko gate rush might have been better held on the back end. Maybe that would have tipped the scales in their favor, but for NU, it's a breath of fresh air. You invest all. You have the orbital ray as well if you need to buff everyone up, if you get the chance. Sappy's about ready to have the ult as well, so maybe you can hold a little bit better here. They are going to pull the ray early, give Sappy Dominator to knock away Master Uguay, who loses their staff, goes straight around, difficult times ahead. Avant able to do the same. Jisoo is gone, Late is gone. What a sweep by NU to gather the second flashpoint.
And back-to-back flashpoints. Niagara has invested literally everything like we talked about. We'll see if Sappy uses the revival now. Is just going to hold on towards that ultimate. But they've invested everything, but it's worked, right? They're up 2-0 in flashpoint score. All that matters now is if they close out one more of our 3 flashpoints, they're going to be able to take map number 2. They're going to be able to move on to series point. Fairfield, though, they've got ultimates to try and challenge.
I like it so far. NU trying to build up their time frame. This is where Fairfield tends to excel. Tight corridors, a little bit messy battles. They can get a lot of good damage down and build up the ults. There they are. Overclock going to be used early as well, but the corridor is not in their favor. Sappy uses that time to grab 2 kills of their own. Snipe out to the back way as Master Uguay sees the fallout there and maybe realizes that the ultimate usage there might not have been the best.
Dancing Blaze into Inferno Rush, finds that double kill at the front line, and now Fairfield are just stuck with not really what they want. Another rush to the back line. Master Uguay is going to be taken down, even though they get the trade on a Dominator. It is Sire who has really showed their hero pool depth here and continues to deliver over and over and over on those first bloods from Onron.
I don't know. I would have liked that overclock a little bit later, just when a big explosive action happens, but they lose it. But instead, they turn it around. The Deadeye for Jesu rocks Saturday's world, and with the loss of that barrier, of that utility, it's NU playing a little bit on the back foot. They're going to try and keep players alive. They have the ultimates to do so as well to stall out, but instead they give the point, and I appreciate this call. Fairfield able to take a turn on point.
They'll get the recapture as Dominator and Avant are kind of looking for each other to try and combo up that ultimate once again. However, Light Butter also has an ultimate for themselves, so it's kind of a game of chicken to see who will pop out the Graviton first. For Niagara, they're okay, just kind of chilling and waiting for that Kitsune rush to come up. Fairfield University has theirs up first. So it's both teams at the same exact time. Everybody's dying. It's a 2-for-2 to start out the fight, but Sire Stappy is still alive, and that is a lot of damage, but it's not enough anymore. Kitsune rushes on both sides. We basically go bar for ultimates, and Light Butter is slicing them up like toast.
Love it so far. Beautiful work there by the side of Fairfield, launching in with the battle. However, now they have to chase out the stragglers if they want to keep the point for their own. Jesu, beautiful shot on the back line. Avant goes down, no safety in numbers, so NU will have to fight for point number 3 or 4. I do lie. I am very bad at counting sometimes. This is tough.
Hey, it's a competitive series here, losing all of our minds from down there to up here in the booth. Fairfield University giving themselves a chance, though. They've got to win 2 more flashpoints in a row. And Dominator didn't actually combo up that ultimate last time, so has the red carpet available. It's an early little nade coming out from the Sojourn and Master Uguay to zone out that opposing team. Saturday very close to that orbital laser. Fairfield invested a lot, but they're also close to that overclock.
That is a dangerous step to be in. Last time, Master Uguay used it a little bit early, got caught in a corner, and wasn't able to use it to its full power. I think this time around, even though you're off the point first, I think you're going to hold on to it, wait for the rest of the team, maybe wait for a little bit of a catch potential, maybe with that orbital ray. I say a lot of maybes because the current fact is that Jesu is out, and NU are holding steady inside. Dominator has that lava plume ready to go in case anyone tries to push, so NU taking a breather, sitting on point.
They'll build up some early percentage, again trying to secure themselves their second map in the series. Single elimination playoff bracket here at the LAN. Jesu once again finding the first blood on Dominator, though, and Saturday's going to try and invest the orbital laser, but that turret is going to go down on the side of things. It's laser for laser, and Avant wants to go in the investment. Sire Sappy is going to go all out on the back line, and it is Avant who finds that extra assist and then kill. It's a fight win for Niagara, and Sire forced them all into the same location from the dodge of the Vermilion Ascent.
I mean, that was just the cascade of ultimates that NU knew they were going to win. They waited, they baited. They gave Saturday the opportunity to open up with the orbital ray right back. Avant had it batter well, and then Sappy takes out Jesu on the backside. This is desperation for Fairfield now. Late has the gate, and you're going to have to try and rush for it. Are they going to be able to make it work? Sappy off on the wings, though, saying, guys, I'm not even seeing anyone. I got to catch on the back end. Late able to lock out Glizzy, but the side angle enough. Sappy trying to hold steady. Avant with a powerful blow locks out Fairfield in the doorway, and there's no dice as the weekend has come, and Niagara Esports take map 3.
You're telling me Juno is supposed to be a support? Just found a triple kill there at the end of the fight with all the damage that it can output. Niagara will win this third map and put themselves up 2-1. But Avant on the Zarya, so many plays to look forward to. But it is going to come down to that end. A 99% hold as they find the full charge, they find the forward issue, and they get a double kill themselves, and then just help deleting every single thing else. For the Purple Eagles, they've now got 2 chances to close out the series on series point.
I loved every moment of it. You're seeing the calculations come in for both squads right now. Fairfield balancing against, and I have to give credit. I think both Light as well as Master Uguay did exceptionally well. That is the most, I believe, clear factor of identifying when a fight's going to break out, when a fight is going to occur. Combination exploits together, very, very important to talk about. Very nice bounce back, though, from NU. We got a little bit worried because of the swaps, because of how some of the early points went. They bounced back very neatly. They were in control by Flashpoint 4, and they look like a reinvigorated team as well.
I think it was kind of interesting, too, that there are some weaknesses you're starting to see emerge from Niagara where they are investing a lot that we've talked about. Sure, they're getting wins when they're investing 4 or 5 ultimates like they should be, but that means for Fairfield, if you can just take a second of patience, wait those ultimates out, or just save your own ultimates and not invest 1 or 2 to try and battle into them, all of a sudden you can have the advantages swing back your way. The problem being, it doesn't matter how close that third map was. It means that you now have to win 2 straight here to find the victory in this series.
Yeah, it's a big, big time for them. And honestly, I am excited. And it wouldn't be possible without some of the amazing sponsors that have helped us out and made it possible for us here on the day and giving us a chance to broadcast these amazing talents.
Yeah, all of our sponsors, of course, not only do we have USSF, we've got RC, we've got our amazing people over at ASUS, everybody trying to help build things up. But specifically for RC, when you talk about student-run gaming events, they're kind of the heartbeat of college esports. And that's where friendships, rivalries, and everything of future leaders are born from, where you can get some of those outside skills and bring them inside towards your own mindset as well. For Rally Cry's college event support program is built to amplify all of that energy, helping campuses, organizers transform local tournaments, watch parties, and even regional events into unforgettable experiences with the support of partners like the United States Space Force. Scan the QR code and apply now to ensure events are always to that hypest of levels. Always above and beyond, always the next step beyond games. Start your future today at spaceforce.com.
Yeah, we'll have the QR code in the future. Keep eyes for that throughout the broadcast. And we want to give a big shout out again to Rally Cry's side. It's huge. It's awesome getting a chance to broadcast not only these talents here in the MAAC, but across a lot of different collegiate programs as well. Remember, this is, I don't want to say a small microcosm, but there are so many other talents out there, whether in the grassroots scene, whether in the tier 3, tier 4, or anywhere where esports is played. It's always fun seeing the talents that grow because of opportunities like this. I mean, I always like to talk about it. I'm old. I'm 33. I wish there were more competitive scenes and all that stuff, but I give a lot of credit to people stepping up, giving a little bit more money towards these scenes to put on performances and make it special for those competing here on the day.
Absolutely. I mean, it's pretty incredible getting to see the scene grow, and at least for myself, someone who wouldn't have actually had collegiate chances or experiences without esports, and getting to, go and play Apex and do all that fun stuff wasn't possible without all of the other people involved. And, I'd be remiss if we didn't shout out kind of all the people working at the event to make sure it gets set up, torn down. And this is not okay, we set this thing up in 1 hour and we're good to go type thing. This is a whole week, months of preparation beforehand, a lot of admin people needed in person as well. And then, of course, all of the supportive staff, the coaching staffs of all these teams, and the parents that are supporting them all the way through and through.
100%. If you're in the venue and you're, a proud parent of the kids, I want you to get loud because these matchups are looking ever so amazing. Be proud of what they have achieved. Be proud of how far they have come in their esports journey, and you should be extremely proud of how well they compete on the day as well. That is what makes esports so special, in my opinion. Even if you don't really know what's going on, we try and give our best to allow you to enjoy the experience as well. We have gotten word, though, that there have been a couple swaps coming back in one more time. Tank swap out again for Fairfield. Sean is coming back in, which is interesting. Remember, Sean did quite well, I think, in maps 1 and 2. Butter did too, but it was, a little bit of a noticeable difference in there. I think for Sean, a little bit more impact behind Sean. We've gotten word also that we're going to Blizzard World. A little bit of a shift as well. Haven't seen this map so far today.
Should be a fun one, I think, as well. You go back to, there's only 2 types of similar modes left in the pool that you've got to go to a payload type. So that's where we're going for map number 4. Obviously, getting to pick this was from the Fairfield side, but also, that's what we said. When you pick one of these, you give the advantage, or slight advantage, you could say, over towards your opponents of whether or not they want to pick attack or defense. So it's got to be a hold of the line. This is a single elimination playoff bracket. Very, very unforgiving. It's the question of, can Niagara do exactly what our first series had and end things out 3-1, or will it be a Game 5, our first one of the day?
You know what? I'm actually going to refute a single thing you said in there. Only one. It's like a 5% thing. I do think attack and defense do matter a lot when it comes to these maps. The only reason I say that is if I'm already winning a series, I'd much rather play defense going into one of these modes. The reason being is I know I'm stronger on defense, and you don't have to push as far. If you are able to have a really good defensive start to a payload or an escort, or a hybrid or escort, you can essentially lock an opponent into having to play like fight or flight for their lives, pretty much, right? You're looking at this position of a difference of, well, I know we got all the way to the end, now we have to defend for 4, versus we already defended for 4 and they only got 5 meters. We only need to push 5 meters, that's great. So I will say, for a personal bias, I'd rather take defense if I am choosing offense or defense there.
I'm pretty much in the same boat, under the one small difference where, like, if you're on the attacking side, you get to set the stage. If you're kind of on the Fairfield side and you are upset about that performance in map 3, you have a chance to immediately change that result going here in towards map number 4. It is a setup here as we move for Niagara. Can they finish things off in a 3-1 setup and move into the semifinals later tonight? Or is it the Stags of Fairfield University who will find themselves pushing it all the way the distance?
A lot of big question marks on the battlefield here. Sean back on the Malga because Malga is enabled again, so this could be a huge difference in there as well. Dominator, though. Dominator on the Ash of all things. I haven't seen a sniper play in a while, and this might be to deal with the Cassidy that's been coming out and been a little bit more prominent. I mean, trying to keep Saturday alive was a little bit difficult with those single shot rounds, so I kind of appreciate this. Sniper versus sniper, hit scan versus hit scan, which, or maybe not full hit scan, but, you know, Sappy versus Jsu on the Emery.
So I think it's kind of interesting. You're kind of using this as an extra body with the ultimate, where whenever Sean has gone in, it has been a clear health discrepancy. That Bob can definitely help out and help sustain. That being said, on this hybrid mode, this first unlock is notoriously one of the hardest. A very long walk from spawn, a very long walk straight through the corridor, and you're already seeing them having to separate, but Sean just finds the backline for absolutely free as Master Uguay is draft. There isn't damage to back things up, even though they've taken the high ground. Sire Stappy stays alive, if only for a moment. Niagara trading DPS for DPS.
Love that call early for Fairfield on their attack push on in. Get a lot of control over this point right now, and create a little bit of space as Sappy's trying to get back out towards the battlefield. It's appreciated, and again, it gives Fairfield that chance to be very overly aggressive in the right stance in the right moments. For Sappy, though, you're just looking to try and snipe out. Good damage to hold him back, but not enough to take over the point just yet.
Tossing out those nades here as Saturday is once again going to be dropped early. The Niagara side is losing members left and right, and Jsu finding himself a double kill. It is already 4 members dropped. Sire Sappy will find an intricate little headshot, but this fight is over. Fairfield has unlocked the payload, and all of a sudden, 5 minutes on the clock for them to push.
I love it so far. Really contained, and again, you can see the strength that Sean brings with the Malga. I feel like whenever you see stuff like this, it's just like, yeah, he's good. He's 100% good to roll. He's ready to battle it out. And remember, Sean was the reason why that map 2 really went their way as well. For Niagara, though, you're trying something else out. Again, Dominator onto this Ash. Maybe we'll see a swap midway through if it doesn't hold one more time, because Fairfield are ready to gather yet another checkpoint, and they don't want to stop this timer for anything.
I will say, this is exactly where they want to be, though, with their composition. These longer angles trying to build up. Sean, though, has already cut off the side angle, and guess what? Sire is already dead. Avant is going to try and pop the Panic ultimate, but I don't think Sigma's going to be able to change the melody enough. It is already 3 for the price of 1, and with Master Uguay still alive, late fights the double kill, and the Kitsune Rush will clean up the fight.
Rough times here. Fairfield looking better and better with these marks, with these shots, with the ability to route Niagara Esports. I wonder what's going on and what's going through their heads. Avant trying their best to stay in front, but it just feels like they're getting bullied every which way. Quick tap on the sides, a little bit of a flank option. Sappy ready to swing on in, but there's the call. Sappy goes high, ready with the rebound, trying to snipe him out of the air. Are you going to find it? No! Instead, it's Jsu with a shot right back, says, I do it better and more. with the cage as well, destroys Niagara Esports where they stand. And this is a full push. 3:15 left at checkpoint.
Avant was able to at least do some damage, and that orbital laser holds things off right at the 2-meter mark. Glizzy Wizard and Sire Sappy both actually finding kills at the end of the fight here. And Niagara, they've found a way to hold the line. Sire Sappy's double kill keeps them alive. They've got the ultimates left to fight. Now the problem for Fairfield is they don't have that payload, they don't have the coverage, and they don't have a frontline tank to really build off a barrier. They're going to have to play this fight very interestingly.
Yeah, I think for NU, I'm extremely curious how this is going to work, because for them, they have the ultimates ready to go. We haven't really seen Bob just yet. I want to see them really utilize that ultimate and create a lot more space. Avant is going to send them into the gravity, and they are going to slam them down. Beautiful work. One ultimate is all they need. I take it back. I don't want to see Bob. I want to see NU slaughter them there. Beautiful work.
I mean, they invest very little. You talk about that change in the melody along with the orbital laser over the top. Niagara, 2 ultimates still left to go. I think for Master Uguay, you've got to find a really big blade here in these next couple of team fights. Starlina also has that counter laser available that the Purple Eagles just will not be able to match. The question is, can they get forward? Can they deal with this high ground pressure? Because it's already so good. And you can see it. The forward position for Master Uguay could change everything.
Uguay, blade out, ready to fight. You're looking at Sappy as well, but Jesu marks one. Dominator comes on in with Bob, though, and this is NU watching it all go down. Sappy said, I'd do it well, too. Poor Sean is the last one alive, and it only took about 4 minutes, but Fairfield get the first team kill of this map.
I mean, I really like the Ash just because of the Bob. We said at the start, this supplemental tank, and not only the damage that it provides, but the sustainability that Fairfield was never able to punch through. They've got just 1 ultimate left, and it's probably the best solo ultimate to have. That Kitsune Rush alongside the Mauga is a ton of damage, but they've got to pop, and they've got to pop at the right time, with only about 75 seconds left to go here in this attacking side.
I'm loving it right now. Fairfield starting to get a little bit antsy about how far they have pushed. They're still on the high ground looking for the mix. Sean trying to run on their own, but where's the heals? Where's the heals coming in here? There it is. Finally, I was a little bit worried about the HP value, but now that you're at full, you're ready to charge on in, but are you too far away from the rest of your team? Maybe you are, as that's the punch through. Sappy wants their lives, catches Master Uguay, napping in the middle of the battlefield. Sean answers back with Dominator's life, but that's a fight off the payload. NU ready to battle back. They get closer. Cage goes down, but it only locks in 2. It's only the tank. Avant slams them on back down to the ground, but Avant gets taken out mid-ultimate. They got taken out mid-ultimate. Fairfield, opportunity to push.
They will secure that checkpoint. They will find the extra time here, and it is heroics once again from Sean. When needed most, they will find the team fight, and the Stags are not done quitting yet. This is a really tough push to get all the way to the end, but at least securing that checkpoint is huge. Sire, Sappy, and Dominator have to be on their P's and Q's on these long-range angles. They are the snipers. Glizzy Wizard, the sole ultimate from the Purple Eagle side.
I just cannot believe that happened. Really, really good catch, and it was one that was sorely needed. Again, when Fairfield is playing, it feels like Sean, or when Sean is playing, it feels like there's always opportunities abound, these magical moments that are occurring. We're watching Sappy right now. A little bit of a question as they go on a little bit higher. Quick snap onto the back line. Jesu rolling out that the overload, and I don't know if it's really going to work. Eyes out for another chance. As Sappy says, I have mine in the bank as well. Jesu didn't really get anything but space, so it's not the kills that they need. Fairfield, though, recognize that this could be very dangerous. Ultimate pop. Sappy goes to the skies, is hunting the back line, hits one, looking for a second if they can, and bursts out Jesu on the back. But Sean takes that time to push forward. Are you kidding me, Sean? 3K Starlinia helps out in Fairfield. Clear Niagara Esports.
Do they have the space to get one more touch? It is 4 meters away. There will be a contest with 0.78 meters to go. Kitsune Razor, Bob, everything utilized, but Sean's cage once again trying to deliver. They'll lose the cage, but they sure won't lose the team fight. Master Uguay double kills. Fairfield University completes the attacking side.
Ridiculous. both teams shelling out each time. It never fails. It feels like it is consistent action across, I feel like, where we're seeing Fairfield slam home an ultimate. We see Niagara do the exact same. It's never ending, the amount of, I feel like I feel like it's the hand check each time. It's the knowledge check. Do you have the ultimate? Do you know I have my ultimate? It's always a question mark, and it's going to come once more. And you, are you going to be able to pull out a full push to push us to OT?
I will say, if we look back at this one and the Purple Eagles do send it to OT, I think we're going to look back to that hold right at the first checkpoint where they were able to cut 2.5 minutes off the clock. And we'll see if they can get there to give themselves that bonus time. For the Stags, they need to be able to find themselves a good defense because, as a reminder, they are still on the back foot in this series. They need to win 2 maps straight if they want to move on to the semifinals later tonight.
Taking a look here. Dominator was kind of wondering if they wanted to swap off, but it looks like we're keeping the same compositions from before. For Dominator, I don't feel the Ashe did a whole lot, but the Bob was very impactful at the end. Maybe on the attack, we're going to see a little bit of a difference, given a chance to snipe out in the back line. Sappy possibly doing the same. That's an entryway straight through the front gates, a little bit longer walk, as you mentioned, to that first point, but Niagara Esports able to make it there.
They're setting up on kind of these side angles, which this first setup does allow you to do. For Sire, Sappy and Dominator not making a change. Everybody's staying on the same thing for Niagara. They think it worked enough for them. And the same can be said for Fairfield University. They think it worked enough for them. The problem is, Orbital, one of those two cases has to be wrong.
Yes, they do. Right now, Fairfield are saying your lives are a little bit off kilter. We'll make sure to right that wrong there. Dominator is down. Avant and Sappy taking a little bit low in their own. This slow hold here is looking real good. Sean really getting a lot of space here. Dominator finally swapping off, saying, I'm done playing with that Ashe. It's not working. I'm going to swap back to the Torbjorn and say it's all here. Bringing a little bit more mid-range battle for NU.
Interesting, too, for Fairfield. They've held pretty well, but also Sean is a little bit slower to that ultimate than Avant. So if you're looking for battles on battles, Dominator is actually going to take the headshot to start things off. That is a huge takedown. So much damage coming through from the back line. Got the Emery. Now Avant is going to push forward. Misses the rock. Will put up the shield, but that is quickly to the death as it's the Kitsune Rush combined with the damage of that front line. Sire Sappy doesn't care. It's a Kitsune Rush on the counter. Glizzy Wizard ready to go. Dominator way to stay alive here. And the Mauga is just running out of tools to stay alive. Avant will go forward, win the tank duel, find themselves a double, and even get the ultimate. Rip them down, baby. That's a triple. How about a quadra kill? It is Avant solo play that delivers Niagara the point.
Avant, a savant on that ultimate right there. Beautiful catch at the end, making sure that Fairfield recognize that the push is on. And that was only the second turn. Really, really well done to save on the time bank 4 minutes. Even if you get stopped here on the doorsteps, I think that's an okay status. You're building up for yet your next at 20% already.
Already trying to get that push. And for Niagara, that extra setup of timing is going to be nice to see. Jason is going to try and go with their ultimate here to the back line. Laser. And it's going to be Sean's cage that really sealed the deal on this fight. They've got nowhere to run. They've got nowhere to hide as Master Uguay slays them down and tells them what time it is. And Glizzy Wizard just wants the full reset. So a full team wipe as the Stags get the win.
I don't know what else to say, Llama. That's literally just an ultimate push right there. I feel like that was 3 sent in. Late even got 44%. Same on NU's side, but it just wasn't the same as Jesu and Master Uguay sending in the double DPS overload.
They've been very good about comboing those ultimates and making sure to play the patient game. However, that being said, Niagara did unlock this payload and are starting their push. So, trying to work off their long-range. Dominator will swap back to the Torbjorn and already has that lava available for them in the back pocket. Avant pretty close as well to their ultimate. So, with turret taken down, that's going to allow Sire access to this side angle and try and cut down the top line.
Wait, 3 minutes ago, Sappy says, no ultimates, no problem. I will actually make it work this time around. Snaps 2 up, opens up space for Dominator to do the same. And now we're looking, right? Payload is pushing forward, so Fairfield have to reset. They don't really have the ultimate engagement. So I'm looking at Master Uguay and Jisoo. Can they find a pick on the back line? Can they find Saturday and Glizzy early on? Give space for Sean to break their way into the front lines and stop Niagara Esports from pushing in for that first checkpoint with the payload.
It's quite interesting, too, because if you can win this next team fight, it really starts to snowball things out of the favor for the Purple Eagles. That being said, they've still got so much to work off of. Glizzy Wizard 10% away from that ultimate, and they've got 2 on the board as well. With just 2 minutes to go, though, they're struggling to try and find that early high ground clearance, and Sire Sappy will have to do a lot of work here in this team fight. Avant just wasn't able to change things with the Melody enough, and that means as well that they're able to take down the turret. Fairfield's able to pop the Kitsune Russian counter, and that black hole so much as Glizzy Wizard uses their own ultimate, but it falls flat.
Yeah, that was a rough loss of an ulti, and then you dropped also the gate from Glizzy. Not a great investment right there. That's going to burn at least a minute off the clock. Sappy looks like they were able to salvage a little bit of that space, but not fully, right? Okay, 2 is good. 2 is enough to get back on the payload, and maybe this isn't lost after all.
Kind of a weird back and forth here. These teams, you can definitely tell they've got successful members on every single role. They've battled very well, and for Fairfield University, that swap back to Sean has worked out, and they'll just barely get the contest. 0.36 meters to go. As Jisoo has dropped first, they tried to play off the orbital laser, but Sire Sappy's ready to cut down the back line. That aerial damage is good, but it's more of just a space taker. They need to push the payload off this ultimate. They're all sticking together, and that protocol finds a large burst at the end, and Saturday comes in with the ultimate. They'll get the cleanup on the backside. Can Jisoo do enough? Gets one. Avant's find the double, and it's late to try and find it back, but Avant's double kill themselves will be good. And a rock to the skyline for the triple and the team kill.
Once again, Avant the Savant here, making it known, and that was space created once more. Keep in mind, Sappy and Avant have been playing off each other quite well. If Avant misses out, it feels like Sappy is able to pick up pace. If Sappy is, holding on for dear life in a battle, Avant comes in with the cleanup. This has been a really nice back and forth that has given Niagara Esports a huge chance at this game. For Fairfield, though, you only got to hold for maybe 2 more team fights if you want to take this game. Can you pull it off?
It's just a straight-up neutral game, though. Nobody's got any ultimates. Dominator will lose that turret early on, but Niagara's going to try and set up this pincer play from 2 different hallway sides. Not necessarily the barrier that Avant wanted. We'll have to throw out that early rock and use the black hole. So a lot of the tools out of this Sigma, and that means go forward from Sean. They try with the cardiac overdrive. It's not enough to get any early kills. The damage is good, along with the speed burst from that Juno speed ring. Again, nobody's got ultimates, but the neutral team fight is being won by the Purple Eagles.
I like it so far. Very quick pinch. Now comes the gate, though. Fairfield ready to invest. Snipes out Uguay, and that might have given Fairfield a false sense of improvement. They might have overlooked things here as Niagara Esports bite right back. HP bars dipping, going up, dipping once again. Nobody truly falls, but it's given time for the ultimates to reach a breakneck pace. Look at Niagara Esports. They push one more. There it is. Did you get a slam? You caught 2 in the background, but Dominator falls to Starlinia's side. Sappy brings Starlinia to death, but Jisoo takes that space. And Jisoo, with the final clean out of 2, even without the ultimate, draws Niagara Esports to a close with 20 seconds left. I do not know if this squad is able to make it back in time.
They've got the hamster ball for the extra generator mobility. They're going to try and jump this back line. 5 seconds to go. This is the fight right here, right now. They'll lock him up to the high ground. Saturday's got the orbital. Sire's going to try to go in, but again, it's the cage from Sean. Trapped away they are. This overtime fuse is reset as Sire goes in. Don't see 9 now. The overtime fuse is reset again. Fairfield University losing members left, and Sean has to get back there because Jisoo is cleaning up this team fight, and Avant is maybe a fourth of their HP. The fuse reset. Late finds another, and the DPSs are gone. Sean should be able to just clean them up, push it off. Saturday is fighting for as hard as they can to keep Glizzy Wizard alive, but it is not enough. Game 5. Welcome to it.
I mean, did we call it or did we call it, Llama? Did we call that this was going to happen? I think we did, and rightly deserved. Avant doing so well for a majority share for NU. I mean, when they were up, they were up. But the steadiness of Sean, I think, was a different story. I want to call back to Sean towards the end. This Mauga pick is getting a bit ridiculous. I really don't feel that NU have a really good answer. They have an answer. I think it's an appropriate answer. It's not a good answer right now. I think the Mauga has way too much space because Avant did so well. Avant in any other situation, I think on this Sigma, wouldn't have been going 50-50 on the ultimates. Wouldn't be losing fights even though they got a good ultimate off. Like, they need a good answer for NU if they want to take this game 5.
Well, the good news, I think, for them is you've got a really interesting decision to make. Mauga has not been banned for the entirety of the series.
Yeah.
It's available to ban here in this game number 5, but that being said, you know that they have a good tank as a backup player. So it's kind of a reverse psychology scenario for both teams because you have to lock in your lineup before those bans come in. So it's like, if you make the ban happen, well, all of a sudden, do you already have that swap in? Or do you swap in if you're Fairfield now more than ever? And like you talk about, lose some of that momentum from losing a player from your starting lineup. It's a lot of decisions. I don't envy them. All I know is my caster brain says we get more maps, and that makes me happy.
Yeah, I mean, same. We get this little mix and match moment of like chaos in front, and how do you want to play it? And from our understanding, I do believe Sean was only supposed to step in real quick for Butter. It sounds like for Fairfield's side, they were expecting Butter to be the primary tank moving into this one, wanting a lot of that space taken. So if they do choose to put Butter in, like you said, it's a back and forth. If the tank call is too much of a coin flip, you can look somewhere else as well into the DPS factor. We have gotten confirmation that Sean is staying in for this final map, but then we're also drawn to the DPS factor. We're seeing Jisoo start to eke out in much better standings in the Emru mirror matchup. Sappy has been getting caught a little bit too much for my liking. I'm curious if Jisoo is starting to get even more value there too.
We're going to Rialto for the final map of this one. You talk about all these players, all these things that are circling and all these decisions to be made. I think the biggest thing at this point, obviously, just win. It sounds easier said than done, but just win. You win this match, you move on to that semifinal later tonight, and all you've got to do is just win one map. All your preparation, all your regular season, all your spring regular season as well. Just win. That's all it comes down to.
I hate that those two words are quite literally the most bare bones summation of all your win conditions. Just win. I don't know what else to tell you. Listen, just team fight. Just get picks. Just tank. Just DPS. Just support. Just win. The worst part, or the best part, is I agree. For Fairfield, it's just about winning. You fought your way back into this map 5. It's been a little bit more hectic for them on stage, and I'm very curious if this is trying to find the people that feel most comfortable on a stage in front of an audience facing off against an opponent, or if this is a stylistic choice, specifically with the heroes, as you said. On the flip for NU, you just need to get your balance back. Quite honestly, things have looked a little bit off, and as I said, Sean really keeping you a little bit at bay. But Sappy was doing so good in the earlier stages. I need to see space given back to Sappy to be this main DPS for the team.
And I think it's interesting as well because you look at Niagara's perspective, they have never trailed in series score throughout the entirety of the series. They won game number 1, they won game number 3, they've always been ahead. And usually I would say, okay, that trend is going to continue. However, that being said, when you get that movement back in that game 4 win, we always talk about how it is so important and often decide series is, and even more important because Orbital, we're going to a very similar style of mode, and that's the one that Fairfield just not necessarily dominated, but just won.
Yep, very, very interesting here, and I will be watching to see which way this plays out. Going to Rialto, some very nice streets, modeled after some very peculiar spots. Everyone knows it, everyone loves it. But for Niagara Esports, starting out on the defense once more. Fairfield getting first challenge on this aggressive state. Will it work? Let's go ahead and see the heroes being plucked out of the air. Same composition from before. Glizzy Wizard swapping over to the Ana. And the Zarya for Sean. Alright, here we go.
Have to play something different here, and I think for Sean, it does help them. You get a lot less mobility tools, but you do have kind of a move-to-move with that bubble, where you can build up a lot of charge, you can play very forward, and something like a Kitsune Rush helps benefit your tank damage as well. Either way, we've said it so many times, and it hits once again here. Who will be able to just win? Who wants it more here in game number 5 to move to the semifinals? And who will be eliminated right here?
And I think it starts off once again. Sappy off on the wings, just looking to apply their trade, get a little bit extra damage. They've done this before in the entire series. It's the right call to make, and it allows Dominator to once again filter into the midfield and say, okay, I'm going to lay down a little extra damage, get the turret down, and work our way around the corners. Sean eats up a lot of damage early on, though. Master Uguay swapping over to the Sojourn, so double kind of hit scan value there. Topside battle, though, a little bit more dangerous than I think Niagara Esports were really willing to work with. Sappy forced out of that high ground, which allows Fairfield to get really nice vertical coverage over the payload.
I will say, I just love how Fairfield, every single time they have to play this Torb, they've been targeting that target first, making sure it does not become a problem on that back line. Crazy snipe out from Avant, and it is going to be back for Sean on the Malga, so unbanned here in this game number 5, available to play. Maybe just trying to bait it out with the Zarya and play off some of those defensive tools. Either way, a heck of a start for Niagara as they get some early kills, but man, Fairfield is really starting to fight back through Sean.
Yep, very, very dangerous as well, as that's going to be a little punch on the back end. Avance getting taken a little bit low. It's a slow push forward, but already about a minute and a half burned off. Really nicely done here, as ultimate timers will be climbing as well for Fairfield. Still looking for a break point. Where are you going to find it? Sean quickly takes that turret out. But we're still waiting for that big explosive moment when one team takes out the other. I want to see that occur soon.
It's going to be interesting to see, and it's also interesting to me that Fairfield actually picked the attacking side. They weren't the one that got to pick the map, but they sure are fighting well. It is a good start. They're definitely laying down a good pace to build. This Saturday is going to try and pop the Kitsune Rush. It's a counter-supportive ultimate with that orbital laser, but it's not really enough yet to win the fight, especially as Avant is going to go in with that change up of the gravity. Sire, Sappy, and Dominator both finding their kills. It's a good fight again with only 2 ultimates invested. Fairfield, they do lose the fight, but they're going to come back into the next one with a lot more check marks.
Oh, they'll very much enjoy that factor. On the flip, Niagara doing the exact same. They'll have 2. I think Sappy is getting enough damage to push them to 100. As you called, it's a big one. Namely, though, for Sean, I want to see that cage used once again. Where is it laid out? Going through side angle corridors. Jesu pops it open on the top. Protocol being expended and bringing a lot of value. Sean with the cage locks them all in. Our eyes available. Sappy able to do some damage back, but it's a 1-for-1 at the end. Space taken by Fairfield now as they lock one more away. TPS and utility down. That'll be checkpoint 1.
Avant's going to try and hold them for a little bit longer, but yeah, definitely right here. They're going to get that push. They're going to get that cut down, and they're even going to get those extra takedowns on the delay. So Niagara, the come up into this next fight is going to be pretty awkward for them, especially as Sire Sappy re-enters the fight. They were the first one to die, and then they are the last one to die. The Stags get a free pushing angle for a little bit.
I like it. Getting about halfway through that second checkpoint. Maybe about 40%. I don't know how to fully call it, of course. We are looking at that high ground, though, once more. And waiting for a major chance at a little bit of a flux out. Niagara Esports holding ultimates in wake. Is it going to work, though? That's a great pick. Avant catches Jesu on the tail end of the damage output. Throws down the lava as well. Slows the entirety of Fairfield's push.
I mean, these rocks have been good. The shields have been better. I like to see Avant holding things on top of it. And they've got the flux as well. You talk about the change-up of that melody. Always good if you can cut out the back line. Those rocks delivering. Sean takes down the turret. But it's Fairfield just looking for an extra angle. Sean losing a lot of their health bar on this initial do-si-do. And it's Master Uguay actually with a railgun shot to Dominator. They'll start things off. The damage is there. Shot Master Uguay's got the triple kill. The railgun shots continue. Quadra. No, it's stolen. Give him the penta.
The same league, you don't get a penta, but it's pretty dang close enough. 5 on the way was big in the eyes, but for Fairfield, they're more worried about that checkpoint. Big space taken. Not only that, you locked out the Kiriko gate, you knocked out that amp up from Glizzy. And now Jesu is free to fly around. Jason holding front and steady for Niagara. All you have is Avant. Can Avant make a hero play once more here on the defensive end?
They've only got one ultimate to try and hold the line. Fairfield, they chose attack, and they are choosing well. Avant go up into the air. We'll change things up with a kill onto Jesu, but Sean will slam them down. The cardiac overdrive, good for 1. The headshot will connect, and Fairfield University is down to 4 players, but they don't care. They've got the tank. They've got the damage from Sean, and Avant actually swaps off to the Zarya.
All right, Avant taking some eyes and saying, I've made the Zarya work before. Will I be able to make it work here? I do not know. Kiriko gate rush pushing their way forward. Sappy tries to hold on for dear life with their own protocol, but I don't think it's going to happen. Jesu answers back with a beautiful snipe on the head. Avant locks out late, so it's 2 down. Sean is gone. It looks like Niagara Esports have finally found an answer to the Sean late problem. This Malga and Kiriko, Fairfield for the first time in a while, stopped.
That being said, they are stopped literally right at the goal line. Another team fight win will surely push them over the edge and score them a successful attacking side. Uguay's going to play from the Windows position and try and use those railgun shots to charge up. Jaisu takes down their counterpart with that nade, so already sticking it to them. They've got the turret down as well. Look at the health bars. They are just abysmally bad. Avant, the only thing left to hold the line as they try the Kitsune rush, but Sean dives in, avoids the fire. Avant takes one back, but late is so low. They have those close range spawns, and they are going to take down Sean via a double kill from Avant, and Niagara once again hold the line.
I love how you call it, though. Fairfield, they always have a window of opportunity as long as Sean is alive. Avant was doing so much work, by the way. Took out 3 enemies. Sean's alive, doesn't matter. Sean will always be the final say-so of whether a fight is lost or not. Minute left, though. Let's see what Fairfield can do. Are they going to keep Sean alive, or will Niagara Esports take out the tank once more?
They've got the cage. That turret is already down here. They've got this amazing crossfire angle from Master Uguay, but they need to land their shots. Nice little headshot connecting there. Sire Stappy barely stays alive. They'll get the healing. Uguay taken down to half HP, and that cage is going to expire. The push is halted, and the Stags once again have to try and fight from these awkward angles. Dominator does stay alive. That Dynamite going to take down Starlina, and Fairfield once again is stunted. Sean, no ultimate, no life, and once again the Purple Eagles slam the door shut.
It feels like NU in this last little moment have really found their magic. Sappy actually changing over to the Ashe, bringing a bit more snipe to the game, making sure to really drill through Sean's HP bar. And it feels like Fairfield have kind of recognized that. No swaps on their end, but they'll have to keep Sean alive for a little bit longer with 20 seconds left. They're going to look for one final push. I love Avant staying in front, launching and lobbing those right clicks. Easy work here. Final push, though. Can Fairfield do it?
Jaisu's going to start. They've got a ton of damage on Niagara here, but they can't get the finishes. Jaisu will at least get one heavy shot. Sean's got the forward pressure. No ultimates left from Fairfield. This has to be the push, and it might just be. The turret's dead. Nobody touched! Nobody touched from Niagara. Fairfield rerun in. They'll complete the attacking side with 0.0 on the clock.
A C9 occurrence there, maybe only partial, but it still feels bad. Niagara Esports, I guess reverse, because Niagara Esports just left. They said it doesn't matter, we're good, and things went sideways. Now they have to fight the entire way through, which is a slog and a half for the squad that, again, just found an answer to Sean. They just found an answer for the Malga.
Now it's a very similar scenario towards that map number 4, where Fairfield, they get the attacking side, they push it all the way with very little time left. This is still one of the tougher maps to push it all the way. For Niagara, they're going to have to be just as good, if not better here, to convert this thing to overtime. And Orbital, as an unbiased enjoyer of Overwatch, I would love some overtime to decide Game 5. I don't think Fairfield would like that.
No, absolutely not. They fought so well to come back into this that any type of OT would just feel like a, we gave up at the finish line kind of deal. I think they want to stay in this position, so we'll see if they can do so. Right now, once again, back with that hit scan, Master Uguay onto that Sojourn once more. Jisoo really liking that Emery, and Sean on that tank once more. A little bit of a swap here, though. New healer coming out for Saturday, bringing a little bit of that visor action here with the Mizuki. Wu Yang, I believe, was banned out on one side, same with the Cassidy, so that's why we aren't seeing those. But, I mean, looking at the Mizuki, this might be the make-or-break moment, this swap, this surprise tactic from NU.
I'm hoping so. They've got to have some cards to work off of in their back pocket. And I especially like that they're kind of digging in here. They're saying Dominator and Sire, although a little bit lackluster, I think, on that start of the defensive side, they are the ones who we have to rely on, work off their confidence, and work off of their player. And we will go back in here in just a second. That being said, for these two teams, map number 5. And there we go. Contest in. We're back.
A little bit of a jump scare there. Thanks to our producer. Wanted to make sure we're awake and watching. Shout out to Adam on that one. We're good, guys. We're here as we're diving right back in. NU ready with the battle, though. Right in the point. Sean body blocks Dominator from moving further in. Big boy Malga bringing the protector vibes here. And I love it. NU denied.
I mean, Sean has to go down as the MVP of the series if this continues to go this way. They've played multiple tanks. They've played 7 different players on this team from Fairfield University, and it feels like they are just in full control. Saturday, trying to play the Mizuki with that Sanctuary. We talk about that switch up. That is an ultimate that can be changing. But with a Kitsune Rush, I'm sorry, you're just not beating this Malga. Even he is ready to full fire. Anti-nade was good. Nobody falls in that first engagement.
Nope. You're just going to play as safe as can be, it feels like. It'll take a little bit of time. And you biding their moments. 4 ultimates available. Are you going to hear the laser break on out? Where's it? Big beam in the face. And I don't like where this is going. Avant just saying hello up, and you wipe the floor with Fairfield. Thank you very much. And NU get their push.
We said they love investing ultimates together, but I think it's always fun when they do. They invest 3, definitely deserved of a push. And it is going to be Sean who's going to try and stop him. We know if Sean's alive, there is always a fad. That Sojourn Grenade is actually going to push him off, and Jisoo's back here with the protocol to try and rain down from above. Sire Sappy will actually take it down Master Uguay. It is protocol for protocol. Sire finds the double, Jisoo down low, and 4 meters separating Niagara Esports and earning more time. The problem being now Fairfield has those better spawns. Jisoo loses the 1v1. Late will find their own 1v1 with the headshot from the Kiriko side, and it will be Niagara unlocking that first checkpoint.
What they're playing for NU. It's a slow but steady race here. Let's see if they can do it once more. Sean has the perfect underpass to hold and stave off, but they don't want to put their body in harm's way just yet. You recognize that you're getting zoned out a little bit here, playing smarter, waiting for your tanks to come by. There's better chokes on the side. It's a little bit surprising. A lot of respect being paid by Fairfield at this current moment. Inside the doorway is where they're going to lock down one of the DPS.
Turret's gonna go. It is gonna be Kitsune Rush from late, and it's down low right here for the Malga. They will land another sleep on him, so delaying the effectiveness of this overarching attack booster. And Sean, who's gonna stay alive, but how much longer is the question, has to drive their way on back. Cardiac Overdrive still available for them too, so for Fairfield University, trying to avoid diving into too far. Niagara once again taking the high ground control and really fighting Jisoo. That has been their priority target, and they're winning fights because of it.
Yeah, very, very nice lockdown, very nice priority play. Good sleep on the back end to kind of give Sean a siesta. For Niagara Esports, though, they were trying to use that space to work their way further with the payload. It's not going to work too well, but they have kept Sean off on this wings. Quick shots to the face, Feels like Avant did not want to be here, but Avant looked at Starlinia instead. Barely gets back in time as Niagara Esports have all 5 ultimates on lock. Cage is being used, but it's mostly just to hold the point and buy a little bit more time for themselves. I don't know if that was worth it because NU now know it's free reign. They can go ham.
They've got a chance to pop everything, and they're going to pop the same exact duo of ultimates that has worked every single time, and it'll work this time too. Avant and Dominator trading 2 for 2. Guess who's still alive? Sean knocking at the door with his scythe, ready to rip. Is going to dive in, will get slept in the backside. Saturday, Glizzy and Sire both have ultimates left to give, but it's a giveaway fight. Fairfield finding edges, finding railgun shots, and finding another hold of the line.
I love it. Avant having to reset there, and now you're winding time down. You have 3 very big ultimates. Main one I'm looking at, of course, is that protocol for Sappy. Sappy is a big one that I want to watch for. Are you going to find a locked, and are you going to find those picks? If you can take out Master Oogway, who is most certainly going to hit that overclock, it's going to be DPS or DPS check to kind of find this final battle for the checkpoint.
And this is not only for the checkpoint, this could realistically be for the series. If Niagara is unable to convert here, Fairfield University, what a comeback it would be. Down 2-1 after map 3. Let's see what Master Oogway can do. It's railgun shots that aren't connecting and a bubble up towards the high ground. It is a nanoed Sappy. That feels illegal to be. Fairfield, they'll just trade it 1 for 1. Very well. Eke out the sanctuary. Jason finds the double. And Sean is back to play. Diving right back in. That's a 50 charge Zarya. But they are left all to their lonesome. Sean does it again.
Sean and Jesu slam home a rebuttal for the ages. And I don't think there's time. You're going to sprint. Niagara Esports bringing all the fastest characters, but Jesu snipes out a utility as well. OT being timed here. Sean with the cage! Body blocks the point once more! Is that the most way to lock you out of your own point? I say yes! Fairfield in a come-from-behind victory will move on in the MAAC Overwatch Esports Championship.
I mean, the duo was insane. Sire Sappy will still earn the play of the game here. I mean, this one, that's just filthy. That is just filthy. An incredible gravity pull-in with 4 members. Sire Sappy able to get the kill on 2, the assist on the rest, and I will say the conjunction of ultimates was very good from Niagara, but at the end of the day, back-to-back maps where Fairfield was on the attacking side. They set the stage both times, succeeding, bringing it all the way to the end, and even though it's a small upset, a 5 seed over a 4 seed, it is very well earned in a full 5-game slobber knocker.
Yeah, I loved every single moment of it, and there were points where we're kind of doubting what was occurring, but the storyline wrote itself, and I gotta draw eyes. I know Sappy, and I know Jesu. You watch their names scroll through the kill feed like 14, 15 times per map. Sean, like, my man. Sean stepped back for games 4 and 5. No hate to Light Butter. Light Butter, I think, for that map 3, did what they needed to. But a recognition that Sean was doing better, had the Malga to their advantage. That Malga brought levels of excellence, of territorial defense that I haven't seen in a while.
And I think what's even more scary is the factor that now we know they have 7 players that are all very, very good and very, very willing to play as well. A nice move on for them, and I will say that is not the end of our action, as Niagara is actually going to get their second chance to come back on the Rocket League side of things, as they will play off against number 1 Quinnipiac next on our stream. As we switch gears over to Rocket League, we are going to take ourselves just a short little break. As we get that set up and ready to go, grab yourself a snack, maybe some lunch if you're at the venue, but we'll be right back with more esports action for MAAC.
We aren't looking for anybody to join the Space Force.
We're calling on all late-night coders, early morning gamers, self-proclaimed space geeks, stargazing science junkies, tireless daydreamers, and especially square peg in a round hole type thinkers. to shape the force that protects our interest in space and our everyday lives on Earth. The only force created for the 21st century.
We need people like you.
So consider this your invitation.
Going out of my mind, and I wish I could lie. Tell you that it gets better. Now that you're gone, they say time should heal, but it's been too long. Couple months where I can't seem to move on. I can't seem to move on. I can't seem to. I can't seem to. I can't seem to. Now that you're, they say time should heal, but it's been too long. Couple months that I can't seem to move on. I can't seem to move on. I can't seem to. I used to view you as a mountain that I couldn't climb at first. But I've only stumbled over diamonds, and I no longer fear the worst.
frozen over like I am. Well, I know you know that like it's colder, colder when I'm older, older than I am. And I know you know that I have lost composure, but I'll hold you closer while I can. I never told you that I'm slightly broken, that I might lose focus when I am. I know you know that life gets colder, colder when you're frozen over like I am.
Welcome back, everybody. Still here at the MAAC Day 2 Esports Championships, and we're switching gears away from Overwatch and moving over to Rocket League. My name is Llama77, still joined by the handsome as ever Orbital. Orbital, we got the switching of gears. Are you excited for some Rocket League?
Yeah, I mean, quite literally switching gears. I'm very, very excited. We've had high octane, high impact Overwatch so far. Now we go to a little bit faster game, but just as deadly in terms of how the teams have to play, how they need to respond to each other on the main stage. Very excited.
We get BO5s. We get 3 of them here for the Rocket League section before we switch over back to Valorant and then end out our schedule with our Overwatch semifinals before the end of the day. Today, of course, we've got all of our championship games tomorrow. We've got 3 of them on the main stream, 2 of them on the side stage as well. So if you guys have not already, turn on notifications for every single time that we go live here. But Orbital, 2 great teams entering this one. I think for Niagara, they enter as the 8 seed. So a little bit of an underdog against the number 1 Quinnipiac, but I've seen crazier happen, and especially at a LAN environment.
Yeah, I think we've already proven it. One upset, mini upset in the previous series in Overwatch, and now a chance to kind of fight back. And in Rocket League, I think it's a little bit more difficult to do so. You know, I always like to say Rocket League is the easiest to start, the hardest to master, and I think a lot of people out there will agree. It's very minute factors, and I know we say we want to see an upset, but in Rocket League, if you are this high of a seed, you very much understand the control over the game. You know how to pilot a lot of your cars, and so with that in mind, it's a very high barrier of entry to try and take down a top seed like that as an 8th.
It's really tough. At the same time, you know, we talk about all those minute factors that can stack up, from being at a LAN environment, those breaks in communications, to maybe not playing on your usual setup. And I think there's also value at not playing at your setup, because in Rocket League, just like other games, you're dealing with latency issues that sometimes it could be anywhere from 30 to 100, where if you're in a LAN environment, everybody's got that same plateau, that same level. So if you have that one guy who's been playing off the McDonald's Wi-Fi from the university, definitely good to get him here at the LAN.
Yeah, I will give credit as well. I think Quinnipiac, from my understanding, have been at LANs before, so these are 3 players that will be making their debut, or at least on the stream side. Quinnipiac over there in the blue, Slugger, Thwack, and Home Run. Versus Niagara, we got Bingchi, as well as Slotha and Fasten.
Lots of good names here, and obviously this game all brought to you guys by Asus ROG. Make sure to check out their 50 series with their RTX performances. They give some good pledging towards esports programs and helping us make the event what it is today. Wouldn't be possible without them. And these 2 teams, as they are off, Niagara again trying to do the impossible here. They've actually showed some pretty good offense as they're challenging well through the air.
I can dig it, but Home Run, great start here. Quinnipiac, good follow-up. You were talking about communication. This is the big one for Home Run. Very specifically, it's off your own pass. Simple 1-2 alley to yourself, and you're on the home stretch.
Good work to score first. I think for the Bobcats, it's going to be about controlling this series. And, you know, there is some value in being that number 1 seed and getting a lower seeded matchup to kind of rev your engines and get ready to go for the tournament as a whole. That's the last thing you want to do, is come in super slow. But it feels like that's what Quinnipiac is doing, just slowing down the game. Not that they're playing slow, but they're just taking really decisive shots. Nice little pass toward midfield is read well.
Good little coverage there as well. And for Quinnipiac, it's all about that steadiness. Look at that rebound off the back end. Good defense being played by Niagara, but you're still playing from behind. Fasten, rounding out that corner. Niagara trying to get a good handle on it, but the ball squeaks out to the right side. Fasten was there. Really nice coverage. Good dribble along the line. Can Bingsy follow up? Thwack was there to stop. Another rebound if possible. Good dribble on the back end. Thwack carrying it. Low down, but defense by Fasten keeps the ball out of their net.
Fasten almost delivering on that other side too. Carrying across that midfield from defense to offense. Niagara showing a lot of heart here in game number 1. However, Thwack is going to redirect this one. Slugger's got the extra touch back into the corner as it rolls across the goal line. Fasten almost puts that one buried to the back of the net. And a lot of time is off the board here. Niagara has played a phenomenal set of defense, but eventually they'll need to turn that into offense. And with offense coming on the opposite side, Slugger buries one far post.
Yeah, that was a shell shocker. Slotha tried to redirect, ball squeaked out almost to a dead ball zone, and Slugger was there to follow up. Very, very neat, by the way. Again, for Quinnipiac, one of the big things is their aggression comes in waves, and they have about 3 waves to go. The players are constantly rallying behind each other, and it's a very smart way to play. That means there's always a double piece, or there's always someone to follow up after an attack, which is very necessary when trying to get extra goals. It's what makes this Quinnipiac squad so devastating in their own right.
And it feels like they don't necessarily need to be super flashy to do so. Just hard drawn out attrition offense here that has delivered them a 2-goal lead about halfway through our start of the quarterfinals. Again, even awesome to see all of our teams playing here. Good contest on the close angle. Slotha, although they can't land it, it's right back to the side wall where they can't get the control. Home run, trying to go for the 1v3, and Slugger's there for the pickup of the pieces, but doesn't have the boost to contest, and that leaves Thwack in an awkward 1v1, double touch off the backboard, and no second shot for the Berry.
Feels a little bit bad, but not the end of the world. Home run, just kind of waiting off on the sides. For Niagara, you're chilling right now. Maybe a little bit frustrated, but it's not the end of the world. It's game 1 of a BO5. You got a little bit of time to play. Nice double touch. Teammate is up there to play, but Slugger reads and intercepts. Now the net's a little bit open here. Good swing on the side. Thwack looking to dance around, but a nice defensive play from Slotha. Contrary to their name, very fast on that recovery.
Love some of the names are college players have had all throughout the day today. Slugger not even going to get a chance at that one as Thwack took the double touch themselves. Faston does find the save, and now it's a reversal. The demolition from Home Run stops kind of anything they wanted to build in their tracks, and the Purple Eagles are forced back to the defense. They play some timeline coverage. They'll get an opportunity up towards that corner, and a nice close-range shot. It's the post that denies the first, and it's Thwack that denies the second.
Third, unfortunately, did not come, but you don't need it. Quinnipiac currently sitting at 2-0, and with 50 seconds left, needing an average of about 35 to 40 seconds to score a goal. Most times in Rocket League, I would say, it's a very tough spot for Niagara to take advantage. Instead, we're watching the time wind down a little bit more as Slugger, Thwack, and Home Run chill on out and play exceptional defense here. Floating boost, never really going below 50 in any right spot. And you can see their Home Run catching that ball before it drifts into the net once more.
20 seconds to go here. Can the Purple Eagles find any sort of offense on the other side? Looks like Slugger and crew just a lot of control in that offensive zone. They have been able to bury 2, and they're looking for their third. It's a backboard, too high shot that doesn't quite land in the bread basket. But the Purple Eagles still no bread to show for themselves, and the timer is already down to 000. So that one will roll to the ground, and the Bobcats of Quinnipiac will find game number 1 as their victory, shutting out their opponents.
Solid play there. You can see Home Run, ones across the board. I don't think I've ever seen that scoreline before. 11-11. It is 1 goal, 1 assist, 1 save, 1 shot. 100% capacity across. For Thwack, very solid defense at the same time. Very, very controlled in their own right. I can only expect to see more out of the number 1 seed.
It was interesting. He said it was a very controlled game for them. They won 2-0. They were able to find a couple different players to be able to score. But it was interesting to me that, you know, they're this number 1 seed and they're playing this controlled game. Again, it wasn't as flashy as I would have thought. So going here into game number 2, Niagara, if you can find some goals for first on the other side, this is very realistically a series you can fight in. But that question of whether their offense can secure or not, well, hopping to game number 2.
Yep, takes a little bit of time. We'll see exactly where they play. And for Niagara, I think it does start with that offense. We saw a couple demos at the very end as well, which I would appreciate them doing a little bit more if they can. But the territory take is also very important. Pass over to the teammate, a little bit slower off the bounce and high arching ball. Trying to set up a 2-3 tap, but read by Quinnipiac. I like the idea from Niagara, though. Very aggressive with the 3-man play.
Their rotations have been very, very solid so far, and even on the defensive side, a try at the pinch from the Purple Eagles tries to send that one to the net. Won't necessarily get there. Slugger tries to play the back pedal and will grab the boost and the touch, trying to float it over to their teammate. Thwack will get there in time. The backboard touch is denied. Slugger's shot saved away by Faston. And again, the rotations continue to breed opportunities, but Quinnipiac is shut out early.
I like it. No space to play, and you can see with Niagara, very nice adjustments being made here. Again, it does feel like Quinnipiac are taking these a little bit slower. They're looking for the individual plays as it's a redirect from your own teammate. Slotha picks that one up on the edge. Quinnipiac, it's not really the team play right now. They're more focused on just kind of redirecting the ball, keeping the ball out of the hands of Niagara, who are on kind of pace to look for another aggressive shot here. Slotha getting intercepted ever so slightly, and now Slugger trying to pinch that ball down. Nice intercept by Faston, good near tackle. A little bit of spin, routes back to the team, trying to divert around, breaking some ankles, but the axles stay flat. Quinnipiac staying safe.
I like that drive, though. For Niagara, this is what they need, some semblance of offense here in a game number 2, where you're already down 1. We talked about it in Overwatch. You do not want to drop 2 games in a row. Put yourself in that reverse sweep or nothing type scenario. You do wonder with that demolition, if they can establish a goal, the Bobcats lose a little bit of force, a demo the other way, and Faston actually leaves their last teammate in Slotha all alone in the back line to clear things out.
Yep, Slotha just chilling here with about the first half nearly done. I will expect Quinnipiac to start ramping up the speed a little bit more. Remember, they were fast flying around the track for a majority share of that game number 1 as Thwack makes a very nice diversion, good little fake out right there. They were playing at an exceptional pace, and this is where we see another little rotate. Good teammate around, but 2 went for it, so a third wasn't really in position to follow on through. A slow ball might have made it in, but Niagara were speedy to it. Very nice redirect, another pass off the rip, but the shot goes wide. So a great offensive measure by Quinnipiac. Just a little bit too frenzied. Slugger wanting one more turn on it, though. Off the backboard, is anyone there to match? Nope.
Nobody's there. And 2 minutes left to go. It is still goose eggs on either side. Both teams have tried their hardest. Nice little flip reset there from Thwack. Uses it to send it off to the corner as Home Run regains control. Set up back mid. They'll fake it for 1, but Thwack wasn't on the same page. So let's go for the backside defensive play. Trying to pass between each other with 100 seconds now left to go. Nobody has scored. Slugger trying to change that with a tic-tac-toe. That won't find the final X in the equation.
Maybe you're trying to solve for Y and Z, but I don't want to try and do math here right now. It's all about the wheels. It's all about that speed coming in there. 0 on Faston. Needs to get a boost somewhere for themselves. Quinnipiac currently zoning them out. Some of those smaller ones. Good intercept once more. You talked about the starving here of those goals. Everyone's hungry for one, but it's 100% true. No one's been able to make a major mark. Slugger trying to redirect. Good intercept once more by Faston. Both teams reading each other well.
60 seconds left to go. Anybody's game here. And it feels like Niagara has had almost the better chances. Quinnipiac has had some passing chances, but never anything really on net. Maybe one of those long post attempts that they're wishing that they had back. Now, Purple Eagles are once again going to assault the zone, wait for that sidewall touch, but it's a giveaway. Home run will allow Thwack to go through mid, but they lose the 50 and lose their momentum.
Tough spot to be in. You don't like to see it, but it might be coming down on your head. 30 seconds. OT on the horizon. Quinnipiac really do want to put one in after an early start to game number 1. You took advantage and kept your defense stalwart. Are you going to break out, get a little bit of that sword, and start trying to slash at your opponent? Good redirect out. Niagara looking to almost dump the ball just to push to OT. Give themselves a little bit more time to work with. Low ball angle. Slugger holds a dead ball moment, but nobody can pick it up.
Trying to put the pressure on here, long range. Triple zeros. Who wants it? Niagara's going to try and push it forward, and everybody will let it fall. The first goal of this game will be the game winner.
I like it. Good call. Good time right there. Niagara saying, okay, let's play this slow, but Slugger tries to fake him out, tries to bump a defender and give it back to a teammate, but it's not going to happen. A little bit of a close rule. One side by side is what they were looking at. Nothing major. Another kick once more. Quinnipiac keeping the offensive. Torpedo by Slugger. Misses by mere inches. And there's that speed that I was talking about, Llama.
Oh, it's blazing. I mean, it is a fun pace to watch for these two teams. For the Purple Eagles, though, so close but yet so far on so many opportunities. It would be heartbreaking if they could not find this goal. If the Bobcats are able to score, they would put themselves up 2-0, and it's off the crossbar. Thwack, follow-up, bar again. Niagara, lucky that they had the rotations in tow, but it's another long shot. This one rotates outside the post, and Thwack can't get another opportunity on it.
It's rough. It's tough. It's all about this tumble. Quinnipiac waiting. Left side field. It feels like they've been denied a lot of their shot opportunities so far. There's no real setup. Good demo, though. Space being taken now? Nah, ball rolls out far and away. Niagara still waiting for their right opportunity. I feel they've been on the defense more often than not. Earlier on, we saw a three-man play. Now it's all about that individual. Can they get the ball under control? Multiple boosts, zeroed out. Thwack and Sloth are just now hitting some of those hungies. I don't know where they're going to go with this. We're a minute and a half in right now.
6.5 minutes without a goal here. You definitely feel the tension that's on the players. Nobody wants to make that mistake, but also somebody's got to step up, get a little bit creative. Here's a 1-2-3 tap that goes too far left. Too much power on it that time. Home run gets the follow-up, the U-turn, the setup. Everybody jumps from Niagara, but it's nothing if not an attempt. Quinnipiac still trying to go here on the offensive side. It's that timeline duel. Thwack has the angle. Open net score! The Bobcats find their Game 2 victory.
That's one way to do it. A burst of opportunity by Thwack. 0 for the hero on the boost. Well played as Quinnipiac are looking at this Game 5, or Game 3, I should say. I think it's only going to get more entertaining. I'm very, very excited to see how it goes down. Take a look at that. Shots on net, 11 made by Quinnipiac in that series, or in that game alone, and only 5 on the other side.
And I think that's the tough part too, right? When you're talking about just chances as an overall whole, that's why the Bobcats are the #1 seed. It seems like they're very consistent. They play very well together, completely limiting the opportunities that are coming on the other side. Still, for Niagara, they've played 2 good games, scored 0 goals, and that has to change if you want to win this series, and it's got to change sooner rather than later starting here in this Game 3.
Yeah, and I think one of those starts with realizing that you're not going to get the team plays that you normally get, right? Normally we saw in the earlier start of that game, we did see the passing play. We saw that for Niagara, they can do that. They can get 3 passes down. They're able to kind of set themselves up for a shot. I don't think Quinnipiac is ever going to let you have that, right? I don't think at any point Quinnipiac is going to let you get 1 pass off, let alone 2 in a row, without diverting, without looking for a bump, without looking for an intercept. So you have to find space on your own, just like Quinnipiac did. Look to dribble the ball, maybe on a side, in the air if you need to. Find ways to individually craft openings for yourself, and then look for a pass from there. Don't look for the pass off rip.
See if they can find those answers here for the Purple Eagles. They need to win 3 straight if they want to win this series, but Quinnipiac's already going to the backboard. Their setup from the aerials has been really fun to watch as they look for each other. Just 30 seconds off the board and the Bobcats already in full control.
Looking at so far. Let's see if anything more will come. Slow play time, as that's a corner pocket sent. Quinnipiac taking a chance. It isn't going to go in, but already a little bit more thirst in the waters for Quinnipiac, who just need 1 more game.
Just 1 more, and they found themselves in the semifinals. Of course, some of those other Rocket League games for the semifinals being played on the side stage later today. And then we'll get to see those Rocket League finals tomorrow on Sunday. Basically where we crown all of our different champions throughout the day. Thwack, nice demo, and a good follow-up from Home Run. Kablam on the land.
Powerful stuff here. Really, really well timed. That demo on the slide just creates so much space. You gotta love it. Quinnipiac saying, dude, if fancy footwork and finesse won't work, bring out the big guns. Let's slam it.
Physicality, always fun to see here. Bobcats trying to make this a quick series, and again, for the Purple Eagles, they have yet to score. How long will that timer go? So far, already almost 12.5 minutes of Rocket League going there. Slugger can't finalize the double touch. The backboard was well contested off the save. And the Purple Eagles, I give their defense a lot of credit. They have held in this series, but it's just their offense has been not enough on the back end, and that extra touch won't score either.
Nope, high ground right now. This is a difficult spot to be in. Niagara feeling a lot of the weight from that game one all over again. They're going to try. They're going to look at a little bit of a mixture here. I think for my own, I'm taking a look at, you know, Slotha and my brain does not want to work. Binji trying to do their best to kind of be at the front lines. Fasten has done so well on the defensive end. I want to see them get a little bit more explosive as well as we round that 2-minute timer.
2 minutes off the board. Demolition coming. Quinnipiac just trying to play solid through their aerial touches. Their 50s are good, and this one is going to turn into a crossbar touch. That slammed home. Home run, taps the head and dunks on him.
Solid stuff once more. Look at this pause right there. Slotha regretting letting that be a dead ball. Opportunity stolen away by Quinnipiac as they put themselves up 2. And this is looking like a very, very quick run for the #1 seed, saying, give us our position, our well-earned spot on the bracket.
The #1 seed finding their flow so far. The question will be, I mean, as this bracket continues, if they're only scoring 1 or 2 goals a game, is that something where a highly aggressive team can find the win? Either way, Slugger's going to find a top bin shot that delivers them their 3rd goal in a row in this game.
Crazy stuff so far. Quinnipiac now really taking the wind out of the sails of Niagara, saying, we're here to play, we're here to rumble, we will score. Nice kickoff, spreads out to the side, home run looking for a chance. Picked up instead of a teammate down below. No pinch to come through. Would have looked at another shot on the net. Instead, Binji is able to pick it up and try and bring some sort of opportunity for their team. Niagara need a lot to clear this game.
They're going to need 4 goals, which is an infinite amount more than they have scored so far here in this series. The Bobcats, 6 straight goals, 2 straight shutouts, and trying to make it such a demolition from Slotha. And a mistimed shot. It's actually a pass. It's a fadeaway. It's perfection. Slotha will find the score, and the Purple Eagles cut the lead to 2.
I mean, that's the shot that you wanted, and it looks like... I like that Slugger went a little bit sideways and was like, oh, I thought the ball was going here. A little bit of a misread. Great start for Niagara if they're coming back in a reverse sweep. They're going to try their best to make that a real possibility. But, you know, Quinnipiac are very much awake now after that goal.
Their defense needs to stay alive, though. Home Run was playing the defense with literally 0 boost off that last save. The Purple Eagles trying to float their way on this midfield offense. It's a nice slut of the pass, but the shot is just a little bit off. A little bit extra power. The follow-up is no good. Thwack is forced to contest this, and were bumped from their own teammate, but somehow stays on their line. Fasta steals it out of the air, and then puts it down low for Slotha to finish, but it's just too delayed.
I mean, down to a minute as well. Thwack recognizing that you just got to play slow and you got to play smart, and you're going to take victory either way. Home Run doing the exact same, playing within their field and saying we don't need to expend our energy just yet. We got a long day ahead of us and plenty more matches to play. Fasten on the side and maybe getting a little bit more desperate, trying to chase that ball around, but I don't think it's going to happen. Honestly, Llama well played to Quinnipiac. They're looking better and better for this game 3, looking for that series sweep.
It'd be really nice. I mean, only allowing 1 goal would already be an incredible achievement here for this team, but you talk about for the Bobcats that entered as the favorite here into this one, trying to dash the hopes here of the Purple Eagles once again in back-to-back titles. It's under 30 seconds to go. It's unlikely Niagara's just going to put everything on the board. You see them kind of doing the pull the goalie scenario where they put everybody just forward and across the timeline. But they're out of boost, they're out of time, and the Bobcats will add 1 more via Thwack shot up top.
Just icing on the cake, might as well. Opportunity was there and got a little help from the opponents, but it does add that exclamation point at the end. Beautiful work here for Quinnipiac, and this is just a teaser for what we can see even further down the road. Llama, we know the squad is going to be playing on stream a little bit later. This is, you know, there's a lot more to play in the future.
There's a lot more Rocket League, and there's a lot more for Quinnipiac to try and deliver on, but what is for sure is they have won this series. It's a sweep with only dropping a single goal as the #1 seeded Bobcats move their way into the semifinals with force.
I mean, Quinnipiac, I don't really have any words. I mean, it didn't feel like they did anything exceptional, right? It wasn't a fancy play. It wasn't anything crazy. It was, hey, we played a really solid game. We made sure to be aggressive when we needed to be aggressive. We didn't drop our defense. We made sure that if we saw, openings, we went for it. There weren't any major passing plays. It's just technical, strong Rocket League play. I like it.
It was good. And I think, like we said, there'll be some questions down the line of when they play a super aggressive or flashy team, if they can match that sort of offense with the defensive value. But I like what their game plan was. And I think from Niagara, saying they're the 8th seed here to make it to the playoffs and then, convert on a lot of those chances, being able to still get shots on a team as good as like that on the other side, you still give them just a ton of credit for putting their all out here today.
Oh, 100%. Being able to show up, fight on a stage, you give your players, some of them might be a little bit more new. The ability to play on a stage, to have that ability and have the experience to play in front of an audience. I don't think a lot of players get that chance. So big shout out to the squad for making it to that 8th place and being able to fight against the top dog.
Absolutely. And you talk about kind of what this event has been, what the sponsors have allowed us to bring through. It is not just one person. It is an entire litany of organizations that allow us to make the event of what it is today. And we've got to give a special shout out to Rally Cry and the United States Space Force for sponsoring today's event. Student-run events are kind of the heartbeat of what everything is. We talk about the LAN environments. They are one of the best to not only help build some of the face-to-face contact, but real sports rivalries in-person esports. There is nothing better than that. Rally Cry's Collegiate Event Support Program is built to amplify all of that energy, helping campus organizers transform local tournaments, watch parties, and regional events all through, in, and throughout. With partners like the United States Space Force, you guys can ensure your events at home are built towards the best amplification, and you can check them out over at spaceforce.com.
Yeah, of course, and big shout out there. We will be going to a very short break, getting ready for our next matchup here. More Rocket League is ahead of us. I'm very excited to see what goes on. One match 3-0. Let's see if the others follow suit. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
We aren't looking for just anybody to join the Space Force.
We're calling on all late-night coders, early morning gamers, self-proclaimed space geeks, stargazing science junkies, tireless trailblazers, daydreamers, and especially square peg in a round hole type thinkers. To shape the force that protects our interest in space and our everyday lives on Earth, the only force created for the 21st century.
We need people like you.
So consider this your invitation.
Rocket League action continues here at the day 2 of the MAAC Esports Championships, live in person in a LAN center at Mount St. Mary's. Orbital, nothing better than this. Live in person play, and Rocket League is where we're at in today's schedule.
Yep, going ahead, trying to power through all these matches, and honestly, we're looking pretty good for it. Earlier on, Quinnipiac went ahead and took a storming lead and win over the side of Niagara, who unfortunately fell 3-0, but it goes to show the strength of the teams. Once again, higher seeds are coming out and proving why they deserve to be here.
Yeah, I mean, nothing for the regular season, right? Where you talk about the earned seeds, where you talk about the earned value that a lot of these teams did put in. And definitely for the Bobcats, going to be excited to see how their journey goes all throughout this weekend. Again, a lot of those quarterfinals, semifinals finishing up today with all those finals going on tomorrow. But kind of switching gears over to our next quarterfinal matchup. It's Canisius versus a familiar team that we saw earlier today. Canisius enters as the 4 seed, where Marist will be the number 5 seed. So technically, again, that closest battle in terms of seeding, always fun to watch.
Yeah, we appreciate every single person that shows up for these because it's a lot of fun, and seeing that the schools are obviously putting forward a lot of effort to play in these tournaments and to go ahead and bring a lot of value to, their competitive, their competitive side and the organizations within. It's very fun seeing all of them and seeing also the level and variety of skill from school to school. Who has players running very well here, and all that stuff. And it seems very varied here in the MAAC.
It's pretty interesting, too, because, a lot of these different colleges are located around kind of the Midwest area, more towards that northern side. But at the same time, you talk about travel distance is also something that comes into factor for some of these teams where, from day to day, it's not necessarily a jet lag, but it's maybe you're thrown off by a few hours. Maybe you had to spend that extra energy on the travel. And it's some of those small things that we talk about can definitely build up. So as we are, 5 hours or so into our schedule, always hoping for the kids as well. They're make sure they stay hydrated, make sure they're getting something to eat, as well as getting that stage experience.
Of course, and making sure to stay fueled up in more ways than one. I always say when you play something like this, you don't want to be too lethargic, but you also don't want to be too hyper, especially in a game like Rocket League where finesse is more needed than brute strength and endurance. You need to be able to not be super twitchy, have calm nerves throughout the entire thing, so hopefully they didn't slam too many energy drinks and are running really, really high on that BPM on the heart.
Well, we already established the kind of setup. You eat 2 whole bowls of pasta, and then apparently now you're slamming 2 monsters right after that to make sure you are fully ready to go. Pasta and caffeine, the good combination. How about that?
Any physical trainer or anyone in nutrition will probably yell at me for even suggesting one or the other. To say both is sacrilegious to any sort of mindset in there. I do wonder though if they have, and I'm sure a lot of the teams, these are all pretty much the semifinals and finals. Today too has been semifinals primarily, so I'm fairly certain a lot of the teams do have time to take a break, at least take a breather. So I'm glad that's occurring for them.
Yeah, I like the way the schedule is set up, kind of have everything packed together. So, like, if you're playing Rocket League, you've got your block of hours, and then, you've not only got time to go eat, go relax, but for a lot of these teams, they're in multiple titles here today that they can go support their other teammates and other esports titles that they want to root on to win. So having that extra boost of confidence, that's one thing of fun being at a LAN environment where if you're just playing back at the esports labs, maybe other people are cheering you on from the stream side or at home, but you don't have those other esports teams that are feeling the exact same thing that you're feeling cheering you on.
Yeah, it's a whole different vibe. I think anyone that has played any sort of competitive space, I mean, it's the same with like soccer, same with football, same with any like baseball, especially. I think baseball to me has some of the best in terms of like you got your team behind you all the time. You got like it's one at a time. Generally it's like pitcher and hitter. You generally got your team chirping. You got your team chirping, trying to give you praise or trying to out-psych the other. It's a very individual with the crowd behind you. In esports, obviously, it's a little bit more team game. Basketball, of course, has the same, but I do love the aspect of, like, maybe you're a little bit down in the dumps, and you hear from the background, hey, your teammate cheering from you, a friend that you've watched also compete alongside you going, hey, like, let's go. I've seen you play better than this, all these words of encouragement. It does do something to you, even if it also does put a little bit more weight on your shoulder, having your teammates there watching you potentially miss a ball or potentially let a goal go in. It can be demoralizing in the same way, but more often than not, very, very wholesome.
Yeah, don't miss any open nets, so you don't have any of the crowd jabbering about that.
Like
But other
me,
than that,
seeing that great save or the tags come out, I'm just like, okay, I'm gonna Alt F4 this game, wait a bit, and get back into it. I'm not gonna worry about that last one.
yeah, Orbital, I think there's a reason we're up here in the booth and not out there trying
Yeah,
to shoot on those
absolutely.
open nets, because I don't think that would go so good. But, I mean, you also talk about that on kind of the reverse as well, where you have not teams cheering against each other, but when you hear that other crowd, you're like, I want to amp up my crowd. I don't want theirs to go crazy. I want our team and our school to start going crazy as well. So it's kind of that back and forth battle. You love to see it. And for a lot of these teams, their ultimate goal is make it to Sunday, where a lot of them are going to stick around. Even if they didn't make it to Sunday, they can cheer on their other teams that are trying to win titles.
Yeah, and also try and take down the opponent. I will say there are many times where crowd interactions have made or break series before. There's obviously a very popular couple. I want to say a couple documented cases where the crowd is really helping out a team or detrimental to a team because of their vibes, because they're getting very excited and all, and they just very much get in on the interaction. Not only that, if you're on stage facing off against the opposing team, one of my favorite things, and it's part of the LAN experience, 100% part of it, you hear your opponent's comms a lot of the time. Depending on how the space is set up, you can actually hear your opponent, and in the cocktail party effect where you zone in on either your teammates or your opponents, there have been teams that actively throw false communications between the teammates. It's crazy. I heard someone once, they yelled out like, go this way, and it was a complete fake out. It was hilarious to think about. So many things not only go into encouraging, but messing with the opponent as well.
Yeah, all those little factors. And then, you also get those fun moments where, especially in Rocket League, especially in other games too, but in Rocket League, you're delivering all this information in very small packages where you're saying, okay, I'm up, or I can go, I have boost, this or that. And it's delivering it in a concise manner that your team can understand, but not to clog those comms, because it is a game where you're kind of playing that solo mindset. You each have to do your own things, and talking too much or too little can be a detriment to either of these teams. So getting to see how they kind of communicate, obviously we don't get to hear that, but getting to see it and imagine what it's like there in that environment is definitely very, very exciting overall. And you also get the factor that, those communications can get bolstered from the factor of, okay, if you're having a good game, maybe you're talking a little bit more. And if you're having a bad game, maybe you're talking a little bit less.
Not just talking about that, it is also the body language that you have. If you see your opponent kind of slumped over, kind of like, oh, what's going on? It is a much more rejuvenating feeling. You've gotten in their head. You kind of played against them. Same thing if they're, excited, talking, chatting, smiling, laughing. You're a little bit demoralized by that. You're like, dang, they're just here to have fun. What's that make my match look like? It is a very weird value, and it all comes down to the mindset. And I'll talk about mindset all day long if you let me, because I think it is the hidden 40% factor of how well a match will go. I think 30% is usually, your individual skill with the game. 30% is the game itself. 40% is your mental, like just moving in, how you view the game, how you approach it, how you deal with you falling down on the wayside. You can have all the mechanics in the world, but if you think you can't win a fight, you're not going into that fight one way or another. So I'll sit there all day long and say it.
And the mental is pretty fun to analyze too, because for a lot of these players, you talk about the return factor of what esports is building up, and this might not be the last year for a lot of these kids. And it's not just about what you do this year, it's about what you do throughout your entire career, where you're kind of, if you're the older kids, you're training the younger kids, you're building up a program. Whereas if you're the younger ones, you still have to understand that, okay, maybe you lose today, maybe you lose tomorrow, but you have those chances to learn from every single opportunity. And to get those extra factors, you talk about just the communication alone. I mean, esports players are learning life skills just from participating in these team environments that they may have never gotten from just grinding ranked.
Learning how to participate, learning to speak your mind, learning how to take criticism efficiently. These are all things that, competitive teams do bring to the table. Not only that, it allows them to also get center stage. I think something that also isn't talked about as much, if there are interviews down there, which I really hope there are at the venue, whether for content teams or whether for a live broadcast and an interview. Having the experience to learn how to be, I think media prepped is kind of the best way to put it. Learning how to speak in a professional setting to people in an interview format is a skill that is a must-have. Learning to stand in front of someone that might intimidate you and still holding your own, that is what winners get to do.
Well, enough chatter about this game. It is the 4 versus 5 seed here. Another best-of-5 quarterfinal to decide who will move on. And they already know their opponent. We just decided it. The winner of this one will move on to play the number 1 seeded Quinnipiac Bobcats. So I guess let's find a champion here, Orbital.
Yeah, I'm excited. We'll see how it takes off, and time will only tell. Big thing, remember, last series it was a 3-0. First team to score, first team to kind of take that victory. It's all about shoring up your defense and making sure you don't let your opponent get an advantage. Other side, making sure to play very individually, but having that playbook and what works best. Does your opponent respond to team play? Does your opponent respond to individual dribbles? Figure out what the weakness is.
You've got to find it quick. And these are only best of 5s. You've only got 3 games to give. This little punch over the top there is everybody just kind of doing a feeler out game number 1. Nobody going too crazy with those plays just yet. But as they settle in, you can start to see Canisius get some opportunities on net. A long clearance. Is there anybody back? No! Gumbo will find themselves the first goal.
Gumbalaya. That's what I'm going to say that name is. But Gumbo, 100%. Long pinch. I don't think anyone on the side of Canisius were really aware of that. And Morris, happy about the score. Very much willing to take it. Although, you want a little bit more concrete, because just as much as you got a freebie, you know Canisius can do the same.
That they can. I mean, when we talk about the close seeding, they are the 4 seed. So if they can use that overarching seed advantage throughout the day, of course, have had only that one upset on the Overwatch side of things. Everybody else been pretty much clean cut. There's a raging shot that X is able to save in front of, and critically keeps the game a 1-0 lead. Marist working off that offensive-defensive dichotomy, and another good save from Otto.
I love a good little center board play. Being able to keep that ball in motion is what helps wind down that time in your favor, outside your favor. Ball passing in front of the net, though. Trying to set it up for a teammate for Canisius' side, but nobody was there to play. Instead, it's the challenges. Maris still running interference here. Just kind of being a bully at the end after that first score. I don't think Canisius has had a perfect read on the net, whether it be bumps or demos outwards.
Had to refresh those reinforcements of how they rotate through. It's like trying to build up an arc to float on this water here. Rico with the save in the back line. X and crew trying to rotate nicely. No boost on Rico. And Gumbalaya finds the second in a row.
Beautiful shot right there. Easy pickup. And for Gumbo, it's nigh impossible to not be proud of that one, I think. Very, very clean from Maris. Here setting the stage for the series.
And it's nice that you get to score 2 from the same person. As much as a well-rounded team is important, getting some of those solo player efforts is just as such. For Rico, another fiery shot. Canisius has been very on point in how they want to try and attack the net, but they just haven't been able to score quite yet. We've seen the effects of what a shutout can do to a team in that first series on the day for Rocket League, where if you don't find your offense, it can take you a lot of time to do such. Rico, though, avoids the player in the sky, will score.
What a catch and a half. Otto nowhere near that one, it felt like. Just got their nose on it, but wasn't able to redirect. Canisius starting to fight back a little bit, and I wonder if they're going to start looking for maybe a kickoff goal here. A little bit slower off the kick. Coming over to X and jump go.
No, tries to go the skyline. It's a dangerous little back and forth between these two teams. And now the lead is just 1. It feels like both teams really striking for another goal. Maris, though, they're the team that has led throughout this entirety of game number 1 and is really well determined to shake down the rest of this time. Long shot here actually bounces off the crossbar. It's a really good job, I think, from Canisius to continue to put shots on board, continue to find these off angles, and another floater shot won't go from Rico.
Nope. Just playing it slow, and Maris saying, okay, get sloppy here. We're about to take game 1. this is very doable. And remember, we have a couple other series in the future. Quarterfinals is only where we're at. We need to ensure we're ready to go for the next matches. X kicks it out a little bit further. Maris still, I would say, in control most often than not, but Canisius always hunting for the right opportunity.
60 seconds to go for the Griffins to try and find this comeback. A build-up is available, but not a lot of boost here as they work off that back end. It's Noel, Rico, and Miner who try and find this rotation. Rico is a bit out of position, and it's a long-range shot. Doesn't go. 40 seconds left. But again, these Foxes continue to bite at the angles, continue to shoot. Another one as it goes bar down. Fade away, no good. The crossbar, how about a third? That one's not going to land either. It's a lot of time off the board, but they sure would have loved a goal.
Rather be sitting at a +2 instead of a +1. It might be even up here. Rico nearly wins that 50-50 check. Are you kidding me? That was so dang close, but now it leaves the space open for Maris to swing on home. And it will be X, third member of Maris. A strong teammate in the end.
Just under 15 seconds to go. 2-goal lead here. What can the Griffins do to try and play some midfield offense? With not a lot of time, with not a lot of possession here, Rico's going to try and play to the high ground, and you needed to, and it doesn't even look like you're going to be able to find that first. It is a back and forth game, but it's the early advantage that sticks true to the end, and it is Marist who finds a game number 1 victory.
I think for them, extremely well done. It came in the last little moment, but Gumbo really took a lead at the early state, and then X came through with the reassurance at the end, and I think that's what we're going to be looking for. My eyes, we talked a lot about mentality shifts and how does mentality play into this. Number one, watching your own mental not drain out of your own gameplay. Watching as one goal, it goes through, and you have to make sure you can't let it get to you as much. Or watching someone score back, you can't let it rattle you, because if it rattles you, you might mess up the kickoff, you might miss a save. I like what Maris did. I want to see cleaner. Same on the other side.
At the end of the day, it's also a 2-goal game. I feel like kind of a conversion factor of that is you can find close games if you can continue to score as well. You have to be able to keep games close. On the other side, I think for Marist, if you extend that lead, if you can go past the 2-goal advantage, you know you have the offense to do so, and you know that the Griffins might not have the offensive potential to match you, so trying to go to a higher scoring game might be better.
I do wonder exactly where you want to go for that defense. I don't know about the higher scoring. I'd be really scared about that. I'd be sitting there like, if I'm watching a 7-6 game, I'd cry, honestly, because I wouldn't know who would come away with the victory at the baseline. Otto, though, setting themselves up for a piece. I believe Otto was very quiet in game number 1. We'll see the difference. What a touch, though. That bump could have been a disaster, but Canisius able to play it safe.
Their defense has been the cornerstone of what they've been able to establish. Backboard double with a bump. No way! X finds the low ground save after getting ricocheted off the field, and the second shot isn't there. These defensive standstills, we were talking about the defense for the Griffins, but these Foxes from Maris continue to be very wily down low.
Love every single moment of it. Very, very spicy play. But Maris starting to look a little bit worrisome. I will notice every so often we are seeing a double up on that second tap. That scares me a bit because it means communication might be not fully there. Who's going for the ball, who's trying to pick it up. I want to see Maris consistently swinging one at a time. There it is. Good stop. Okay, back in with the regular form, but that bump there, what a chance by Otto. Love the choice opportunity to try and go for that stealing shot.
Crazy opportunity down low, no way. Crossbar to post, taking the words right out of my mouth from Otto. It's Marist who once again strikes first, this time off a crazy passing attempt.
Easy layup, and time is done. Canisius recognize that 1 goal means it could be a little bit of a landslide for more action across. Good demo by Canisius, stopping any sort of extra aggression, making sure that Maris doesn't get a freebie once more. I want to see even more. I will say I want to see more demos coming out of Canisius. Get rough, get dirty, get annoying against them.
Try and play that physical game. I love that idea. The question is, though, do they even give you a chance to do so? I mean, look at how far apart they're playing. It's a double commit over towards that left side wall. Otto's going to be able to pick this one back up on the back foot and then re-challenge for a second attempt, but the challenge is no good. And Nolan has found the first goal for the Griffins.
I love it. I love it. I love it. Once again, space taken, and that is just, hey, I know they're going to pass here. They messed up. They gave it to me. Well-timed, well played.
And now we're all locked up at 1. Everybody's got scores on the board, but this game, very influential in where the series goes. For Marist, if they can find a win here, they would put themselves up 2-0. 3 chances to close out the series, 3 chances to move on to that semifinals. And Otto wants to do exactly that. Back-to-back goals for them on the Marist side, and they build the lead back to 1.
And for Maris, they know they have the skills in there. And I think for Otto, someone that has been quiet from game number 1, waking up here in game number 2, making sure to give Gumbo and X a time to kind of sit there, it's a good thing. Not only that, draws eyes away. Canisius now have to recognize there's someone else in the battlefield, and Otto's about to do it! What a solo! Self alley-oop, nearly off kickoff, gives Maris their 3rd.
And it's 3 solo from Otto. That's 100% on the shooting percentage and the hat trick as well. That is a way to answer for sure. And Marist still have never trailed so far in this series. Talk about being a team that comes in with firepower. They've still got 2 minutes left to defend this lead, and that's a lot of time in Rocket League. But this is a really good start to not only the game, but the series. Again, if we blink and they're already up 2-0, it's going to be a tough comeback. Open netter should just score. Minor will deliver down low.
All right. Hey, listen, Llama, you called for it, and at this point, I'm blaming you. We're getting to the high-scoring value here. 3-2 right now. Defense kind of going off to the wayside. I'm liking it. I'm liking it right now.
Hey, I'll take high scoring. I want as many scores as possible. So if I get that chance to put the pressure in here, looks like Marist and crew just trying to put the effort on, and looks like we did have a crash. So looking for a pause real quick here in game number 2. Again, this is a LAN and everybody playing there in person. Obviously, they're not playing on their own setup, so we will see Marist with that 3-2 lead. We'll get a quick pause going in here, and for the Griffins, we'll see if they can come back when we return.
Yeah, I think the way that they like to do this, normally there would be like a command prompt to be able to pause it, but I think in this situation, you go ahead, reset, get them back into the game, just go ahead, score the 3-2, and then reset to the time frame, and run from there. It's not too hard of a reset, but I appreciate it. We saw this also, by the way, really nice respect from all the players. We saw a little bit back, I think, in some of the Overwatch matches where there are moments where, like you said, some of the setups aren't exactly working right. You're still working out some of the options in there. Teams are very respectful of each other, saying, hey, I need to pause real quick. Cool. We'll back off. We'll hold. We'll give you that time, even if it eats into the time of the game. They are extremely respectful of each other, and I think that's something that is also built. You talked about it before, learning those right characteristics, learning those right styles, and how to kind of function in an organization. Respect goes a very long way.
It does, and I think it's also pretty critical for these two teams that not only do they kind of give that respect, but that means they also get it back, because they're treating them how they would want to be treated. So at the same time, if they had a player disconnect, they would hope that players on the other side would do the exact same. So love that everybody just stops in the field. Nobody goes for any more scoring as we do figure out this game number 2 for all these teams. Again, for the entirety of Rocket League here today, it is still a single elimination playoff bracket, so although it is a pause due to technical issues, Orbital, this is something where you can actually talk things over as a team and decide what you want to do going into those other games.
Yeah, I do wonder the dynamics that have changed from games 1 to 2. Game 1, very low scoring. I would say low scoring. It felt very comfortable. It felt very slow. Game 2, immediate out the gate. 1 goal scored, everyone kind of gunning for those goals. Screw defense, go ham. I appreciate it. Does it continue as my big thing? That's what the big calling card is. Or first half, heavy scoring. If they're able to rein back that aggression, I think we're going to get the same kind of pacing from game number 1 back into game 3. That would be my assumption. However, if we keep pace with high scoring, I do have a feeling we're just going to go amp all the way to like games 3, 4, and 5.
mean, that'd be fun for me. And I do want to see some more games. I don't want to see another sweep here. I want to go at least 4. Give me 5, maybe, if I've been good enough this year. I know Christmas was a few months ago, but maybe a little early present for this year.
You got Cole earlier. You got the 3-0 Cole.
Yeah.
That's what you call.
Gotta call
no
it
hate to Quinnipiac, by the way. No hate to Quinnipiac. We just like seeing more games of Rocket League.
Absolutely do. All the more content, obviously, here. And, we're kind of only about halfway through our slate for the rest of the day. We've still got one more Rocket League series to finish up. Then we get to watch a Valorant semifinal. And then we'll rotate gears again back over to Overwatch and lock some teams into Championship Sunday. And, that's not the only action going on. We've also got our side stream as well for our side stage with all of our other Super Smash, League of Legends, and fun events there, too.
Yeah, a lot of matches going on. Again, when we say that this is a championship, we say this is a championship here for the Mid-Atlantic, Metro Atlantic. It's awesome, and it's so much fun, again, for everyone that's competing here on the day. We appreciate everyone that's shown up, not only the competitors, but the players, the viewers, and the audience in attendance at the venue. Mount St. Mary also, I got to give a big shout-out. This one is just from me. Schools that are willing to host are awesome. Yeah, high-key appreciation for every single school that is willing to do so and to help out there. I want to double check. I think we are resetting back to, yeah, okay, so I was identifying it was either dependent on reset the whole game, but we are too deep in. I think they are just messing around, making sure to run down the time to get back to that 2-3 stage.
Either way, or maybe they're just running it back at this point. I guess we will see as the time continues to drain, but did want to mention for a second, you mentioned Mount St. Mary is obviously being the host. We'll get to watch them next in Rocket League, so maybe some home court advantage for them. They didn't have to travel or anything, get to play on those familiar setups for themselves. But Canisius, they get to start off really nicely here with a early goal for themselves. And for Maris, they're just playing some backboard defense, trying to find that offense that they found in that initial game 2 before the reset.
Yep, a little bit extra in there as it, actually, I think you're right. They might just be straight up running it back, reset hard, and that means Canisius actually got a nice little goal for themselves. This is actually a very big boon for them, I think, for Canisius' side, because again, that foregoes a lot of that space. However, there's that chase, and Canisius gets a second. Okay, well played.
Long shot here from Rico, and it's just going to be a little bit too far forward from Marist. Otto was the only one that really could have saved it, didn't have the boost to get back, and Gumbalaya unfortunately couldn't put themselves in a position to block that one off in midfield. So 2 goals here in the first minute, a great start from the Griffins. Rico, an awkward defensive side, though. You don't want to give them any sort of momentum back, especially because, as a reminder, Marist still leads in the series 1-0, and there's no way that thing doesn't go in.
Easy tap. Same time, it's dangerous. You're starting to get a little bit nervous for Maris. You've lost that initiative that you had back at the early stages, which kind of hurts. You're not looking for another follow through here. It is going to be a high tap play set up in front. Gumbo running interference. Smart call there. It is around about the way. Ball kind of eking out now as Maris looking at these early 2 minutes and going, okay guys, let's get back in control. We had it earlier. Let's not let it slip through our fingers.
Right there in front of you to grab. Long shot here, puts it on the back end, and X just goes for the dunk. The solo double tap delivers the first goal in game 2 for Marist.
Love it all. That's what you needed. And for X, I think it was Otto in the previous time before the reset, just getting in their faces, right? Very, very willing to run up to them, fight them where they stand. I'm excited to see what more they can do here if they can keep it up. X starting things off. Gumbo and Otto might bring it back to a 3-2 setup.
That'd be awesome, especially with how much time is left to go. You have so much of it available to try and force your offense. X was looking for a clearances on bumps and gets 2 to jump. But that also means the rotations do get a bit awkward from Nolan. They get the touch backwards. It's a nice punch in. Can they score it? Otto just a little bit too quick on the jump. And X's midfield pressure keeps it in the offensive zone.
But there's the tap again. Ooh, good save by Rico. Making sure nobody steps in the way, but that is a little bit too close for comfort here. Rico with yet another save. The ball being set up on the far end. Rico with a slow juggle, and this is dangerous. Whenever a ball starts slowing down, someone else can come in and steal it. And there's Otto up in the wings, but you went too close to the net. Maris dropped the play, Miner ready to fly, and Canisius smell a chance at the enemy goal.
X has got to be careful if it actually backs off it so Otto can get in front. Maris going to try and play some defense. Drop down shot. Incredible angle that X is able to save. It's going to be a put on the pressure for Rico. Tap on the back. Gumbalaya forward. X was trying to track this one down and will get a good shot on board. And Miner needs to forward back and save. 100 seconds left to go here. Straight up offense as Rico tries to go for the double. Denied and denied again. This Maris defense is something to speculate.
Terrifying times. Maris realized that this game could swing the momentum away. What a challenge by Canisius as they look to break through the defensive line. For Maris, they stand strong. The shield hasn't cracked yet. It's cracked twice, but no longer more. And they repair it with a shot of their own. Gumbo goes Jumbo and slams home their first of this game.
Rico just didn't have the boost or the angle. Thought for sure it was going to go crossbar, and it did. But the bar ricochets down and in. And we are all but tied up here. 70 seconds left to go. Marist with control in that game number one, trying to deliver again. Rico will try their 50s. Gambalaya's out of position. Long shot will score! Nolan recoups the lead. The Griffins are back on top.
Fly high. And this one, it feels like he should have spotted it out a little bit more, but it was a great bump. Poor X and Otto stuck inside because of Rico inside the net. And Canisius just took it in stride. 1 minute left. This is doable. Maris want to tie it up.
They've been so close, but yet so far this entire game. And they have that 1 game advantage lead. The question will be, can they find the demos? Can they find the physicality to answer? Otto was started off with a bang. X gets the beat. Is it good? Rico just barely gets a wheel on it. Secondary offense. The floater from the ocean side. Gumbo's going to put it backboard. Looking for some sand in the eyes on the other way. But it's 30 seconds left. And once again, the Red Foxes will go backboard double! Gumbo!
That was a triple touch. I'm pretty sure. No, Gumbo came in for the side. X, what a beauty of an assist.
I have no words. I have no words. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. 3-3. Keep it tied, I guess. Game number 2 answers here. Maris trying to find their surge here late with 15 seconds to go in regulation. Does this one need some overtime? We will see. Otto gets the pre-jump. Gumbo trying to get it, but he's a little bit over top of the ball. He'll take it low ground. Still wins the 50. Double zeros or triple zeros upcoming. Midfield center could have been a goal, but Gumbo may just let this one fall, or they'll keep it up. Nolan can't get it, and overtime is where we're going.
Like that call, you go ahead and say, hey, look, don't get too fancy. Don't fight it as much as you wish. Go ahead, slow it down, play this game. Don't be worried about the time. Don't get breakneck. X says, yeah, I'm going to make sure to keep my nerve because that could have been really, really dangerous. Canisius got an early lead. Now seeing it slip away might be a little bit overreactionary as the ball goes long. No defender in net. Maris put it away with nearly 4 goals straight.
They always had an answer, and this time they catch the Griffin crew too far forward to deliver the final necessary blow. It was close in shooting in that first game. It was close in score, and it's almost a similar story with a high-scoring game here in this second one. But it is a game where Maris got outshot 12-8, and they still find a way to finish it. Some heroics from X and Gumbalaya, who both score 2 goals, and now all of a sudden they are on series point after that overtime victory.
I quite literally watched like 3 miracles in a row roll in front of my eyes, I'm pretty sure. That was, and I mean, and we got to talk about it because you mentioned something before. The fact that there was a tech, the fact that they had to reset the entire game where you're up, you lost that momentum. Essentially, this Maris squad had to score, I believe, 7 goals. That's what they had to do to win out over Canisius, who, by the way, scored 6 of their own. Beautiful work from them. But that is a long slog back. Hats off to the Maris squad for taking that. That was amazing.
Yeah, and I think it'll be interesting too, because obviously for these now 2-game victories, you get 3 chances from the Red Foxes to try and close things out. If you can go game after game after game, and if you aren't able to win those game after game after game, sure, you fall in this series, but you give yourself so many chances. And you look at a Rocket League scoreboard, you're like, man, the Griffins were in that game for so long. They were winning, but it's like, oh, the scoreboard says 0-2, and we've got to win 3 straight. It is such a priority scenario that now falls on the shoulders of the 4 seed to try and get it done.
Yeah, and I think for them, you got to channel a lot of that Game 2 energy again. You did really well out the gate. It was a lot more funneling of speed, really making sure to kind of push the envelope with how hard you want to run. You were actually challenging X and Auto, I think, a little bit more as well. You were really making sure that they were not having that freedom to run. And a lot of those early goals actually came from steals, so shoring up their defense as well. These 3 things all came together and made it work for them. So if we do, I want to see them keep the speed up, keep the energy up, keep marks on X and Auto, these 2 kind of wild cards in there, depending on who gets a really clean kickoff, and then from there kind of work their magic to try and take the game back.
I mean, looking at those kickoffs, that was one of the biggest strengths of Marist, how they were able to deliver time after time again from those side walls, pressuring in, and then finding those incredible passes. X was delivering off of not only physicality, but every single time that he kind of rotated through that backline, it was cool to see them have the extra effort, okay? I'm either going to get a bump, I'm going to get a demo, or I'm going to find an incredible pass. Either way, I'm going to make the most of my rotation before getting out of that offensive zone.
Yeah, well, with that being said, we can speculate all we want, but I know the teams themselves want to speculate and figure out exactly how they want to approach this possibly final game. We're going to go to a short break. When we come back, more MAAC action on the horizon for Rocket League. Don't go anywhere.
Baby, I just wanna be alone. I don't need your company, stop blowing up my phone. You don't get the things that I've been through, and I don't have the time to lay it all in front of you. And you think that you wanna save me. You don't know it, baby, why you do this? I got this under control. You think you do, but you really don't know that I don't need a savior. You can't be my savior. I'll save myself. I'll save myself. No, I don't need a savior. You can't be my savior. I'll save myself. I'll save myself. Baby, I just wanna be alone. I don't need your company, stop blowing up my phone. You don't get the things that I've been through, and I don't have the time to lay it all in front of you. And you think that you wanna save me. You don't know it, baby, why you do this? I got this under control. You think you do, but you really don't know that I don't need a savior. You can't be my savior. I'll save myself. I'll save myself. No, I don't need a savior. You can't be my savior. I'll save myself. I'll save myself.
Welcome back, everybody. Still here at the MAAC Championships for the esports side of things. Now, I need you all to look at this pen real quick. Flash, you forgot that last game. It never happened. It never happened. I don't know what you're talking about. We're back. We're going to go back into game number 2, 3-1, where we were and never did anything else in sort of Rocket League.
Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about. What? They just had a DC. It's no problem. I mean, they'll hop back in. They'll go ahead and kind of work some operating magic, and we'll be right back to where we were before. No big deal, no problem. The speed at which Maris is currently playing, I'm very excited to see what they can do in this game 2. As we get back into it, I am excited to see if Canisius are able to funnel that energy into their gameplay once more, because they have gotten a little bit more active onto the field. They've been a little bit more active. They have been challenging. X and Auto have been tagged here and there and marked. So I appreciate it. Marking an opponent, making sure to understand who is the primary target for a lot of the passes, a lot of the steals. That will make the difference.
I think we go back to what we were talking about at the start of our game 2, that we only had one game 2, where you talk about the differences of where we could go on the series for Marist. Still trying to secure themselves that series point, trying to earn that back-to-back game advantage. As the 5 seed, we knew it was going to be a close battle in terms of seeding, but they've really taken that offense to another step, and with those passing plays looking very good. So for these final minute and a half timer, I'm excited to see what the Griffin can do if they can find some defense, transition that up the field, and really test themselves on where they want to be, because this is still a single elimination playoff bracket. You don't want to get eliminated here today.
Yeah, and carrying that momentum in as well. A very big part of that is just figuring out how to kind of like push yourself back into the match. You know, these longer breaks in between tend to cause a little bit of a slowdown. Your energy levels can wane, and it's a very common tactic. I know you and I both watch football. If you're, tuning in as well, icing the kicker. You bring their energy up, you freeze them out, and their energy kind of goes low. It's a tactical way of getting an advantage. Now, this doesn't happen often in esports because we generally play all our matches all the way through, but there is a real situation that can occur when you pause, when you hold, or anything like that. So it is watching and is seeing if for the Griffins they're able to kind of bounce back and, as you said, take that speed, get moving, really lock in for this matchup.
And I always thought it was interesting when you look at League of Legends as an esport and you look at kind of their professional scene, when they have a tech pause on stage in like their finals, you're not allowed to talk to your teammates. Nope. And all you hear in your headphones is just white noise. So it's kind of just like you in your own space, and you're like, okay, how long is this thing gonna take? Should I go and run to the bathroom to give myself a break from all this? The fans and the ambiance still all around you. And I think that's super fun, that it doesn't actually give them a chance to talk to each other, but you still have to be rooted in this confidence of, I'm still in this moment, I'm still there, and have to be ready to go the instant that things kick back on.
Yeah, I think going a little bit further into that, one of my favorite things that I talked about with a player once is whenever long pauses occur, you are just sitting there with your own mind. And when you play some of these games, the rest of the world tends to fade away in a competitive match. You kind of zone in, especially with longer matches like League. You're looking like 40 minutes of just straight gameplay. Everything kind of fades away and you focus on the game itself. Whenever you're in a pause, it kind of draws you out, grounds you back to reality. And I asked a player once, and it was kind of interesting. One of the top players, he was basically like, I asked him, hey, how does it affect you when you're in the game, when you're doing so well, and there's a long pause? Obviously, you're not talking to your teammates, but does that change your mental? And I was like, no, I've learned how to channel that out. I've learned how to stay very focused on the match ahead of me. It is a part of my routine. It's another game of League of Legends. I don't let, are we down 0-2? Are we losing a member or anything like that? They are very, very focused on the game, and that's what I hope to see here.
So we will continue our 3-2 scuffle here for game number 2. Marist versus Canisius as we will go. So for these two teams are right back at it. Just a 1-goal lead sitting on top of things with 90 to go. And Miner almost scoring there off the kickoff. Both teams coming out with a fire. They are ready to go, and so are we.
I like it. Get that energy rolling. If you're getting hype in the auditorium as well, in the venue, please enjoy yourselves. Enjoy the action that the players are throwing down as we got 1 more minute on this game number 2. Let's see if Maris can finish it off.
Trying to hold their 1-goal lead. Little backboard play, a little setup here from X, who can't get the double touch, but Rico's going to be almost red in that backside touch. So I had to drop it off early. Nolan, they've got a 1v1. Their backboard setup is to Miner, who's defended well from X. Follow-up, Rico, no good, as another save comes through. A 3v1, but Gumbo's not able to get a clean enough shot. and that allows the reset. Both teams digging in here with 40 seconds to go.
And for Maris, it's not just a dig at trying to score another goal, it's a dig at trying to make sure the opponent doesn't get control of that ball. You can play for the +1 instead of a +2 as long as you don't open up your own net. Good punch. Clears that ball for the moment, interferes with Canisius's passing opportunities. And it does seem like Maris had the right space. X chasing forward. Good save coming in from Canisius. One last chance.
He said get everything that he can. That's a demolition on the backside that'll slow the rotations up. But one goal is all it takes. Nolan takes down Otto, and X has to play this corner wall good. They will. Just triple zeros again. That's the chance. Pop up from Gumbalaya. It's slow, it's in, and it's for Rico who dices it off the backboard. But they can't find the secondary. It will be the Red Foxes to again strike. They'll go back-to-back games.
There you go. Once again, very well played, very well timed. Eyes out for themselves. And they're looking. The squad, one of the closer matchups we'll see on the day, more than willing to take a fight. And you can see, I like it. Again, X and Otto, these two, I am watching. Gumbo was a star game 1, but it does feel like Gumbo has taken a little bit more of a back seat, much more facilitating in the matchup. I'm excited to see where game 3 goes.
It's got to be a win from the Griffin, though, if they want to be able to convert onto the rest of the series and try and start that reverse sweep. I think for Maris, they've done a good job of just controlling things. Be able to control the midfield, control their rotations, everything in their control. And we'll see if they can control the series with a sweep. 5 more minutes on the clock. In Orbital, we always get to refresh those scoreboards so everybody starts back at 0.
Not just that, 0 boosts and all, or about 50, I guess, at kickoff. I'm so sorry, everyone. 100, actually, I don't know. We're looking at this view and really keeping eyes on Canisius. Speed things up, try and get marks down, try and get annoying. Either that or be much more comfortable with the solo plays. Chase the ball, keep it out of hands of Maris, force Maris to overboost just to commit to the defense. You know, try and burn those resources around. So many ways to do so, but you gotta have the confidence to go for it.
Confidence is one thing, overconfidence another. For Maris, that's something you do not want to have at this point in the series. You need to trust in your offense, but not go too hard. Rico will be careful there in the back end. Demo for demo. Miner and Otto trade bodies, so a 2v2 for a second allows X to get the easy touch. Canisius are able to steal away that corner boost, but not really able to make anything of it on initial look. Otto and Gumbo both committing on that ball, and X has to clean up the party.
For X, it's all about more, but Rico. We saw this earlier in a game that is now forgotten. Rico waking up here and kind of putting the game on the back of their own. Really well done on the score.
Kind of had a boost on the backside, too. We talked about would it actually affect things on the backside, just stealing some of the resources. It looks like it. The Red Foxes trying to convert now from a 1-0 disadvantage in this quarterfinal matchup. Winner moves on to play that #1 seeded Quinnipiac Bobcats team that didn't drop a single game on their road to their semifinal berth. It's a tough one, but you can't think about the future right now. Have to be locked into this series, and especially for the Griffin, who are in the lead. Rico has been playing phenomenal. You need more of that.
A lot more speed, a lot more steals, and a lot more open opportunities. I think that's what they're looking for, as Miner has found one. X came out of left field, barely able to save it. That was nearly disastrous for Maris. Leaving a net like that, thinking he had the offensive, is crazy. I think off the backboard, though, is a redirect once more. Gumbo unable to get that ball under control. So we'll go back to anyone's territory, but Maris able to clear.
X on top of the ball there, too. Midfield offense. 3 minutes to go. Maris just trying to deliver off a couple of backside bumps. Malaya, no one to really set it up for. And X almost out of position there, just trying to find the boost. Demolition on the back end. Wilcox a freebie. X was blinded by the lights, and the Griffin have found #2.
Things starting to get super, super spicy with how this is going. Canisius, Miner and Rico, these two really waking up here. And Maris, they gotta be sweating a little bit. This is a very different Canisius squad than you saw in the earlier games.
And it's one I wanted to see, obviously, because I want to see more games, but also want to see how this offense starts to come back, how they kind of deliver from these isolated plays. And a lot of what their decision-making has been drawn through is that physicality. X forced to be last man back and actually runs over Gumbo on their outbound rotation. Again, those friendly fire touches are not helping out Marist right now. They've got to lock things in with just half the game left to go. It's a fadeaway shot from Otto, throwing a wrench into the scoreline.
Welcome back, Otto. Welcome back to the series. Been quiet for them in the early 2.5 minutes. Swings out for the fences, and I highly appreciate it. For a little bit further angle, though, you need another one. As the ball goes wide, good bump to clear out opportunity. Otto's go 1v1, wins the duel challenge. But the demo sends you off to the wayside. X picks it up a little bit more off the ceiling. Another tap, tries to get around defender, not gonna happen. What an exchange by both teams.
They're just throwing punch after punch. The defense has worked out, but eventually, as they hit this round 3, exhaustion will start to set in. 100 seconds or so left to go. Marist just trying to put the pressure on the backboard, but this one is quickly punched out away. Have to channel this one through the sky. Miner looking for a deflect, and Rico goes back center, but X has got the pickup. Slow range offense moving from that left wing, and it's X who looked for the double touch. It's a nice commitment from Rico, but they lose their body for it.
Yep, tough spot to be in. Again, these demos are coming a little bit faster than they would really like. X looking for interference. Great slide to get into the mix, but Rico carries it high. Is the defender there? Yes, they are. Crossbar helps him out this time. Rico grabs a full, steals it away from the rest of the team on Marist's side. So this is a denial of the boost, but we're going down to the last minute. It's dangerous territory. Marist need to get some value, but no! Miner able to swing in for extra and says, gimme, gimme, gimme.
I mean, that bump right there from Rico is just incredible in the value it provides. The physical game has been one that Canisius has started to follow up with more and more offense. Their lead is 2, and with just 60 seconds left to go, the Red Foxes will try and deliver. The backline saves have been good. Their defense has been better, but they need to find goals now more than ever.
Dropping bars over here, Llama. I don't think I can keep up in the studio right now. I'll stick to this because it is so true. Canisius want a game number 4. And for Marist, you don't want to go there, but with 30 seconds left and Miner on fire, I don't know if that's going to be possible for you right now. 30 seconds counting. Ooh, need some miracle goals if you want to clean sweep this one away.
Otto ate his broccoli. Big save. 20 seconds left to go here, and 2 goals still necessary. X needs to convert on this offensive drive. It's going to fall down to the rotations. Double commit down low. Can it be reinvested? Yes, it can, but Gumbo needs to find it inside soon. It's a good contest. Down low, X has bumped off the shot, and that will seal the game. Miner won't get a chance at the goal, but little will it matter. It's once again the Griffin who play the war of attrition, but this time they're the victors.
Destructive work at the end. Canisius waking up, and I don't know where things went differently, but Rico basically dragged Miner and Noel over that line and said, guys, make it to that second half. Let's wake up. Let's play. And Miner answered. I don't know what communication went down, but that is some fire that they want to keep burning moving to game 4.
11 shots to 5 is also something you could build off for your offense and defense combined together. They really felt like they controlled that game, knew where the ball was going, and talk about making use of every single time you go into the offensive zone. It wasn't just these plays where they dump all 3 players, try their best at a clear, and then get beat on the back end. They were getting these bumps, they were getting these demos, and you know what they got? They gave themselves a chance here in game number 4.
Yes, they did. So now moving into this game, it's up to Marist. Are they going to be able to start things off with a bang, or will Rico and Miner once again be the stars of the show? Those are questions being answered here in the next 5.
Scores reset again. Marist trying to get out here first and add a little bit of sweetness, like a little pineapple slice on pizza. Although it's ill-advised, it might be exactly what they need right now. 30 seconds off the board, they are kind of controlling that midfield again. Rico gets a free opportunity to the back line, and Otto's put out of position as a 50-50. Not even that. Gumbo gets it downfield before it's crunched.
You know, I have a couple worries about your online orders for food, but, you know, we'll leave it at that if you're thinking about pineapple on pizza. I know you said it's ill-advised, but I don't know. That scares me a little bit. We're looking further, minute gone. We'll test the waters. Again, Canisius still looking for a lot of those bumps, a lot of those seal aways, but Opportunities are not arising as cleanly as before. A lot fewer dead balls in front, though. As you can see, Maris making sure to speed up on their defensive clears.
They've got to hurry on them. They cannot allow those free opportunities right in front of the net. Gumbo was the savior that time around, as neither team able to score. Just about 90 seconds here in this one. Gumbo tries to go for the contest. And Rico, you talk about some of the pressure that they provided. It feels like that first man offense is so good. Off-range shot, X gets the defense, and another good defensive standstill that, yes, although it's good, it's worrying for me that Marist isn't able to get offense going on the other side of the field.
See if that does change a little bit more. The offense defense has swung wildly. X with a great ride right past one of the defenders. Otto thought about going high, but opted against it. I appreciate that understanding that it ain't gonna work. Instead, you need to defend on the back end. Good carry once more. Good full to pick up as well. Rico out of boost. To deflect back out. This is now starting to become a game of reads as Rico reads X and drops him out of the game.
These demos have been phenomenal. I mean, not only visually appealing, but helpful to the offense as well. They're not just nothing burgers. 1v1 for X. Wins the first, doesn't win the second, as Rico finds just a hair of boost to play the defense. And we are halfway through this game. No scores yet. Neither team able to find their footing. Marist continuing to try and battle through mid, but it just feels like the Griffin have a little bit better reins on this one so far, especially for the opportunities they've been able to generate.
They're now deep into the second half. Nobody has made any fast breaks or fast moves. No major Superman saves. It just feels like everyone's still kind of fishing at the end. Everyone's predicting where the other will go. And no one wants to try and make that challenge for the possibility that it's open, but there it was! I spoke it into existence! Noel, who has been quiet all series long, brings a score for the side of Canisius.
Oh, so tough too. Out of that picture, you see X coming in very late. They lost the mid-boost battle. They had to travel all the way across that timeline to try and grab a full tank, and that put them out of position. The other two were too low to grab it, and all of a sudden, with not much time left to go, Marist is down in a deficit that could force a game number 5 between these two teams, unless Otto has something to say about it. A little fadeaway to the backboard. Two players out of position. X gonna get the wind-up shot. Rico down low. He'll get the second attempt. He'll score and tie things up.
That's the X factor that you want in the middle of the field right there. What an opportunity to arise. And Llama, you might get more of a game than you expected, because at this rate, we're heading to an OT.
I hope so. I mean, 90 seconds still left to go. A lot of time for these two teams. Demo for Demo, X for Rico. 2v2 for a second. Minor, bad fadeaway, gives away a free shot that ricochets off the post. Second is good! X just doesn't miss!
I'm a liar and a disbeliever, but I believe now Maris running it back. The Red Fox being able to stand tall here in Canisius. Do they have some sort of response?
Oh man, there's a ton of time left, but they've got to find their offense, and it feels so disheartening after they had 3 minutes of really good opportunities and were only able to score one. It's a nice try at the bump, but X is going to dodge that. Nolan has to finish the job. A fadeaway shot that forces two to jump. Minor's going to try and go for the reset on the inside play, but it's the inside issue that actually just is pinballing around. Nobody can control it. Nolan looking for another, and Maris finds a way to play defense without even touching it.
I think that's a smart play, though. Once again, don't get over aggressive. A lot of the goals that came through were because of open nets. X once again playing offense and defense here, but Rico really wants to streak in, unable to find it. The chase is on. You can see Canisius, they see the light in their eyes. They want the second goal. They want to push this to OT, but what a demo to come out here. Otto sees the opportunity, but gives it to Gumbo. Gumbo puts a third up there.
The back-to-back demolitions are good enough, and we play flip sides of the field as Marist delivers their third goal of the game. Their physicality, the answer to what the Griffin have been battling them all series long. And this quarterfinal, unless the Griffin have something to say about it, is quickly coming to a close. That one not off a kickoff, but X still a great opportunity. Follow-up, scoreboard, no, it's just a fadeaway.
And the low rollers keeping it on the ground speaks wonders as Marist, after a few hiccups in between, will move on to the semifinals.
Their matchup against the number 1 seeded Quinnipiac Bobcats is not going to be an easy one, but they sure earned their right to get there. A top 4 performance already, and you know, these two teams battling a lot of close games, and you know, through in and throughout, I love to see the physicality that both of them brought and kind of the uniqueness of the differences of their offenses throughout the day. And the 4 versus 5 seed did not disappoint.
No, the willingness to go for those trades, you know, looking for the demos here and there. Again, you always risk leaving your net a little bit open, but it did feel by games 3 and 4, someone always understood. We can send 2 to full offense as long as we got someone rotating onto the defense. The adjustments being made throughout the entire series gives me a lot of hope for the rest of the matches here today.
Got one more Rocket League series before we switch gears over to our Valorant semifinal later today. That series is Sienna versus Mount St. Mary, so the home host going to get their chance to try and pull off the upset. Before we head over to that best of 5, we are going to take just a little bit of a break. So don't go too far. More Rocket League action here at the MAAC Esports Championships.
Nothing cuts quite like a memory, especially one that you're trying to forget. But I can't find
We aren't looking for just anybody to join the Space Force.
We're calling on all late night coders, early morning gamers, self proclaimed space geeks, stargazing science junkies, tireless trailblazers, daydreamers, and especially square peg in a round hole type thinkers. To shape the force that protects our interest in space and our everyday lives on Earth, the only force created for the 21st century.
We need people like you.
So consider this your invitation.
watch you explore. Imperfect visions, like I've been here before. Falling faster, I try to ignore. I see you, I see you. I'll let you drag me to hell if you hold my hand. Tell me this is real and it will never end.
Welcome back, everybody. Still here at the MAAC Esports Championship action for our Day 2 coverage. We're sticking with some Rocket League here, as it's time to watch the home-seeded team, although they are a little bit of an underdog. Myself, Llama77, still with Orbital up here in the booth, and Orbital, the Rocket League games have been nothing short of exciting so far through our day.
Every single series, I think, has gone ahead and amplified the game's previous and future. Every single time, Game 1 ramps it up all the way for Game 4. At this rate, I'm assuming a Game 5 in this matchup, just to close it out. Again, this is only the quarterfinals, so there's more matches being played, I believe, offside and on the side stream throughout the rest of the day to get to our grand finals tomorrow. So a lot of action here to go ahead and be very, very excited for. But yeah, I'm going to be very excited about this matchup.
Yeah, I'm excited. I mean, tomorrow, obviously, we'll just have all those amazing finals. So if you haven't booked out your calendar for tomorrow, make sure you are ready to go to tune in and watch us crown some champions. But we've got to crown another team to escape out of the quarterfinals. It's Sienna versus Mount St. Mary's in another best of 5, the 3 versus the 6 seed. Let's hit the pitch.
The start, it's just a little slow roller. Generally, when we watch these, it's all about, playing smart, playing well, but also playing to learn. Figuring out exactly how your opponent likes to play, what are they going to do, how are they going to do it. That is the important call, and at this point, that's why nobody, I think, is really going out of their way to get crazy. However, Mount St. Mary is going to be the one to start, as it's a slow roller across the line.
This one floats in at 12 miles an hour. Zonic, with nothing left in the tank, puts it up over. It takes a few bounces and will score. So the Mount has found their way in, and in the first 30 seconds has struck. Now, this is pretty important, again, for this home-seeded crew. They are technically the underdog by seeding, but we've talked about so many times today that just earning this spot at the LAN for all these teams, getting a chance to play, always breeds some good competition. And for Sienna, now they've got answers to pay for all the questions that the Mount has pushed forward.
For Mount St. Mary's, you found that goal. It wasn't exactly for free, and that's why you look for it. You look for more. You look to actually pay for some of these. And that cost usually comes in accelerated play, trying to look for the demos, spending a little bit more effort, finding the gaps in the defense. Long ball haul, though, for Sienna, as Sienna is trying to get this ball under control. Might not look like it, though, as that's a pass over to Hawk. Good defense, doubling up, plus demo on the back end to really ensure there's no follow-up on that attack.
Trying to push things towards the even further issue than just that goal line. Kind of that timeline connection. Nice little pinch. Smeji's finds the goal, and all of a sudden we're tied up out of a nowhere burger of a shot.
Love it, love it, love it. Once again, ball in a little bit of a kerfuffle. And in those situations, that kind of, nobody knows that clown ball, I think I'm actually going to call it, just kind of goes whichever way it enjoys and ties it up for us.
With a 1-1 game, it does mean that either team has it up for grabs. In the starter game number 1, we always like to call it that kind of feel-around game of what teams want to decipher. They want to play their own style and then start to adapt to the series as things hit them. But winning this first game, is ultra important. For our 2 series in the past, we saw how quickly teams can spiral it out of control if you take the first game and then win the second one after. Long shot here. It's
Oh,
able to
oh,
ricochet off the
oh,
crossbar and almost a team save from Zonic.
I mean, that was a dig and a half right there. Once again, these balls that kind of end up in the dead center of the net, somebody's got to put it away or someone's got to dig it out, and that's now, I think, the third so far. That's been off on this weird angle. So let's see if it changes. Very nice save coming out of Schmeeges there. And Mount St. Mary's still hunting.
Saints trying to find something here on the defensive side to just get it cleared out. Let it not linger here, and Hawk is going to grab that boost to try and help them out. However, it's a low ground, not even 50, just a carry over for Hawk. They want to use their flip on top, and it's going to be Hawk that does record a shot, but neither of their teammates have boost, and this is a really dangerous backside look. McCaden, backboard, can't find the double, and their teammate is just barely too far forward to score.
At this point, at least you're glad that the teammate is there. You're starting to put the plans into action here. The playbook will start moving as soon as possible. I do enjoy seeing that flux and floats. A little bit of slow roller again. Sienna ready to pick it up, but Che saying no dice whatsoever. You will deal with me on the demo side if you wish to pick up a ball.
Everybody's kind of tying their wires as they cross through midfield. Just another good demo, though. McCaden trying to make it a 3v2 game. McCaden, another good contest, is going to leave it back into a one-on-one. Zonic, we've seen what they can do on their rotation, but misses that secondary wall touch to keep it back in the offensive zone. Smeegee's going to try and lay it up here. No setup. Both teams reading each other very, very well at this point. McCaden can't get the goal. Second shot from Fuzz. It's a roller that won't score.
It's a little bit bad. 1 minute left, and at this rate, I'm gonna cast a curse again, Llama. I'm just gonna say we're gonna go to OT. Let's see how that goes once more. 1 minute left to go. Nice little bump. Ball in center field. McCaden trying to pick it up, but lets it slip by on their own. Instead, Fuzz will collect in the back line. Good punt out, though. Sienna ensuring no offensive maneuver will start.
That being said, they're trying to convert off of lower boost meters. Two of the players down to empty for Sienna, and Fuzz is going to look for something off the backboard. Smeegees has got the clearance, and these two teams still diverting pressure wherever they can, trying to find the relief valve. Smeegees going to try and put that one inside close post, saved away from Fuzz, who gets a secondary touch up here towards the ceiling before it's quickly put back in their defensive zone. The Mount trying to get a flick over, but it is just complete back and forth.
At this rate, the back and forth is also moving the pace of the ball to a slow crawl once more. Remember that goal that we had earlier? 12 miles per hour. It feels like, you know, this hold has really wound down the time as well. And so, good stall out, either by either side. Maybe they wanted to give themselves a little bit more to work with. However, that's an opener. Oh! It was so close, Sienna saw an opening, but you let the ball down and the dribble is not completed.
Single blade of grass keeps us out of regulation and puts us back in overtime. Fuzz, make sure to end it though. Delivery off the teammate. The Mount answer in overtime.
Oh, welcome to the MAAC. That was so good at the very end. Love that little bit by Mount St. Mary's. Understandably, maybe that was just a moment for them. Fuzz reaching into their bag of tricks after 5 saves in this game alone. Said, guys, we gotta stop, man. I'm tired. I want to go ahead and take the game and move on. Well played.
I mean, they were completely even on shots, and it came down to overtime. What more could you want, I guess, from a game number 1 back and forth from these two teams? Obviously, for the Saints of Sienna, they really have to find themselves into this game number 2. They are the higher seed by 3, a 3-6 differential there. But overall, it felt like they had found some offense, but it was kind of, again, a very feeler-out game. Nobody wanted to make a mistake. Everybody was just playing very clean Rocket League overall, and personally, that's not what I want to see. I want to see demos. I want to see crazy plays, and I want to see chances being taken here in this game number 2 to change things up. The Mount could put themselves up 2-0. Let's find out if they can.
I think they can. I'll believe in them. I will believe in the, completely unbiased school that is currently hosting this entire tournament. I will go ahead and be unbiased as possible, as that's going to be an attempt at a save. The crossbar tried to do work, but exploding will go ahead and take that goal number 1.
The clank, and then the shank on the backside from the long-range shot. Sienna, nice little advantage here, just 17 seconds into this game number 2. The Mount, though, they have showed their offense, and they showed they can score in clutch scenarios. Fuzz looking for something here, finds the pancake off the backboard. His teammate in McCaden can't put the chocolate chips on it quite yet. And Zonic is going to try and flow through the air, stuck in the syrup through the ceiling, and Sienna plays defense good enough.
Like it so far. Still very quiet, though. You know, we talked about, having that speed in between. And just as I say it, Hawk gets an opener as well. Off that save, off the wall, and just sniped by Hawk in the middle.
I like how they're turning it upfield. The transition from defense to offense is lovely to watch for the Saints. They've got a 2-goal advantage just 45 seconds into this game number 2. That means 2 things. Obviously, the advantage is very nice as 1, but as number 2, there's a lot of time left to go for the Mount to try and find their offense and find how they scored in that overtime. Was that game number 1 just a fluke here? If the Mount don't start scoring here soon, we might have to ask that question.
100%. Got to make sure that you can show us it wasn't just a one-off moment. Current pace, though, it is going to be a slow roll around once more. Fuzz all over their head just a wee bit. Has to back up. Picked up on the back end. Sienna saying thank you very much. Good little punch back out as McCaden looks to redirect, sets it up in the middle. Teammate unable to get to it in time. So Sienna, defend without defending.
Kind of holding that phantom pressure through mid. The Mount get a clearance, miss the midfield pass, and that may cost them. Fuzz is lucky that one didn't score. And it's another wraparound defensive play. They're going to try and set themselves up with grabbing some of these side boosts as McCaden backs up to grab this ball, goes aerial, and then actually wins that 50-50 over the top. But Hawk is there for the pre-read, gets the clearance downfield, and Fuzz is once again in an awkward spot with a teammate demoed away. It doesn't matter. Smeekies fights the third.
This is the Sienna that I think a lot of people are expecting to see. Much more dominant, much more apparent in this matchup. Very willing to go for some of these fights. Very willing to bully their way out of the field. And I like it so far. Mount St. Mary's quietly being shut down in their defensive positions. And just the shield is being kind of poked with holes.
Starting to show some of the weaknesses of this midfield offense. A little double commit down low. It'll go unpunished at the moment. Hawk is going to run out of boost on the backside. They're now trying to preserve themselves a spot in that offensive zone, but the restaurant was full for the second. Double demo. Drop down denied. Hawk doing their due diligence even when losing 2 members, playing the defense phenomenally.
I think for both these squads, I think it is very important to note that they are fighting as hard as they can. It will only continue to get a little bit more desperate as you see that third game roll into view. Depending on how this goes, Sienna still looking for the offensive. I love that sail by one of the defenders. Even by their net, you can see it. Very spaced out. One in net, sure, but Hawk is always there in the midfield, ready to transition for an offensive maneuver, well, whether it's just with 1 or 2 players.
I'll do it again. The Exploding Duck will get it done on the outside shot from a wing defense. Sonic tried to send it away, but there was never a chance. Fuzz had to play the shot, didn't have the boost to get back or the angle in time. And the Saints have just been dominant here in this game. Their offense is good, their midfield presence, and their passing ability is just very solid so far. With 2 minutes left to go for the Mount, it'd be a tough comeback, but if they want to show some offense, they've got to show it now.
I wonder where that comes from, though. I mean, we've seen McCaden, we've seen Fuzz, Zonic maybe. We could see a little bit of spice as well. Hayden with a quick little tap on the back. Nice little moment and weave. However, that demo might cost him a little bit of space in the field. Respawn in, demo's out again. And says, guys, we got to get messy if we want a chance back in.
And the Saints just aren't allowing them to do that. They're playing this concise game on the defensive side that rotates so well. Exploding Duck will try and put the pressure in. But it's this midfield back and forth that is honestly just draining the clock down, which I think makes Sienna happy more than anything. As it ticks below the 60-second marker, they still hold on to their 4-goal lead as they have shut out Mount St. Mary throughout the course of this game. Now the question becomes, does this flow into another game? Can you score here? Yes, you can. Sonic says hold on just a second.
A little bit of a slow one, but once again, it's a nice little change. However, he needed it a little bit faster if you want to come back into this one. So this one just feels, I think, a little bit good for the side of Mount St. Mary's going into the third game with a little bit of a, we can do it. We can do it if we definitely try. Sonic, though, gets a very nice breakaway. Demo off on the side by Fuzz, but no ball in your control. So Sienna go. We still got 3 goals up. We still got plenty of time to play.
Definitely do. Long clearance play is going to go inside. Schmiedes isn't able to score, but that's just more time off the board. MSM trying to go backboard. It's a secondary touch that just doesn't find it, and it's played back mid. That chance could have put them back in the driver's seat. Maybe Sonic. Top bins, no good. That crossbar is just an inch too big, or else that would have scored.
Crossbar, everyone's worst enemy when it comes to some of these games. That's the roller that you want, though. Another defensive play, but a dig out by Mount St. Mary's. You missed the opportunity, but granted, it would have just been a little bit of a bittersweet candle. Ball falls to the side, and Sienna will take game 2.
So we are all tied up here after 2 games. I think, interestingly enough, you look at, again, the shot opportunities were there from the Mount. They had 8 shot opportunities to the 8 on the other side. It was even all throughout. The problem was the scoring factor, where you only have 1 goal throughout this game. You look back to the last game where you were able to more control some of those defensive touches. At the end of the day, you can't allow your opponents to have a 50% conversion rate. That's going to lose you games against anybody across the field. I think the good news that you have, if you are Mount St. Mary's, you won that first game. At the end of the day, it's back to just a best of 3 in your mind, and you've just got to win 2 before losing 2.
Yep, and again, you make it sound so easy, Llama. Every time we talk, you make it sound so easy. Like, you just gotta win. Just win. 2 words. Llama said it. It's much deeper than that, but at the same time, it's true. You gotta reset. You gotta say, okay, we just gotta win. Guys, don't worry about it. However, that was a little bit dangerous. Hayden comes in from the side to block. But it is true. For Mount St. Mary's, get that mojo back from game number 1, get those scores going, and you will win. Oh! Fuzz dodging a rule 1.
Pulls in the air roll, make sure not to get locked in there. Nice little demo on the back line. What a touch from Fuzz as well. I feel like it's got to be a little bit more of that Fuzz and Sonic show. They've got to find each other in some of those passing lanes. That'll make their job easier. Sienna on the offense, though. The exploding duck will put a good one on the backboard. Here's a follow-up. Shmigi's no good. Pinballer again. All 3 players trapped on the low ground with not much boost to show for it. But the Mount gets the clear.
A lot smarter play, I think, for Mount St. Mary's. You remembered a lot of these goals came through off of technical mishaps like that. All right, I gotta stop talking, Llama. I think you gotta take over. Sienna up 1.
Always the belief, always the setup down low, and I mean the reads are just phenomenal as well. Their aggression, it's not even over aggression. It's a perfect match of what they want to do from that defense end, rotate up forward. Sienna, another early lead for themselves. Mount St. Mary's has to try and strike back. Fuzz is going to try and do that here. No dunk on exploding duck. The follow-up is denied as well. Just a lost 50-50. We'll leave it trailing down to the corner. For Schmiegi's and the rest of the crew, you've got this midfield pressure that you don't want to lose. But if you're Mount St. Mary's, you want to score before this game becomes 0-4.
Absolutely, and I think it has to start here in the first half, because I think in the second half, Sienna are really going to put on the afterburners. That's where they feel a lot more confident. That's where they're willing to kind of get spicy with it because they know the time's going down. And that's one way to do it, though. Mount St. Mary's with a double demo just to break out of Sienna's pattern here and look to create space of their own. They almost pulled it off, but we're a little bit late. Respawns already came in from Sienna's side. The idea was solid. The execution a little bit waning either way. I love the kind of switch up of style.
That ability to do that mid-series is always so detrimental to your opponents. who are trying to just play their game. I like the shot on board from Fuzz. It doesn't land, but it leaves it awkwardly for a second. Flying in there, Zonic not able to convert on the last shot, and Fuzz will lose their car. Demoed away from Hawk. The follow-up, Hawk gets a reset off of that corner, but it's two players that kind of take the same line. Shmeeky's, you just going to score it anyways. No. How about Hawk? Long shot, no good. Crossbar denies again. Zonic, get it out of there, man!
You remember when I talked about dead balls, right? The clown balls. That's the setup for a clown ball right there. That scares me a lot. Please don't do that. Mount St. Mary's has done that 3 times now, just trying to recenter the ball, and you can't do that with someone like Sienna, or, you know, if you face off against them, someone like Quinnipiac. You gotta learn how to really move that ball with force and with a little bit of determination.
Obviously, so much going here, McCaden. What about this pass? Zonic, we said we need to step up from them. Look at that 50-50. The redirection into the missed touch on the back end. A combination of skill and a forced error from Sienna scores the first for Mount St. Mary's.
Took a little bit of time, but they found it. Now for Sienna, it's about that bounce back. We've seen them bleed an opponent dry, or seen them bleed Mount St. Mary of their defenders, and they do it again. Exploding duck explodes for a second.
It just continues. They have answers. They have the offense to build it, and that angle there to deny Fuzz a save and still land in the bottom corner is pretty insane. 2 minutes left to go. It's still a lot of time. And Mount St. Mary's, yes, they have answered here, but they need to answer again. And I think they would much rather be in the scoring position rather than on the defense for the entire rest of these 2 minutes.
Yep. Give them a little bit of time and be a little bit more proactive overall. Taking into account, though, Fuzz does the same. Another open net. Sienna gift them the opportunity, and this time Mount St. Mary's takes it.
And that pass is beautiful. Smeekies thinks that they have the backline defense, and unfortunately for Exploding Duck, that boost in the corner just didn't spawn. I know we've all been there before. You're like, man, where did this 100 go? It feels like forever. And it absolutely was. 100 seconds left to go, all tied up here. And a game number 3 that's going to put somebody on series point.
I can only imagine that this is going to continue. This back and forth action is one of the closest that we've had yet without it, you know, feeling like it's close. Enjoying it immensely, but for Sienna, maybe not so much. They just fought back in game 2. It's game 3 they really want it.
And they're the higher seed as well. That extra pressure of expected to win, so to say, is on their shoulders. A really good midfield scenario here for Mount St. Mary's as they drive it up to the corner. Schmiege's going to try and get it, not in time. 2v1 on the back end, and Exploding Duck does deal in fire here. Putting it backside to McCaden once again. Drop inside with a demo. Hawks got the clearance. Again, the pressure is so nice from these two teams, and boy, I would love an overtime, but they're not playing like they want it.
I don't think anyone wants to go to that one once again. It happened before, and that's where Sienna kind of lost it at the end. So I think they're trying to avoid it as much as possible. 100% behind you on that one. 30 seconds left. Pick up by Schmieges. A little bit on the left side lilts. McCaden trying to run interference. 20 seconds left. Hawk looks to aim. Good defensive position, and Fuzz this time doesn't let it sit too long in front of the net. Smart play.
Brother's got no boost. He's just driving it on the ground for free. It's 10 seconds to go. Backboard, double denied, but it's a double come in on the backside. The Mount have a chance to follow this up. They get the sidewall win. Is there anything more, or can Hawk find this pass in midfield? What does Zonic have left in the tank? They'll go down to the ground, and once again, we find ourselves in overtime.
Hard pinch, send it to the net. That's all I'm asking for. Roll it high, roll it quick. Zonic looked for it. Good defensive position. But Sienna willing to drag it out a little bit longer. Sienna have found a lot of value in kind of pulling Mount St. Mary's apart, being able to find that gap. A little bit of pass interference, but there it is. Schmieges comes in from midfield, and the setup was oh so glorious.
McCaden, unfortunately, just could not find the line to clear it. That extra bounce, the fake inside, and Schmieges will be the one to deliver the final goal of Game 3. The Saints of Sienna have found themselves back-to-back games, albeit very different games. The last game, they kind of just outscored their opponents, ran away with it. This game was a game where they never were trailing, but it was a game where they were well contested.
Yeah, I think that for both squads, they're starting to pull the best out of the games that they won. A little bit more contact. I mean, I want to call back to that double demo play from Mount St. Mary's. They are willing to challenge a little bit more, and the shot number on both sides is reading higher and higher, 9 versus 7. So I'm liking what we're seeing. Overall, I want to see more of this, and I want to see more confident shots and confident clears. I really need to see less of the ball sitting in front of their net for a good 3 seconds and no one doing anything about it.
I mean, and part of that problem is just they've been at a lack of boost, where Sienna has been able to control a lot of those side pads. And so every time Mount St. Mary's gets out, it's like they're investing all their boost downfield and then have nothing on the re-rotation side. An early demolition here for game number 4, and that's going to be quickly answered by Fuzz. The Saints have a chance to close out the series right here, but the number 6 seeded home hosts will try to bring it to a game 5.
I'm sure they can do it. We've seen hosts do more with you know, the extra boost they get from holding inside the venue. You know, whether it's the crowd, whether it's people, whether knowing you're playing kind of on your home turf. It's a whole different story. Another dead ball in front. This time though, it was a little bit more contested instead of a full setup. That was, I think, 3 defenders sitting on top of it.
Those extra player commits have really cost them out a lot of chances on that defensive side. Just figuring out those rotations, it sounds easier said than done. Schmieges is going to get the demo and make things easier for themselves on the defense. Full boost from basically everyone from MSMU. However, it's a defensive single touch that once again puts them out of position. Exploding Duck gets the read, flowing in with nothing in the boost tank, still gets a contest in the corner. Hawk gets a free steal, steals away the boost from his teammate, and then it's quickly turned on its head from Zonic.
And in all that exchange, Sienna defend. That's about all I can say right there. Very nice little bump and tap. Time winding down once more, so Mount St. Mary's still looking for that rare miracle space to take an advantage. High ball, interference, McHayden holds it down, but double defender comes in from the back end as well. There was a chance at a multi-shot play, but Sienna decided to defend instead.
I mean, it's smart. They know they can trust their offense because of plays like this. Hawk deletes the only person that would have been able to save it, and Schmieges goes coast to coast for a perfect lay-in shot.
What a solid layup of sorts. Sienna up at 1. That's all you want. This time not waiting till the second half before they get offensive and get those goals. Mount St. Mary's already put into a more defensive position. They gotta be careful. Fuzz trying to redirect on their own, not gonna find it. Slow roll down. Zonic tries to get it under control, but it ain't gonna work. So Sienna, once again, rounding the ball on their side of the field, looking to go on a little bit of a trip.
There's still 3 minutes left to go, and Sienna, they had answers all throughout that last game. I'm excited to see how they take their vacation through this one. Try and sip away at the remaining boost meters of Mount St. Mary's, as they were low from Zonic, and Exploding Duck's going to take advantage from the corner. Quick demo, backside rotate, and McHayden almost puts it inside their own net. It is those backside rotations that the Mount are still just trying to figure out.
I wonder, is there going to be any maximum difference here? Mount St. Mary's, they've taken large-scale opportunities whenever the ball falls in front like that right there. Okay, I gotta stop talking, Llama. I think the players, every time they hear my voice, they're like, we don't like you. Just give us a chance to play.
I mean, this is an incredible shot, but somebody needs to check that crossbar's PayPal. There is no way that angle should ever exist. A 90-degree setup, and it rolls in. But that solo effort is exactly what they needed. It's exactly what I've been searching for them. And Fuzz might just do it again! No, the crossbar says you didn't pay me enough. The second one isn't there either. And the rotate back will keep us 1-1. For McHayden wants to try and contest through the air. If they won that 50, could have been a quick 2-goal swing.
I mean, this is just pulling out of heartstrings right now. A little bit of redirect to drop the ball out of the hands of Sienna. And Mount St. Mary's boots it out to the side. It'll be a one-on-one challenge. Hawk looking to bounce it away. Zonic interferes. Good bounce off the back. Teammate bumps him out even further. Tries the pinch action. It won't happen, but that is a very, very gutsy call at the end. And I like it. Mount St. Mary's applying the pressure.
Just playing a tower defense game, clicking exactly where they want to shoot. Sienna trying to build up a horde that can score them not only a game winner, but a possible series winner with 70 seconds left to go. The Mount once again on this offensive stretch. They lose the ball for a second. Well, look how much boost Sienna invested just to get the clear. McHayden! Oh, it's an incredible save. Fuzz, the follow. No! Down low, no either! The defense continues to just say no.
Bump after bump after bump after bump, and nobody gets it in. Are you kidding me? Mount St. Mary's has got to be frustrated about that. That was your best opportunity to rip one back. Now Sienna, ball under slight control of theirs. Demo on the back end, though. Mount St. Mary's looking. Zonic interfered with once more. It's a slide for slide for slide as we enter the final 30 seconds.
We've already had 2 overtimes this series, and right now the scoreline trails that way. Sienna could end it, though. A single goal in regulation could turn the tide. You're going to get a good contest at that side wall. Mount St. Mary's just trying to work out the back middle here. Zonic puts it kind of out of position, forces their last man to jump. It's a demo away. A forward touch, almost just scores on the other way as well. Secondary, no dunk! The defense again from Schmiggies keeps it alive, and they'll bump it up for one more attempt. A long shot, an empty net, but not enough time. Overtime for the 3rd time this series.
You know what that means. Chaos. Either a quick goal or a 30-minute banger. We'll see. This is going to be the call down here. First shot did miss out. Second is in rotation. Mount St. Mary's doesn't want to take that chance to try and strip the ball away, so instead they let it roll back to their own side. Zonic going to collect only 12 boosts in there, though, so tough to hang on to it. Rolls in front of the net. Nice kick out, though. The clear gives time and momentum. Over one defender, though, it is going to be Sienna to bounce it right back.
Little double commit there from the Saints. McHayden's got the coverage on the backside, and Hawk does not get the dunk that they wanted. However, Zonic doesn't have the boost that they want either and can't get to midfield. They have to travel across the entirety of that half-court line to get the refresh. Hawk on the beat. The setup, no good. Fuzz has the defense again, and McHayden has got a clear that just barely doesn't get over top of the last 2 defenders.
Bounce back, minute expired. Both teams have actually amped up the speed at which they are playing now. I want you to, any viewers at home, recognize the speed. You can actually feel it. Earlier game, a little bit slower, a little bit more calculated. Now it's just breakneck pace for someone to score. Ooh. And that means a lot more mistakes and opportunities like that. Fuzz gives us their second to take the game.
2 of those 3 overtimes will go the way of the Mount. Schmiggy's just not tall enough, didn't drink enough milk, as the bone growth stops there, and we will go to a 5th and final decider game. I mean, it's all we've wanted all day long. This one, I will say, it feels like Sienna was a lot closer than it should have been. The outscoring potential from Mount St. Mary's in that game, the offensive dial that they just cranked up to 100, it gives them a lot of momentum going into our 5th and final game.
Yeah, I think that really came down to the fact that we got to see Mount St. Mary's play a little bit more heftier game. Sienna started off a little bit slower. They tried to pick up pace in the middle, but when it comes to established play, I think Sienna are good. I think they're always going to win a lot of those shootouts when they have their established play, when they're running their playbook. Mount St. Mary's has learned how to scramble. I don't know where this came from, but every time we see them in a scramble, somehow luck is on their side.
And now a chance to do it in the most important game of the series. It is game number 5. All of them matter equally, but this one will send somebody off to the semifinals. Mount St. Mary's has showed a lot of grit here in this series. They started out with an overtime win. Right now, a sandwich of overtime wins is what defines their scoreboard. Sienna needs to find their offensive flow here in this game, or else they could be at risk of being eliminated.
Take our time, take a breath, because you know the second half is going to be explosive. Hawk rolling in a one-on-one challenge against Fuzz in the aerial battle. Sends the ball sideways. I don't think anyone's trying to spin out here. So for Sienna, it's just watching that ball, making sure to keep eyes on it, and keep it somewhat in your control.
Watching where it's going, not where it is right now. That's a pretty impressive thing that Mount St. Mary's has been able to do over the course of that last game. And they're doing it again, trying to pre-predict where that ball is going to end up. Hawk trying to go for a slam down from the corner, and does get a touch to slow it down enough. But Fuzz has got an easy enough touch. They've got to get those defensive rotations in mind. For both these two teams, if it's another low-scoring game, it's going to be those very simple mistakes that slip the mind here after playing Rocket League for this long of a series.
100%. It takes a weathered and experienced side of things to keep your mind fresh and play at the same level that you have all series long. And remember, there might be a second match on the horizon for them to figure out who will be moving on to the Grand. A little bit of a bounce though. Mount St. Mary's slowly creeping into enemy territory here. Sienna recognizing that there is some danger in the volatility on that side. Trying to clear, trying to get an offensive of their own as 2 minutes expire. No goals so far.
Both teams, it's almost like back to that game one mentality. Nobody wants to make that mistake. Nobody wants to be that guy that sets their team up for failure. And neither team has so far. It is just clean and concise Rocket League, a good back and forth volley. That would make anybody envious. The problem now, though, is somebody's got to win, and somebody eventually needs to score. And whether or not you can do it now or later doesn't matter, but the lead will definitely matter at the end of the game.
100%, which is why we're even seeing backline bumps here, which is chaotic. You're trying to bump that defender out of the field, and that's where your advantage is coming from. Schmieges, though, rounds one defender, isn't able to get the second. Instead, the ball streaks out to the side. We can see they're testing the waters here, even in this game 5, about what they can get away with. What a redirect on the touch. Really nice job. But Mount St. Mary's was ready for it.
Schmieges decided to pull off with that double touch. Was looking pretty dastardly. Incredible touch there from Zonic. And it's quickly sent forward. Hawk has got to be very, very careful here with the backside touch, giving an opportunity to Mount St. Mary's with a boost advantage. This one almost just rolling in. A ballerina dancer across the goal line. Here's the second shot. Hawk has got it taken care of. 100 seconds to go. Some really good opportunities on either side, but we are deadlocked at goose eggs.
At some point, someone's got to scramble it and make it an omelet. Got to break the egg. Come on, guys. Let's see it. Rolling on into the battlefield. Schmieges once again carries it to the right side. Zonic clears it on the left. Hawk roams through the mid. No major setups there. Ball once again chunks out to the side. Minute 15 left. This is dangerous. Mount St. Mary's, they might start getting antsy. A little bit of bump on the backside. Space being given, but Sienna unable to find their marks. Or do they? Schmieges has to go high, though, to keep it out of the hands of Mount St. Mary's.
I mean, Sienna is adding accelerant to the fire of this game number 5, but they haven't been able to score, and that can get aggravating through all those attempts. If you're not able to find one soon, does it start to break into the mental? Hawk makes the shot happen, but Zonic with that save. It is not great boost meters. Really, Zonic the only one with anything. A triple commit off the crossbar. Somehow, some way, that thing does not find a way to score.
That is chaotic enough as the ball rolls free in the mid. Hayden didn't want to punch it out just yet. 30 seconds left. And it all comes down to this. Are we going to get our 4th OT here? Is that where we're headed, Llama? Is that what the teams want?
I know what I want is to be right here. These final 15 seconds. The greatest moment for these two teams to try and score with just single digits on the board. It's a midfield redirect. Fuzz has got the setup on the backboard, but it's a boost steal away from Sienna. They've got the clearance. Do they just let it fall? Sure as heck they do. A single goal will decide this series.
Remember, this feels like Mount St. Mary's playground. Anytime it comes down to this kind of scramble for the ball, they've more often than not come out on top in those clown balls, in those rare opportunities. Let's see if they can make magic happen one more time to keep their playoff hopes alive.
Good little initial look for Mount St. Mary's with a follow-up. Zonic, I love the effort. Is it too much, though? You don't want to overcommit. At a time like this, the midfield defense is more important than ever. Good timing on the boost response, so McAden will have a full tank to punch it forward. Trying to go for the demo, just barely misses Speakies, and that might cost him. Second over the top, that just almost scores! Fuzz finds the defense, and another good clear comes through.
You gotta get back on defense, though. You gotta get back on defense. Oh, no, that's it, Fuzz! Fuzz puts it away, and Mount St. Mary's will move on to the semifinals.
An angelic clank off the left side post is enough for the score. 3 overtime wins. That's how they do it. That is how the hometown crew finds the upset. The semifinal berth is well earned. And boy, I think they need a breath after that match, just like me.
I don't know what to say. I feel like I predicted that correctly. In the OTs, Mount St. Mary's will nearly always come out on top. I'm telling you, it's the hometown buff, it's the playoffs buffs, it's the host advantage, as we like to call. That is wild.
I mean, I'm just happy we got 4 games of overtime. 3 of them do go the way of Mount St. Mary's, but an incredible series between these two teams, and Sienna clearly had some weapons. They had the firepower, but it just ran a little bit dry. And I think at the same time, when you talk about the games of how they were played for Mount St. Mary's, it benefited them that they weren't high-scoring games. They were able to play their offense and, more importantly, play their defense on the backside.
Yeah, Sienna really grounded play at the end, and Mount St. Mary's had such a tough time. The whole reason we went to OT is neither team were really relinquishing. Now, granted, there were some dead balls in front, which I do have worries for the side of Mount St. Mary's that if they do it again in the semifinals, it might be punished a little bit more. But at the current moment, they were fine. They were able to stay safe. They were able to kind of fight back, and I expect them to continue to do so all the way through the semis.
Exciting stuff. We've already crowned some semifinalists, but we've got to find even more semifinalists as we rotate our action over to Valorant for the day. We still got 2 more titles. We'll do Valorant and then some more Overwatch action to end things off. Of course, we not only have our main stream here, we've also got shows going on our side stream as well. So again, a huge shout out to all the people working super hard to make this event happen. For us, though, up here in the booth, we're going to take just a short little break as we prep for that next series. So don't go too far. We'll be back with more esports action.
This is not what I came here to find. Memories show that I'm out of time. See a shadow, don't know if it's mine, but I see you, I see you, I see you, I see you.
1974. wish we stayed the same. I got way too many thoughts in my brain. I got memories that run through my veins. I'm not one to blame, but I could point out every way that you changed. Some things stay up while others go right down the drain. And lately we've been going down in flames. But if I'm honest, I get in my feels when I want you. Say you feel it too, I'll haunt you. Hold on till I'm lost in the nirvana. But if I'm honest, I get in my feels when I want you. Say you feel it too, I'll haunt you. Hold on till I'm lost in the nirvana. But if I'm my therapist is saying that I should. I don't believe her, but I really wish I could. Instead, I guess I'll stay misunderstood. Oh, 'cause I'm stuck now, just trying to figure a way out of try but can't seem to slow down. And I don't know if I want to. But if I'm honest, I get in my feels when I want you. Say you feel it too, I'll haunt you. Hold on till I'm lost in the nirvana. But if I'm honest, I get in my feels when I want you. Say you feel it too, I'll haunt you. Hold on till I'm lost in the nirvana. But if I'm can't seem to slow down. And I can't stop thinking about you, but what you gonna do? And you know I'm feeling good like that, so what you gonna do? And I can't stop thinking about you, but what you gonna do? What you gonna do? What you gonna do?
We aren't looking for just anybody to join the Space Force.
We're calling on all late-night coders, early morning gamers, self-proclaimed space geeks, stargazing science junkies, tireless trailblazers, daydreamers, and especially square peg in a round hole type thinkers. To shape the force that protects our interest in space and our everyday lives on Earth, the only force created for the 21st century.
We need people like you.
So consider this your invitation.
Welcome back, everybody. Still here at our MAAC Day 2 of our Esports Championships, and we are moving on to Valorant, our third unique title of the day. But Orbital, the excitement level is the exact same. We've got to see who's making it to Sunday with some of these matches.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit chaotic, mainly for the Valorant side, because we have heard some crazy news, teams having a little bit outside pocket maps that they really enjoy. So I'm excited to see what does go down. As you said, some teams will be making it on to Sunday to play in the grand finals, and we will have the pleasure of casting them there. But today, it all is determining who will make it there in the first place.
I'm really excited to see, honestly, who can win this first matchup, as we got a little bit of an upset. Obviously, Manhattan, the number 1 seed, they cleanly made their way through, but Sienna found their way upsetting the number 4 seed. They're the number 5 seed, so it's the smallest upset possible, but still an upset nonetheless. They do have to face a very tough number 1 seeded team on the other side of things, but this is your chance to really force the issue and try to earn yourself a championship slot.
Yep, give yourself the best chance possible. It is a BO3, so not your full BO5. You don't have to, really rally behind the day. A BO5 is a lot of endurance running here. But the BO3 will be quite fun to go ahead and flex your muscles, show what you got, and prove why you deserve to be here.
Let's check out the rosters for today's Valorant matchup. For Manhattan University, Bot Ramen, Dylan, Bucci, Flame Carrier, and Puma will be facing off against the Sienna crew of Rocker, Spidey, You, Willy Billy, Nine, and Manpaw.
Gotta love it. For Manhattan, big plays here. Gotta kind of step up to the plate. For Sienna, once again, it is the do the best that you can right now, right? It is the, you're up against a very strong opponent. It's tough either way. I'm very much looking at the duelists. I want to see what they can show here in game number 1 and then expand into game 2 from there.
Pretty exciting. I mean, we've been playing this kind of double duelist meta for a little bit now, so getting to see kind of what these teams want to do, where they want to go for obviously all of their map selections as well, is going to be very, very exciting. Now, the schedule, like we talked about for the rest of the day today, we've got this Valorant action, then we'll go right back to Overwatch. That's kind of our final setup for the day. 2 more Overwatch semifinals after this one, and then Orbital. Just a taster for tomorrow. On our main stage, we've got League of Legends, Super Smash, and Rocket League, and then Overwatch and Valorant happening on the side stage.
So much action across the entirety, and I think, I'm a Valorant head. I'm a Valorant head and a League head. I love both of these titles so much, and I very much enjoy it. And news as well of the pro circuit for Valorant just made me kick off an entirely new respect for it. So I'm excited to see if this is a taste, as well as the maps. It looks like we do have our maps set as well. Interesting. Okay, so
Interesting.
it is a Fracture to open, which is wild. Fracture, I believe, just reintroduced into the map pool, and then a Bind, and then a Decider of Lotus. That is even more interesting. Okay.
I personally love it. I think Bind, obviously one of those more kind of milquetoast maps that's been in the map pool for a while. People very much understand it and how to play it at this point, which makes it kind of so fun to watch and see all the creativity that comes through it. But you mentioned, I mean, Fracture just reintroduced. You get Lotus as that three site decider, which is always super fun to see how the defense kind of splits their overall resources. But I do think it's going to be important for these first 2 maps, especially I think for Sienna, to win your own map pick. I know it sounds easier than said than done, but winning your own map pick, being able to force on what you feel most comfortable on, is very important in a best of 3.
Yep. Go ahead, give us the best that you got. See some unique picks as well. Some of the agents will be quite fun to watch for. I think in Collegiate, you do have a certain meta, as you said, with the double duelist and all, but some teams have opted into a more double initiator, and some teams have flat out run like modified double duelists or almost triple duelists. Obviously, Clove kind of doubling into that format. A lot of teams have opted for that value as well. So we'll see how it goes. I believe Mix is also, you know, still being tested in the waters a little bit. I think a lot of people have assumed that it's just Mix is there. Unfortunately, Mix is there at the end of the day. So we'll see how that goes.
Yeah, I think if Mix is used well enough correctly, I feel like it has just a lot of supportive utility where you don't usually see a smoker that can also heal your entire team at the exact same time or do entire damage to the opponents at the same time. So a lot of flexibility in the kit, whether you want to kind of assault onto the defensive side or if you want to help out your own teammates. And then that base quake, a little bit underwhelming of an ultimate, I think, but it's something that can take the sights very quickly and add towards your utility if you're running something like a Brim or a Breach to combo out with those if you have them at the same time.
Yeah, it's I will say, watching some of these, I could see where you're going with it. I'm also just intrigued because I don't want to dive too deep into it. One of the few things that I hate doing with Valorant is diving into, I want to say, schools that might be running outside the meta, so I don't want to say what they're going to play, and I don't want to touch on it until we see it, personally, because I want to be excited. I don't want to have to guess, and then all of a sudden it's like, oh, you know, the guess is wrong, and then I'm like, oh, okay. But I also love to be kind of proven wrong at the same time. If I see some of these agents and I don't exactly enjoy it, if a player can prove me wrong, that's even better.
It's always fun to see some unique agents pulled through the pool, and obviously without some sort of like ban system, everything is kind of always up and available, and it's like, do you want to run that, or do you wish to, you know, counter it out for something else? I also think the fun part about Valorant, you don't really get to see what your opponents are running until you start things off. And as we head on in here, into Agent Select, we do have to give a huge thank you to our presenting sponsor, Asus ROG, for powering this weekend's event with the ROG G700s, their latest top performance desktop equipped with the RTX 50 series. Asus ROG pledges to support esports in education with their next-gen technology, and we're so glad they're starting their mission through our event today.
Yeah, big shout out to them. They made it possible to watch all these amazing players and a lot of these amazing competitors as well. It is a treat and a half to get to watch them compete as we're heading on in. We got some chaotic picks here, I do believe. As we mentioned before, Siena University going ahead and running kind of that pseudo triple duelist with the Clove in the back pocket to kind of mix and match. Manhattan on the flip side, though, going with a bit more on the initiation side of things, heavy on the investment on the attack side.
It'll be pretty interesting to see kind of how this Clove plays into things. Obviously has that extra life, has things that can kind of heal it up and continue to put the pressure on through. So if you're unfamiliar with Fracture, you get the defenders kind of spawning inside the middle. There's a rope that drags all the way through it. Very, very unique map. And as you mentioned, going to be interesting to see how it plays in the map pool. But nonetheless, we're starting out our Valorant semifinals, a spot on Sunday available for these two teams. And Orbital, we've always got to start off with the pistol round.
Pistols are always kind of fun. You get a kind of weapon check. You got to skill check the opponent as much as possible and seeing how well they're going to chance it. Rocker, though, rocks on in with a quick kick. Denies Manhattan that entrance through the back sight and says, no, thank you. You got to go back away. You got to look at B instead.
First player down, first blood in. And it's going to be a quick rotation coming through. The one big problem is there are going to be those tripwires on the direct entryway in. So they'll catch the Neon, which is the fastest member, and Dylan's going to find him off the Tejo nades. Bot Ramen's got the headshot to make it a 2-for-1. And as Puma gets the plant, those close smokes are going to come down.
Fracture is also one of the few maps that I feel gets really, really chaotic in terms of how you want to apply a lot of your pressure. There's so many hallways, there's so many pathways that you got to keep eyes on. Entrance through B Canteen. Saying, okay, let's go ahead and cheat in main as well. They're going to float from the bottom side, and it's going to lead to a very close battle. However, Haran as well as Puma were able to lock down 2 on the back end. Rocker with the 3K, though. Make it a little bit spicy. Shell out, can catch Puma, and it forces Puma outside. That's 4K. Looking for one more. Can you do a bot ramen available? And you are going to clip the wings. Rocker, though, needs this finisher. You do not get it. Ramen saves the round.
Yeah, It comes down to just a 1v1, but Manhattan is able to get the job done after starting that rotation, finding themselves locked in with a couple of tripwires. They just kind of assault the issue and use that high ground and the cover that comes with it to their advantage. So it is Manhattan that is going to get themselves a bonus buy going here to round number 2. What I'm always worried about is those 4 spies from Sienna. I can understand when to put in the issue, but we'll have to watch how it affects the economy throughout today.
Taking a peek here, face-to-face meeting. Good challenge coming in. Hall activated for Manhattan if they so wish. So to push in is a little bit chaotic, and maybe they bought out as well. It looks like they did. Manhattan wipe through 3. Clearing out Sienna. Of course, it is a little bit of a bonus. Don't worry too much about it. Anti-eco running rampant. Billy, unfortunately, ran into about 3 gun barrels, and there's only 1 left alive. Manhattan keeping 5 alive.
Spike planted.
Pistol versus 5 here on the free gun. The classic not able to do much as Yaren does find the double kill. So building up that Neon ultimate already as Manhattan University finds himself back-to-back round wins. Sienna now will have to force the issue per se into those rifles, and it's good that they didn't force on every single member, so they should have money enough to hit that buy. They've also got Rocker's ultimate available, so if they really want to bring out that showstopper, it is up and available for them.
Which is kind of surprising, but again, Rocker was able to answer with a 4K in the early rounds, so it's a very, it's one of the lower cost ultimate charges to have. You can look on the flip side. I mean, Ramen obviously a 2 out of 7 needs a lot, but everyone else 8 to 9. Tough times around, but we'll see if Rocker can get more for their own. As I hear, deep spread, Sienna holding in multiple areas, but it's a B-side swing with a very fast push from Manhattan, ready to catch a lot of Sienna off guard. Canteen held by 1. No major noise being made. It looks like a little bit of wraparound as 9 might not enjoy this answer. Tower is not the spot you want to be as Harun takes your life. Beautiful shot.
And dropping the lane to cut off kind of the entire to that B-side vision. Manhattan doing a great job of forcing the issue and putting Sienna on a timer. They're going to do it here again. They get into sight, they get the plant, and now Sienna is going to have to try for this retake. You do wonder, Showstopper is going to come out. It'll be launched long range and finds a double kill. 3v3 in the post plant as Yaron is just going crazy. A triple kill for them, and it's all down to Rocker, who finds the head of 1. Their own triple kill is available. Trying to go for the tippity taps. There's 2 players on isolated angles, but the problem is there is just no time. Or is there? Rocker, a little 4K, finding the headshot, faking the defuse up towards half. Does he just hold on? It sure looks like it, but the timing is just horrendous. Puma finds it, and Manhattan will go 3-0.
I mean, it's a smart play coming in from Rocker, masking the sound of the startup of that defusal with your own paint shell, trying to get in. And we can really see that Rocker is kind of the star. I did say the duelist I'm always ready to watch, but to credit Manhattan, every time Rocker has a chance to pull a 3K, the spike's already down, you're forced into a disadvantageous position. So I love what Manhattan are doing. They're making sure to kind of clear out, they're staying away from Rocker, and they're going to continue to try and find a player advantage before they have to face off against that raise.
And even better news for them, that Showstopper ultimate is out of the back pocket, so they've got an ultimate of their own if those fiery laser fingers want to come out from the Manhattan University Neon. From you, Willy Billy is going to try and drop some smokes, but that is not going to save them. Dodges away from that Tejo drone, but it's not going to stop Dylan from finding a quick headshot and a first blood. They've taken control of upper here, and they've already got some space. The cameras may reveal their position, but Manhattan University is going to put them on a timer here again as Rocker gets the upgrade.
Get him. There.
Once again, it's a situation, though, where Rocker is this lone kind of defender. You're going to try and shell in with the rest of the squad. It looks like you're able to hold paint shell thrown, but allows Harun to just take your life. And in a 3v1, Monpa, I don't think you like this position, but you're going to have to give it your best shot either way.
It's a 1v3. A couple good shots is all it takes, I guess. With just the Sheriff, Yaron would be the first spearhead, and now that position is revealed, so Bucci's going to walk out. It is going to be a takedown from the rifle, and it is 4 rounds straight here from Manhattan University. And And Orbital, there's a clear reason why they're the #1 seed.
100%. They are playing very, very comfortably together. They are also moving as a unit. No one's kind of straying off to the side. I haven't seen, you know, really anyone go on like a flanking mission or anything just yet. They're not testing the waters. They're playing their game. I do appreciate it, but this time around it looks like we are getting a little bit of a check here. Puma as well joining in on that far side. It is going to be a chance and a half to maybe look at the gate, get a fresh because they have the weaponry in hand. Ah, I like it. Send out the drone. That's a much smarter play there. And you baited Spidey around the corner as well. Well played.
Rocker wants to investigate as well, and will eat a stun to the face. With 92 HP, still enough to duel, but I think smartly not trying to walk into a 1v3. Ultimate already coming down from the Tahoe to rip things through with those rockets. It won't land, and that Boom Buddy is going to try and delay this push. All the while, things are coming in from two different sides, so although they've kind of escaped out here towards the dirt side of A, two other players are coming in for the other side for free.
I think for them, though, that's the expected pull, right? This is why you did it. It's not like you're obviously swinging all the time, but it is just trying to maintain an advantage. Dylan's still able to find another catch on the flip. Very, very controlled. And now you get to wrap around because guess what? Spike's on a whole different area. This is the bait and switch that they wanted. Rotate over towards B. Cypher's still on site, so 9 might be able to do something. But you're not in Treehouse. Instead, you're allowing this plan to get ever so closer. Meeting on the mines as Bushi finds Billy. It's a really good mark as Manhattan will get the plant and force a retake from Sienna.
The other tough part is Bot Ramen just took all of mid here, and don't do it to him. Not this early! Already in round 5, we got a knifing as Sienna is taken down to just one member. Rocker has the ultimate again. Finds a headshot, but will die to Bot Ramen's long-range spray. Bot Ramen's double kill, very good, but Manhattan are just flexing across this map.
Just a strong showing here. A squad that knows what they want to do, knows how they want to play, and will continue to show this level of excellence. I'm expecting them to continue. You can see the kill spread is also looking amazing for them. On the other, Sienna, 9, Billy, Monpa, and Spidey. They have the option to do some work. A couple assists rolling in from the lower end. It's just they don't have the weaponry so far. So it is on Rocker kind of having that hero moment that they're able to pull out some rounds.
I mean, you've got that ultimate. That's big. And for Manhattan, they've got 2 of those ultimates to try and work off of. Yaron has been very solid and is just very, very close to popping their ultimate as well. Depending on how long you want to save it, they've already got a good 5 rounds here on this map, which again is the pick of Manhattan University, so they're kind of expected, especially with this new map pool, to pick it. But a Tahoe Veto composition, not something you usually see, but it's something that's going to be fast. Puma's going to take down Manpause. They just sit and eat the ultimate. They're going to send in the stuns as well to the site, and Spidey and 9 find the doubles. It's shotguns all day, I guess. That's finding everything. Spidey gets the upgraded rifle, finds the double, and find the thrifty.
Welcome to Valorant right now. The shotties are definitely in meta. I don't think it's really been touched on just yet, but it still brings a very explosive round right back. You can tell Manhattan were not ready for that position. I don't blame them. My big question is, can they bounce back from that level of aggression? You know that's a one-time tactic. Only shotties coming out. So instead, now you turn. What are they going to grab? Is someone going to grab an up? Are we going to see that advantage come somewhere else? Maybe, maybe not. But an Odin currently held by 9, as that's a B-side solo hold once more.
There's a lot of those tripwires to gather some intel. Manhattan University, they have also got themselves a big ultimate left to go, and that evolution from the Veto can be very strong. And what else is strong? Just work off a 2v1. Here it comes. Showstopper won't take down anything, and Dylan's going to find the trade. Puma's got the cleanup as well. What an incredible show of patience. And Sienna is all forced over towards that A side.
I do wonder for Manhattan, are you able to find one more frag? Are you able to find one more pick on the back end? This would allow you to have a little bit more player advantage. At the same time, you're really hoping to lock out that Cypher. You have to expect the ultimate is online a little bit sooner. Obviously, we have a bird's eye view, so we know. But for Sienna, could have used that neural theft. Could have tried to find an opponent, but you don't want to cross the open territory, so it's a little bit of a catch-22 there.
It's also a show of patience here, where Siena University, not really anything in terms of the sound cues to give it away until they just rush the site. Manhattan University doing a great job of continuing to put them on a timer. Just barely. Yaron dodges away from that ultimate. Will still get stunned in the secondary. Their own stun will go wide as 9 is just spraying down for free. The barrel, the mag, it's all emptying, but Yaron finds the double kill and cleans things up.
I mean, that's as solid as you can possibly get. I love that Rolling Thunder coming through, and Manhattan right back on top, as we mentioned, ensuring that they maintain the status quo. Maybe you're surprised, but you don't let it kind of break your spirits, and you don't allow it to break your cadence either. They're right back in the winning motion, and now they got that veto. They have that ability to nullify a lot of the incoming damage, and that's going to help if we see an answer from the Neon, if we see that overcharge, if we see that overdrive come into play.
Jasper's in pretty much full control right now, and there it comes, the evolution, the next level mode from Vito. And Spidey just kind of on a solo hold angle as those smokes cut off their reinforcements from the upper side. And it's going to be Spidey who will have to pretty much do it all themselves. Quick flash out, Veron trying to go in, Puma will find the headshot, and Spidey just going to face down the 1v1, gets traded away. It's kind of the best you can ask for, but Rocker can do nothing such. They are sprayed down through the box, and their two teammates are caught on the rotation.
And I think for Manhattan, recognizing that Siena is almost consistently playing this kind of 1-4 slot is why they are leaning so heavily into the A site each time. You're trying to avoid the raids, you're trying to avoid that hyper duelist in there. But at the same time, if you're able to get a player advantage, you make this post plant so easy for yourself, which we're seeing here. Dylan able to mark a 4K for themselves as Manhattan crests 7 rounds won.
9 at least got a little fancy with it. Landed the shot, didn't actually get the kill off it, but we'll still count it as a pretty incredible play. Siena needing to use some of these ultimates to the best of their ability. 3 of them in total available. The problem is, again, some of these half buys have really been costing them. The economy has never really settled down, and the problem with that too is Manhattan hasn't been giving up free kills, so it's not like you have the bonus credits from that either. It's a very clean game so far from Manhattan.
Chance to turn it around though. Siena currently has 3 ultimates in play. Or are they going to use it though? That's a revive plus a neural theft. A lot of these account for early kills. For Spidey, I think that's going to be the big call. You try and zap your way in. Good tag, but Puma with that domer says no thank you. Electricity's out. Candlelight is in. Rock number 1. 9 was ready to Rocker take one for themselves too. What is going on here? Dylan manages to stumble back, but for Siena in a 3v2, that's better than they thought it was going to be. Of course, Billy grabs one more tap of a pick-me-up, and he is now pretty well healed.
Has the opportunity to play that not dead yet as well. The question is for Billy trying to go in, Dylan trying to play the one-on-one, and it is just a one-on-one fight, and Willy Billy does deal the final blow. A 3K, and heroics are good enough from to put themselves up a second round here, and that's exactly what they need, some momentum.
Took a little bit of time, took a little bit of space, but the surprise factor again with some of these shotguns just causing enough chaos where Manhattan are thrown off every so often. As you said, momentum shifts with them, but momentum only occurs when you have 2 or 3 rounds in a row. You can't call it a momentum shift when it's only 1 round. We need to see more built on top of that round victory.
They've got some of the ultimates to do it. I especially think that neural theft is such a strong one to just play off of information, something they haven't had basically all throughout this map. Now it is a best of 3, so even though the person that will lose this first map, they are not out of the series. They'll have to win that second one though to bring some things back. This Manhattan who's going to play a slow walk. They'll drop the spike back to Bucci, but they have really an open sight in front of them. And again, Siena knows none the wiser.
I mean, I like it. A hall pass once more. There was a transfer for Siena, moving their Cypher over to A site instead. But there goes the Armageddon rolling on through, cutting out the high ground. 9, though, with a hard spray through the smoke, holds them all back. And it allows this wraparound. Take a look at the boom bot from behind. They're about to meet their makers. It feels like Manpa realizes they're closing on in. It's a quick shell out, and Siena burned so much time. Well played for them, but Rocker You fragged out before. Can you frag out one more time? Yes, Dome 1. Fuji goes down. Puma. Yaren as well. That's a 3K and a flawless for Sienna in the best pincer I've seen yet.
I mean, did you even have to ask the question of can Rocker step up? Completely answers it there. A little multi-kill performance on top of the back of the incredible game that they are having. 1 showstopper was not enough. 2 showstoppers was not enough. 3 showstoppers may still not be enough here for Rocker, as they have gotten ultimate after ultimate to start off this first half. And that's exactly the type of momentum you need. For Manhattan, they are very limited on resources in terms of the ultimates that they can play off this round.
For Manhattan, maybe a little bit more surprise than they would like. However, we've seen them dig themselves out before after a surprise. We've seen things change in their favor. This time they're taking it a lot slower. Entry from the north and south. Really slow play from Arcade and Main. 9 though, still holding it down. Marked 1 through Main and look it through. Neural Theft being used as well. Just caught before they went down. Perfect information read.
Only 2 rounds left to go here in this half, so I definitely understand wanting to use it. 41 HP though, and for Manhattan, they've got 4 players still left to go. The question is going to be this kind of 3-player stack more situated towards mid for Sienna. Can the Saints find real good issue off of the tripwires that still sit on this B-bomb site? 9 is just going to be trapped on their lonesome push forward. Tripwire triggered as he fights the first. Rahman gets the trade, but it's not before the other side of the site falls apart. Dylan needs to go big. They need to find them all, and they will not. The speed is good enough. And it's a 3-on-1 for Bot Ramen. They don't have the chance to open it up, but they've got the teleport. So now they've got the first kill, but not the second. Willy Billy with another clutch.
I mean, this is all play from Sienna University coming back into this battle. Really, really well done for game number 1. Finding it back to a 4-7 is much better than I think they were expecting, considering how the early start to the game was. Your best bet is obviously a 5-7, not the greatest in the world, but it's enough considering the run that could have gone on. Could be staring down the barrel like a 10-2 or 11-1. Those are both very, very dangerous. Manhattan, maybe a little bit sad that they've let this game kind of get out of their control. They weren't as dominant as they wish, so we'll see how this one works out, and then moving into the second half.
I'll say sometimes this attacking side can be very tough. We've got an immediate duel from Yaron, who is done with the shotgun shenanigans, says it's time for us to play off of those. And it's the judge that will deliver the first execution to the back bench. Manhattan University, 2 ultimates left in their back pockets as well, as Yaron is just dancing around. Willy Billy, once again, making their name known, and that's also the spike location, so that might delay Manhattan just a little bit more.
Quiet play, Puma with the plant. Manhattan, for the first time in a long time, I think being able to set up for a post-plant retake defense. They're just biding their time. Yaren recognizes that someone's coming around the side. As you said, a little transcendent state, though. The evolution is there, but Billy says no evolution can hold me down. Becomes a bit of a not dead yet. Can you get the revive off to make it permanent? 9 able to mark 1. Bot Ramen marks another. Jump down from the bottom side is Dylan. 9's going to look to defuse. Are you going to come around the corner? No, it's not because everyone's dead. I lied. Haha, that is the win. Sienna take the final round of the half.
I mean, 4 rounds in a row to end things off. Very well done from the Saints as they chip into the #1 seed's lead and really start to find the confidence across the team. You give Rocker a lot of credit for fighting early, but this team built up some really good strategies, and now they're going to have to look even better on that attacking side. For Manhattan, they've got the advantage, and this is their map pick, so the confidence is one thing, but winning your map pick is another.
I do wonder where this is going to go. Manhattan University's composition does feel much more tailored towards an offensive measure. Yes, you have a couple of the controllers. Yes, you have the ability to slow down with the senties and all, but I'm just not sure. It feels like Sienna have kind of activated here, so we'll see if that changes. Fracture is always such a weird map here, and you mentioned it's hard to aggress sometimes. Let's see if that holds true for Sienna and see if they're able to make some magic happen.
Like the pressure to get the ult orb. That's not only setting some stocks aside for this round, but for the rest of the half as well. A couple early bullets traded away as Bot Ramen survives the 1-for-1. Rocker looking for something. Yaron is going to be the first blood as Siena University once again starting out the second half with a bang. Their long-range shots have been pretty solid, and Rocker's in a great spot to try and disrupt things.
A little slow roll. After that, Rocker now speeding things up, saying we only have a little bit more time. Pistols out. Ramen able to mark one. Billy goes down. Rocker now swinging through his top side. But Dylan with a great mark onto 9 forces that spike down. But with eyes on it, now you force a cross that is very, very dangerous. Rocker has to traverse across 3, and they aren't going to make it. Monpa marking Puma, and Bot Ramen gets another Rocker. Able to frag out on 1. Gotta get that plant. Off into the back corner you go. It will be a 2v2. Really nice job by Rocker to secure and save. But Ramen gets a 3k. It's down to 1v1. Rocker needs to reload. Bucci around the corner. 3 HP left. Left, right. Which way it goes? Bucci's also on 1. Are you kidding me? It's gonna come down to a single bullet. And it's a well-read moment by Rocker. Rocker moves Siena to 6.
I mean, how many multi-kills is Rocker gonna get on just today? Manhattan forced to call a timeout here. 19-9-2. A very good standing so far for Rocker as the team is just trying to catch up. I like the timeout here, though. You've lost 5 straight, and especially going here into this next round, you won't really have the economy to battle them, but you're kind of preparing your mindset for the rest of this half. If you're kind of this #1 seed and you're feeling overconfident, you can't be. I mean, this is the semifinals. We're talking about both teams earning their spot through earlier battles on this weekend, and now they are in this position to try and qualify for tomorrow.
I think, honestly, for Manhattan, this is a good challenge. You're excited, and I think you really are just looking at Rocker. Rocker has been such a stalwart menace so far, and it's bleeding into the rest of the team. So my question for this timeout is, how are you dealing with this? I think it's already identified that you got to deal with Rocker. You got to mark him somehow to take him out. I think that's what they're kind of reaching for here in Manhattan. Timeout used here in the second half means they won't have it for later. Using it on a round where you have low econ is quite surprising as well.
Yeah, that's always kind of a pet peeve of mine when you use a timeout and you're like, okay, what are we doing with it? We're buying pistols and running 5 into sight and die? Awesome. So, yeah, I always like when you have the plan with the rifles behind it. Manhattan still has that 1-round advantage, but that may not be sticking around for too long. And, you know, you've also got the veto setups, which I think need to talk about a little bit more. That interceptor, such a powerful tool to deny that initial wave of utility. Manhattan is going to try and play this one a 4-1 stack set.
Slight push into Hall from Manhattan, trying to play it a little bit closer to the vest. It's a little bit surprising to see Siena a little bit slower off the mark. They're almost waiting for a mistake to happen on the flip side. I don't know if that's going to happen, though, because take a look at this. Manhattan, even though they held up, not willing to push in, not willing to lurk for a second position. This orb take by 1, though, should give a little bit more of an audio cue that, hey, things are moving over onto the B site, and we need to rotate 1 for help.
Paint shells are going to get eaten alive, so intercepted very quickly as Rocker tries to go in. They're trying to find Ramen, and they will eventually with that shotgun from Spidey. Now that they've got control of this upper side, 9 is going to go for the plant. We'll go shotguns for shotguns, and both the Neons have that dangerous availability. Manhattan University only with 3 players here, and again, not really the equipment that they'd want to fight long range. I think the only way they win this round is if they get Yaron in their face.
There.
Time ticking away. And Manhattan, you know, in this situation, maybe just waiting for a couple exit frags. I don't dislike this choice, especially since it's only the second of the round. No reason to kind of poke your head out and cause a little bit of chaos. And no reason to give over extra ult charges as well. And sure, you only drop 1, Yaren will lose their life, but it's good enough to keep 2 alive, and I think they'll both die to the spike as well. Catch 1, 2, there it is. Siena University will take victory, tie things up, moving into a bit heavier hardware this time around.
Hopefully trying to play off the full buy as Hey, it's the best scoreline in all of Valorant, 7-7, with no particular reason for that one. Manhattan, though, we'll see what they want to do here with more of those weapons. We talked about that shotgun buy, though, in that last round. Spidey not able to buy into the full buy. They're going to go with the shotgun once again. An SMG for 9 and 3 of those rifles on board. Big round, though, for Manhattan to try and right the ship.
And I think I'm looking once again at some of their utility on the Sentinel, on the positioning. You can really go ahead and almost give sight and then turn it around on its head. If you want to go ahead, shell out, drop a couple smokes as well, you can do a lot of damage, which is why they're floating so far away from the actual site itself. Sienna, though, not taking the bait. Wondering if they should traverse back over the other side. Are they going to wait for it? Or are they just going to push to B, which is also being left a little bit more open for Manhattan University to try and find a pickoff in the midst?
It's kind of interesting. They've pulled the reinforcements off and back towards that middle spawn side. Manhattan just maybe thinking about a retake or just playing those longer angles. Again, they don't have necessarily the full utility to match, as it's going to be that Boom Buddy sent on in. They're going to make a lot of noise here, while on the other side, it's clearances. So it's a 4v2 on site, and Spidey's going to be the first one to lose it. This is a great start, as Dylan alive means that Tejo can be involved on the retake, force out the position from Rocker, and force them down with no utility except that showstopper.
I will say, though, they are funneling very, very dangerously straight through Canteen and Link. This is going to make it a little bit easier for Sienna to recognize where they're coming from. And take a look, that showstopper by Rocker can be destructive if you find the right way across. A little bit of a wall goes up, electricity blocking line of sight, but Rocker is ready and says, okay, I got that fuse ready to go. Showstopper fired away, doesn't catch anyone, as Sienna University are the ones that actually clear too. Monpa and Billy say, guys, did you really forget about us? And that allows a little space, but Dylan gets a clothesline on Rocker. Mamba gets revenge, and a 3K to the breach leads Billy to the final. Sienna, in stunning fashion, take control of this game.
I mean, their speed is just lovely with the neon and the rays, but they could smoke down with the clove as well. This is a great composition on either defense or offense, and boy, the rounds won in a row. There was a moment in time where this first map was 7-1. It is now 7-8. 7 rounds in a row from Sienna University. I think they'll take that. They've already upset one team here this weekend, and they're trying to upset Manhattan here on their map pick.
I think for Manhattan, you still have a good amount of sway in your way, but not if Rocker decides to get a little bit more aggressive. I love this peak moving forward, utilizing, I think, Spidey as kind of a deterrent in the double duelist, like you mentioned before. Using that, skirting around, getting that shot. Same with Spidey as they pick up Bot Ramen. Granted, Bot Ramen and the rest of the Manhattan squad are probably running with cheap weapons here, not having a reason to buy up. So, slightly expected result. Yarn, though, still makes it spicy.
A little sheriff kill here or there never hurt nobody. Well, I guess it hurt one guy on the Sienna side. That one's going to hurt from Uran, who's got the rifle upgraded in their back pockets. They've also got that signature ability recharged. They're dropping the lane with the fancy footwork here. 3v2, Rocker's on a great spot up in the high ground. And do they check for him? Yes, they do. Not too late. Uran's got the 3K. With that spike still ticking up, though, it's Sienna. That's going to pop their Neon ultimate. Slide in for the triple kill. Spidey's traded away, though, off the Sheriff. Off of lower guns, already good. And look at the health bar. And Willy Billy, that is a dangerous peek out. Felt like they should have lost their life for it. Half HP, and it's enough.
That feels really bad, by the way. He had his knife out by accident. Took 2 swings in the air and said, oh, that's not the gun that I wanted. Second timeout being used here. Manhattan now fully out of timeout, saying, okay, guys, we got to bring it back under control. What's going on right now?
7 rounds in a row becomes 8 rounds in a row. And the Saints, they're just rolling here. They're having fun on this attacking side. It really feels like players that are not named Rocker are starting to step up. And you can see as well that for Manhattan, their work has been fruitful for Uran and Bot Ramen. They've got ultimates available. Dylan is one away, and especially from the defensive side, that Armageddon is an ultimate that can just give you a free and easy retake. But the problem is, Willy Billy, Rocker, and Spidey are starting to just absolutely pop off. And we knew Rocker was good, especially from how things started. But now it's, can you shut them down with this momentum? Or is this a map number 1 where you never get to see the light of day again?
That would be a rough one for sure. Seeing that situation occur where, hey, you know, there is no light at the end there. You are just kind of lost in the darkness. That's a good way to also look at the playoffs here. Lose this match, you're out of the running, and you're stuck in that position once more. Taking a look at a couple of the eyes here. Quick drift out to the side, Manhattan University looking at a very deep angle flank. Playing very close to the vest, and Yarn specifically with this ult is saying, let's go ahead and rush it. Trying to take the fight towards Sienna University, but Sienna, rightly so, called it out and said, I know you're going to sprint at us. No dice for that one. It'll be an A-side hit, at least for the most that we can see, but oh, Rocker! Rocker walked into the barrel, Dylan.
However, I mean, that's a free A site. They don't have the plant down yet to put Manhattan on a timer. And that plant timer may signal some ultimates to be used. Already trying to pop that drone from the Tejo side of things to gather some intel. It's not going to find much. It is going to be Yaron and the rest of the crew who want to fight this for sure. But Spidey's already got the headshot. That takes down one of your ultimates. Is it worth investing here? This crossfire is already very, very good. And Sienna looking for double digits.
This is how it ends.
Armageddon being called in, rolls around, and he catches. No way! I've never seen the Armageddon do that. Catches 2. Dylan might have just made this for Manhattan. What a usage. Now they get the defusal. Puma getting that one red, and there's only one left alive. Monpa cannot hold. What? A singular turnaround.
I'm honestly very surprised. For all the decision-making of Sienna, that's an Armageddon. You got to realize there's no way you're escaping. You've got to roll into the A site instead of back towards where it's coming at you from. And it just clips to there, finds the free kills, and it ends up being a quadra kill for Dylan, who could have had the ace, was it not stolen there at the end. But we'll count that one as a good teamwork play. Sienna University, they find themselves in one of their first losing rounds in a while. Now we'll see how they have to respond.
Go, go, go!
Well, Yaren thought about rushing in, but said against it. Sienna trying to bait out once more. Spidey, who has looked a little bit better throughout these last few rounds, ready to try and make magic again. Rocker ready for a little bit of an invitation, and I like this call once again. So for Sienna, playing this one a little bit slow, playing an offside default, it feels like, off a spawn. Saying, let's not get too hasty. Let's look for that frag out. Let's get that pick and try and utilize that advantage.
Slow round here, though. 2 ultimates available for Manhattan. And for Sienna, only the 1. They've already got all that utility set up from the veto inside. But the question is, do they want to use it? It's 45 seconds left, and Sienna really taking their sweet time here. It's a question of where they want to hit. They're going to send in their neon early. Yaron is kind of trapped over towards B as they will use that speed to recollect, but still a 5v5 with 30 seconds.
And Bushi just showing that utility is king right now. Manhattan University really utilizing their kits for victory. Mark 1, in comes that evolution as well. So the veto saying, guys, let's fight. Let's bring that gun duel in. Yaren getting to the high ground, ready to help out the rest of the team. And that's a cooker and a half. Slow burn in the back corner. A-site not what you want to be right now as Sienna University try and make something happen out of nothing. It's all down to 1, and the spike was also denied from the plant. It hurts so bad as Manhattan University cooks so good.
I mean, Rocker did what they could and found that 1 kill, but that's absolutely a good call. Nobody was able to get that spike down, so either way, it was just a timer that did not fall the way of the Saints. Now back-to-back round losses, and even after all the success that Sienna University put in, Manhattan has tied things back up. Again, there is a reason they are the #1 seed and have earned their right to play here in the semifinal. For these 2 teams, though, this map could come down to just a few short rounds, but that's not what's going to show on the scoreboard. At the end of the day, it's who will win this one, and honestly, these ultimates from Sienna could push them over the edge.
I mean, that's what you got to do, right? After a while, you realize guns just ain't going to do it. You got to bring out the ultimates. You got to swing the favor back in your way. However, some of these ultimates are more on the defensive end or a little bit more after that initial kill. The showstopper is a big one that they use to deter a lot of the battles from Rocker. You're able to kind of create a little bit of space. You call that out, everyone backs away. Rolling Thunder as well used to clear sites, but they feel like they didn't really need it. Manhattan University, though, for the first time, it's a full 5v5 retake option, and they're willing to kind of sit back and wait.
They're going to pause their tone here as Manhattan needs to win this round and shut down all of that on that entry. You talk about that low tripwire could be a problem. We'll drop the lane to start things off. It's going to be Iran who slides in with the ultimate, but is shut down. Willie's going to pop the ultimate. 4v3 with it, and Rocker blows one up with the ultimate. It's a 2 ultimate investment, but Sienna push it over the line.
I mean, you called it, Llama. That was the most efficient way for Sienna to shut that down. They knew it was going to be almost like a dead sprint from Manhattan on that one. It's one of those rare instances where, you know, if they're going to swing, they're going to swing hard, so you might as well come out with the battle itself. And Sienna hold in a very comfortable position there. You now got Manhattan on really awkward buy scenario. If you lock one away, Sienna could easily grab that 11th for themselves and then move straight to that 12th. Manhattan recognized that this can occur, and it's all about shutting it down themselves, finding a win here with the guns.
I mean, it's a pretty neutral round. Only the 1 ultimate left from Sienna after they invested from that last one. They do have a very, very forward position for Bot Ramen, and Uran is actually going to find a shot through the wall and a headshot to Spidey. That is a really, really good start. But what does the finish look like? Bot Ramen, just with a jump out shotgun, it will still get one. Okay, cheeky little shotgun. But now it's a trade, and now that means Manpa does get this upper position and kind of look over the rest of the site as they try to get the plant.
Most Punisher-esque move ever, if I've seen it right there. That was awesome. Anyways, getting back to the action like you called, it will be a quick plan. 9 drops it down. 4v3, though, so this is very doable. And keep in mind, for Sienna, you've already lost 1. 9 cooks, though, on top of the molly. And that's a rough spot to be in. That shellacking was not in your favor. Rolling Thunder catches one on the top as Manpa is the last one alive, and Puma clears you out. Well done, GG's. Manhattan University. Keep it tied at 10.
I mean, once again, the Jaspers have kept it close. They had an early advantage that did disappear quickly, but they are, if not battling in this round, I don't know what they are. We've got 20 rounds split between these two teams, absolutely directly in the middle. And it feels like because of how many kills have been constantly traded between these two teams, Orbital, it doesn't feel like either economy is breaking.
No, with the back and forth, it really does feel like you're always going to have guns. You're always going to have that chance to fight, which leads to one of two things. One is you invest, you say go for it and everything like that. The others are the ultimates. That's your other calling card. That's the only main difference that we're going to see here. And it's an Orbital Strike versus a Rolling Thunder. In favor, you're really hoping that for Manhattan, you can bait out that Rolling Thunder, have it be used across an empty site, and then use the Orbital Strike back to force them into a corner, almost free fire upon them. We'll see if it happens.
I also like for both these two teams that similar ultimates and what they want to do, some space taking overall. It's going to be some smokes dropped down. Once again, Manhattan is going to have to play the retake. It looks like the long rotate in from that spike. It's going to go over to A and be planted directly out in the open. There comes the laser beam to try and rip things through, but it is just going to miss. Everybody is out. That means Puma and the rest of the crew can try and go for the clear, and they didn't actually plant the spike, so they did deny that plant. Now they've got the space back, but they're rotating members over, and this retake of the retake from Sienna could just be beautiful.
I mean, it's already there. There's that Rolling Thunder that we called, but the Orbital Strike was used earlier, as you pointed out, so now it's straight up a gun duel. 5v4. Molly again. Puma wants to cook, and Rocker needs to stop sitting in that corner. This time you are safe. Forcing Puma out, though, as a re-aggression tactic. Beautiful work as Rocker picks up one. Rest of Manhattan looking. Smoke dissipates, gives Yarn the shots. A little bit of catch in the corner as the rest of the team walks on in, and there's a slide in the clear. Manhattan University make it look easy as they wipe out the rest of Sienna.
And the reason it seems easy is there's just nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. They invest members into all 3 of those entrance positions to A, and that means they have every single thing covered. Manhattan get the job done. They have found themselves a really good resurgence of rounds here, and they move to 11. The ultimates are wiped off the board, back to the neutral game for these two teams, and unfortunately for Sienna, that economy has taken a hit.
This is the point where you go, dang, this really got flipped on its head. They had a really good run for a moment. 4 at the end of the first half, 4 at the beginning. But this is where you're going to be playing on that nice edge afterwards. Unless you can pull out some fancy footwork here, but no ultimates and only a couple SMGs. It's not going to do too much work trying to break into the site. Let's get a good slide. We'll see if that happens. A little bit of a drone goes out, slows them all down, and now you got the information. Slide in, shots ring out. Mampa able to mark one back at least. The fact that it was only a 1-for-1. Crazy, crazy happiness for Sienna.
And they're investing a lot of players to just stick around. Rocker trades the 1-for-1. Their Clove is down and dusted. And it also means for Sienna, just a 3v3 in front of them. They might think about rotating out here, and we'll slide one straight on down. Manhattan a little bit injured from that initial duel, but health bars are almost exactly equal. They'll use that flash to clear things through, and then they'll drop down to get even more. That 3-player stack coming over towards A.
The initial contact going to be a veto.
Dim beacon down.
See if Vito is able to make a move. No, the call is to back away, wait for the rest of the team. I do appreciate this overall as well. I'm going to give it a little bit of a moment. Do we have a molly? Do we have a flash? Those are my two questions here for the Breach and Brimstone, the duo that kind of made it popular to CC out of sight. Instead, it's going to be a lurk side. I love this smoke to slow down progression. Another smoke to cover the entrance of main. And now a molly to slow Puma on 1 HP. Are you kidding? Rocker able to knock them down. Rocker, will you get another? No, you will not. Ramen and Bucci make it look easy. And in a 1v1, 9 will pop out of the smoke and meet an unfortunate shotgun. That is bot Ramen to allow Bucci to clear. Manhattan spicy, but they put themselves on that point.
Match point.
From Sienna, they weren't able to win the round, but I think at least from not having a bye and still being able to get 3 kills, it's not the worst result in the world, but it does put you in a scenario where you can't win in regulation, but you sure can lose. 5 of the last 6 rounds going the way of Manhattan University, and they've got the tools to try and close it out right here. I mean, the retake potential with that Armageddon, we've already seen what it can do earlier times in this match.
Last chance effort. Overdrive is real. Last Armageddon though, Rocker opens up with a shell shocker. Yarn goes down, which is explosive, but Dylan gets a frag out. Torpedoes Billy in a sinker moment. What a shot to keep it at 4-4.
Right there.
3 ultimates from Sienna. It would feel really bad if you ended this map and were not able to use those. This is something where you've got to use them tactically, though, as you enter through that outside. You try and grab some information here. It looks like, as they have that veto set up over top, he has both of his tools there, but he has that crosscut over towards back in mid, so that teleportation can come quick and can catch you off guard. The question is for Sienna, can they close out this post plant?
Spike planted.
It's all about that save. You know the ultimates are coming. Here comes that showstopper. Can you stop him beforehand? Nice annihilation denial. The showstopper deleted. Dylan calls it out. And that's a huge entry gone. Dylan marks the 3rd. No way. This is how it ends. Manhattan with a clean read on how it's going to go down. And that'll be map number 1 to Manhattan University.
It was not the cleanest map of their playing career, but it's enough to take the win, and that's all that matters. 13-10, the final score here, as Manhattan does take their own map pick, which I think is also very important, as they started very good. They were shaky in the middle. They got all the resurgences, though, on the defensive side, and it was kind of once that economy started to settle down, they really started to find their throws and really started to find their retakes as well. So now it comes down to Sienna. They have to back-to-back map wins and pull off the reverse sweep. The good news is Orbital, they get to move to their map pick next and hopefully try and take that.
Yep, it's going to be very, very entertaining. We are going to go to a short break, and we'll see if they can pull it off. Don't go anywhere. More MAAC action to be headed your way here with the championships heavily underway.
We aren't looking for just anybody to join the Space Force.
We're calling on all late night coders, early morning gamers, self proclaimed space geeks, stargazing science junkies, tireless trailblazers, daydreamers, and especially square peg in a round hole type thinkers. To shape the force that protects our interest in space and our everyday lives on Earth, the only force created for the 21st century.
We need people like you.
So consider this your invitation.
I'm cold steel stainless. My glass half full. Always said don't suffer no fools. Serpents, they seek to fight.
Back here, day 2 for the MAAC Esports Championships, as we've already had 2 unique titles, and we're moving on to Valorant here. We're in the middle of the series here between Siena and Manhattan University, as Manhattan looked a little shaky there in the middle of that first map, but you know what? They get it done. They get the job done 13-10 on their own map pick, and now Orbital, they've got 2 chances to try and close out the series.
Yeah, and I think a little fun thing that you pointed out way earlier in the day when we mentioned Valorant, when we mentioned how teams play and how you work with teams, Valorant is one of the few games out there, just like most FPS, though, at least in round base, that you can almost 1v5 carry. And I think Rocker did that in style in more ways than one. Number one, definitely fragged out of their minds. Beautiful work in the early stages, collecting and using that showstopper to kind of hide out and keep the opponent guessing. Secondly, though, giving confidence with a lot of those kills and catching the opponents out, it allowed Spidey to be a little bit more aggressive in the stance as well. So that's what I'm looking forward to, is Spidey and Rocker once again kind of, like you said, double dueling out, but also giving confidence to the team to try and fight back in these next few.
I mean, Rocker ended up second on the overall leaderboard with 26 kills, 3 first bloods as well, so not too bad of a day overall. Now, for Siena, again, as the number 5 seed, they've already upset once, and they knew it was going to be a tough value after their regular season results, but they actually had a very real chance in that map number 1, and that wasn't even their map pick. So as we go over to Bind in map number 2, again, it's a little bit more default map, so to say. It's one that I feel like a lot of teams have known and have loved for a lot of years, so especially with a lot of these brand new compositions and how they're going to play off of them, I think it's going to be super exciting to see how these 2 teams duel.
Yeah, I would almost expect this one to be a double duelist versus double duelist, like we were expecting to see beforehand. I think running double duelist in this situation is almost expected, mainly because of the linear flat lines that you generally run on. Having the extra DPS value, having a lot of that extra dueling power means that these 1v1s that you generally fall into in the defaults will help a lot. Now, you're going up against Rocker and Spidey, so for the side of Manhattan, I don't know if you're going to enjoy that as much. Maybe we still see that level of double Senti or double Initiator come out. I just do hope that we get to see that double duelist to challenge in a way that enables Manhattan to get a much more comfortable lead and keep that lead.
I also think it's kind of interesting where what they have in terms of the Veto and all of the Tejo are very good for retakeability and shutting down entry things, but I think the mid-round was what became so awkward. It was like, okay, we have all these tools in the egg basket, but it's like, we have to invest everything at once or we have to invest nothing at once. It didn't really feel like they had a good in-between, and that's what the Duelist does for you. It gives you, those entry frags and those entry blinds and that ability to get in, so I think it's definitely a different style of composition than they played in map number 1, but there's a reason it has become so popular in the meta, because it's not only good from that attacking side, but also that defending side, where it can really help you get those entrances into sight without having to invest in all or nothing look.
Yeah, and it's also why we saw in map number 1, where we saw that heavy lean, and I think that's what those timeouts were for specifically. We started to see Manhattan actually give up a lot of space on the site specifically. They started hiding out in the alcoves, they started waiting a lot more, or they tried to full defend. It was one or the other, exactly like you called out. So I agree. I don't know if we're going to expect to see another full give or full take. We want to see those mid rounds, which I think for Siena benefits them. If we do see more of a mid-round focus coming in from the side of Manhattan, Siena might be able to tap into that and say, you're not as comfortable playing that style. If you're not comfortable, you're in trouble, because Rocker and Spidey are willing to take those mid-rounds and cover you very, very quickly. For Rocker, who was shut out a little bit towards that mid to late game, started getting caught a few more times, that might be the window right back into claiming the top spot even in a losing scenario.
And honestly, again, Siena should be pretty proud. I think all the schools that we've seen across the day today, again, across multiple different titles, they've earned all of their spots throughout this championship, but also getting to play in an environment like this, looking towards the future for a team like Siena. If they've got some young stars, it definitely feels like they could build up brick by brick and build up some of the confidence in some of their different players. That being said, right now it feels like the number 1 seed was doled out a little bit correctly, and if there's a team like Manhattan that's willing willing to play all these crazy compositions and still be as good as they were. It just goes to show you how good they were in that regular season, but it's not regular season anymore. It is still single elimination here in the playoff bracket.
Yep, and because of that, you got to be real careful about where you walk, how you play the game, and you want to make sure everything's also good in the hardware section as well. We are going to go to a short break, make sure everyone's ready for this map number 2 for a possible map number 3 on the horizon as well, so please don't go anywhere. We will be back with more action for Valorant very shortly.
Is a world that's mine. Need a place to hide. Will you free my mind? Of a world that's blind. In your eyes I see there's a place for me. should heal, but it's been too long. Couple months and I can't seem to move on. I can't seem to move on. I can't seem to. I can't seem to. Not that you're mine. I can't seem to. I can't seem to. Laying on my floor thinking about all the things that we've been through. From 24/7 to pretending like I never met you. No, it's all for the best, 'cause I know we're a mess every time we're together. Going out of my mind, and I wish I could lie, tell you that it gets better. Now that you're gone, they say time should heal, but it's been too long. Couple months where I can't seem to move on. I can't seem to move on. I can't seem to. I can't seem to. I can't seem to move. Now that you're gone, they say time should heal, but it's been too long. Couple months that I can't seem to move on. I can't seem to move on. I can't seem to. I used to view you as a mountain that I couldn't climb at first. But I've only stumbled over diamonds, and I no longer fear the worst.
frozen over like I am. It's colder, colder when I'm older, older than I am. And I know you know that I have lost composure, but I'll hold you closer while I can. I never told you that I'm slightly broken, that I might lose focus when I am. I know you know that life gets colder, colder when you're frozen over like I am.
Welcome back, everybody. Day 2 action of the MAAC Esports Championships are heating up as Sienna was just not able to get it done in map number 1 against their opponents, the number 1 seed in Valorant. Orbital, though, we've got another map as a guarantee, and maybe a map number 3 if Sienna is good enough.
Yeah, it was very, very surprising. Honestly, when we were taking a look at it, we weren't expecting Sienna to have this type of kind of pushback, and it's very impressive that they did. But now going to a much more standard map, I think one that you can't get away with as much cheekiness. Yes, it's Sienna's map pick, but this is one known by a lot of people. I do expect Manhattan to be able to come out with very strong power, with very strong, very, very strong compositional play, and to be able to fire off multiple rounds very, very easily against Sienna here.
It'll be interesting, too, with this composition. They're going to stick Dylan back on the Tejo, and they're going to go with just that single duelist again. It is going to be Yaron on the Neon to try and lead the charge for Manhattan University. For Sienna on the other side, we talk about Rocker. I think Bind is an even better map for the Rays here, so no surprise that they're going with that. But I am interested if they lock in this deadlock. A lot of controlling ability, especially on the defensive side, and they've got this interesting healing composition that can work super well from the defensive side through the sky, but also it's going to be interesting when they get on the attacking side, how they get creative.
It's not just that, it's also a lot of no denials, right? Normally you'd have a couple trips. The deadlock is good, but it's only one. Normally you'd have a few more smokes. You have a smoke if you wish. Not great. I'm not gonna lie, for the Jet, it's generally just their own, right? So for Spidey, it's a very self-fulfilling one. I'm very curious. I don't know any other way to put it. I like Manhattan's variety on their end. They have a lot of pieces of the pie that they can work with. For Sienna, you don't really have a way to stop the opponent pushing in. If your deadlock gets found out, if 9 is spotted, it's gonna be tough.
It'd be tough. I mean, those physical restrictions are always good, but I mean, when you have a guy named Rocker on your team that has been delivering through that map number 1, always a chance for yourself here. And I'm excited to see how Rocker plays. Obviously, we said second on the leaderboard in that game number 1. Very, very potent in their offense. I'm actually pretty interested in this Viper, one of my personal favorite agents, and very good on this map to just slice and dice every angle you want.
Be able to get in and out of fights. Not only that, hold down an entire site on your own while forcing close quarters combat. I love it. But opening start for Manhattan, it's the offensive charge. Instead, Dylan scouting out with that drone, trying to spot someone out. Might have heard a footstep, spots a second as well, I think. So multiple marks inside of that hookah spot, and they'll immediately clothesline it. Full smokes out. Full sprint on the site with 1 lurk on the back end. They're going to look to try and pinch this, but you got to be worried about that TP.
Always got to be worried about the backside rotations, and it's just a full 5v5 post plan here in the pistol round to start things off. Sienna has to wait for those smokes to expire from window, and then it's going to be Bot Ramen to try and cut things down. Already with the light that is guided out. Spidey finds the headshot on a Bot Ramen from the backside, but it's going to be an entrance that gets really awkward really quickly. Rocker finds a headshot and makes it a 5v3, but they've got to clear out all these players in the gardens. Manpop finds 1, finds 2! They're already on the defuse. It's up to half, and it is done. Manhattan just could not find the answers to hold down the site.
I feel that was a very obvious play, if that makes sense. Manhattan University did the right thing. They scouted out, looked at Hookah, smoked it out, pushed in, expecting to get a flank maneuver on Hookah, clear that out before the resounding fight from the other side from CT spawn. But Sienna wisely played slow, and most notably, huge pickoff by Spidey, making sure to catch Bot Ramen before they could get a surprise flank off. It kind of cut out the knees out of Manhattan right there, so very well done from Sienna. Let's see if they can do it again.
Talk about this being their map pick, but also the momentum that they've been carrying through this Valorant bracket. Manhattan definitely a tough opponent, but again, when you've got Rocker on your team, things are always looking up. Finds the first blood, and we'll just kind of dig in here through the shower side, holding out of the paint shells with that Guardian, and really wanting to think about that ultimate orb, but decides against it.
I think giving away that information might be a little bit tough. Not only that, you might want to save it for a teammate. For Manhattan, after losing 1, it's a lot more quiet as well. You really need a frag out. Last time it was tough to even get 1, so you need to make this worth it. You're not expecting to win. You're expecting to at least do some damage here. Will the damage occur, though, is a big question mark. 50 seconds left. Long wait from Manhattan.
Be interesting here if they can use the Tejo to try and break in. Also, trying to use that Viper wall just to get some space. It's Willy Billy who finds the headshot on the entry. It's a sad state of affairs here as Rocker just finds the double kill, and they just don't really have the space. They don't have physical barricades to try and deny some of that retake potential. And Sienna University just delivering. Sure, they had the weapon advantage, but they're going to win this second round cleanly.
That's what we like to see, and with 3 left alive, that is a huge boon, I feel like, for Sienna. We'll pass off one of the ult charges over to Rocker as well. Be able to collect a little bit faster on that showstopper. Really well done from Sienna to start things off on their map pick. I fully expect this to run very well for themselves. I like what they're doing here, but this is the big stopping point. So far, Valorant has stayed the same. 2 rounds to whoever wins round 1, 1 to the other side. Both teams defied that in map 1. Let's see if they do it again.
It's also interesting here, especially the changes from map 1 to map 2. Yes, they are both 2-side maps, but this is a much more defender-sided 2-side map, to say the least. A lot of quick rotations, a lot of teleporters, and magic action. Of course, if we need a map number 3, Lotus is waiting for us. If Sienna can find a way to pick up the W here, Manhattan would hate for that to happen. They've been very cleanly winning throughout the regular season and throughout the playoffs so far. And they've definitely got some rifles to work on their action, but 2 players waiting here down the B long side.
It's a good idea and a good read. But with those shells, it forces Manhattan back a little bit further. They're really hoping for a spook, hoping to get more info than just a little bit of utility backwards. So instead they rotate over to A. I kind of like this call. Can you push a little bit further? Can you catch someone off guard? The smoke going down, and Billy is now locked in this position where you got to run away to safety. A little bit of a holdout. Ramen finds 9. Beautiful shot, and the flush out on Billy. Puma picks up a second. 3 left alive for Sienna. This is a tough entry back in.
It's a 3v5. Be interested to see how they kind of separate their players out, because they have this outlaw that can really diversify your angles in a post-playing scenario. But that thing is already going a little bit crazy for Iran. Will just played a little bit slow. 25 in the magazine, no need to reload. The question being, how fast do you want to use your neon? Can you get them into a better position? And can especially Bahram get this clear? The answer is yes. A little triple kill, make it a quadra. Flawless round from Manhattan University.
Solid work. Very, very well done. That's what you'd expect out of a closing kind of fight after picking off 2. It's the same Manhattan that we saw back in map 1 in the earlier rounds. Very clean, very stable, very understanding of how to manipulate the map to your advantage. But here comes real Valorant. And I say real Valorant because we're around 4. The guns out on both sides, no ultimates in either bank. So it's all about finding those early marks and seeing what you can get.
Everybody's got rifles this time around, and nobody's got ultimates. It's true neutral here, as Manhattan University is going to do some exploring. They want to try and find, again, where Sienna is set up and where the majority of them are. And especially if I'm Manhattan, I don't want to battle into those sonic sensors, and especially not that deadlock wall. So Dylan's going to do some searching. That drone will catch out just the rays. And they've got the stim beacon to help boost their mobility here as Dylan and the rest of the crew enter. That close smoke will cut off their vision.
Well, Rocker's about to be either a very nasty surprise or be very surprised. One way or another, when the smoke goes down, things are abound. Nice owl to slow them down, and it calls out the showstopper. Multiple TP actions, though. I love the play here from Manhattan. They swing over to showers. Everyone is a little bit lost in the sauce, and that draws the showstopper as well. Easy play, and it allows Manhattan to get closer, but the time is winding down. They'll plant a little bit closer towards Shower's side. Billy able to find bot Ramen. Yaren gets revenge. Plant is down, and now it's up to Sienna to try and fight back. Yaren makes that nigh impossible, though, as they find a second.
The flank works out from Rocker, though. Makes it into a 3v3 here. Sienna with a bit of control, but they need to find these kills, and especially trying not to give over those rifles. Forces out the position. Rocker finds the double, and then throws off the paint shells. The goop on the ground would delay them for just a bit, but that flash will not find anything. They're just clearing for the space, and Puma does find the trade, a 1-for-1, but the Tejo is still alive, and that delayment of time is just going to be costly. Dylan, once again, just throw out the stun, delay the time even more. Manhattan plays their line, and Dylan gets in their mind.
Well fought, well played. Manhattan University gathering a second. It was spicy, it was dicey, and it was extremely costly. You're not going to be sitting with that 5K in bank that a lot of them would like to see, but it's close enough. You know, Dylan was able to do so. Sienna University, you tried your best, and you can fight to, you know, live to fight another day. Rocker and Spidey still leading at the top of the leaderboards here, as Duelists should. But they are looking to do a little bit more. That's going to be Hero Shotgun for just a moment, as they opt to actually full save only by the Sheriffs and do some damage. Manhattan might be ready to play alongside them.
Dizzy doesn't find anybody. We'll see if the Sheriffs can find some issues. And once again, Tejo delivering some damage to the backside. Manfun taken down to 41 without that shielding over top. Wingman is going to go for the plant. Well, they've got basically full control of everything. Smokes over the top. Dylan finds the initial first blood. And they've even got control of that inside position. There is some high ground control, but I think Manhattan have just got this one locked down.
Do so well. And look at that, as you said, very well done on the lockdown. Dylan able to find one in Lantern, looking for yet another as you kind of smoke out Billy there. You know someone's around the corner as well. Ramen able to grab one. Eyes out though, as 9 makes it a little bit more difficult, so one loss there, but Dylan closes out against 9, and that will be a third. Manhattan falling into a very nice rhythm here. Very nice, almost cadence for themselves.
I mean, it's kind of what they did back in map number 1, where you talk about those first 8 rounds were very good and very in their favor. What I don't want to see is overconfidence. Again, they are attacking really well. They're finding these really good angles, and especially into a deadlock, being able to find slice downs of just putting the site into different pieces and then eating it like a nice warm pumpkin pie with a splash of whipped cream over top. Manhattan University eating well so far, 3 rounds in a row.
Well, someone's hungry, as I've just learned. We'll see if you can go ahead and eat up soon. This is going to be a very nice orbital strike straight on the Lantern's side, but doesn't lock anyone away as Monpa swings with that Phantom. Thought Ramen gets some revenge, but it's still a 3v3. Doorway held off by Deadlock, but the plant goes in favor of Manhattan. They'll go ahead and drop down that Viper's Pit as well, but Dylan playing outside the Viper's Pit instead, trying to get a cheeky frag out. They don't check the corner fully, so it will be 2 inside. Sienna might be able to make some magic, but Puma was ready for Rocker. Rocker rocked outside of the smoke instead. That's a challenge that you maybe weren't ready for. Good little hold. 9 tried with the spray, but the Odin can only do so much. Puma is on one right now. With the investment given, Manhattan will come away. With how many members, though, is the big question. Down goes Bot Rum, but the time is lost, and get cooked from behind. Puma with 3.
Nice little multi-kill performance, and I think specifically what this is showing is Manhattan University, their well-roundedness, their ability for anybody and everybody to step up. Obviously, Dylan led the charge in that first map with 29 kills, led the entire lobby, but it's Puma, Bot Ramen stepping up here in this one, and Yaron being there as well. This team is playing together, and they've got 3 ultimates to show for it, and a 2-round advantage.
I wonder how much of an investment you're going to look at here, too. For Sienna, if you can find some early kills with these shotties, you can actually do a lot of work. Isolation is huge if you can bring the Deadlock in.
Launching smoke.
The question is where that first frag is going to go. Once again, a 2-pit advantage for 2, so Sienna this time holding very steady like they did previously. Manhattan, though, much more wise to those engagements. A miss on the ulti coming out of the Deadlock means Puma is more than available to swing more on 1. Whether it was a bait or not is huge. Callings Manhattan with 5, though, explode on the site.
At least get the stun coming through, but at this point, I mean, you've already wasted your timer on the not dead yet, so this is just going to be a straight up 5v3. 9 and Rocker both find a shotgun and a pistol kill, so maybe a chance if they're alive, but Rocker will die down and be long. The daggers are going to come out here from Spidey, see if they can land him, and it's an aerial shot that Bucci does take down. 9 finds a nice little double kill, though, and turns the tide for Sienna out of nowhere. A half thrifty round goes their way.
Love every single moment of it. Very quick on the pacing, and Sienna, I mean, they surprise us once again. Hands-on action here, and I respect it. For Manhattan, you were surprised at the end as well. Let your guard down, and things just did not go your way. So looking at it, might be a little bit of a more awkward purchasing round, but you do have that overdrive, you do have the Armageddon, you have abilities to lock down Sienna if you wish to invest and keep the lead for yourselves.
That's the most important part, is staying kind of out in front here. On the attacking side of Bind, well, you're not necessarily favored on these 2-side maps, but you do have that mobility. And that's what Manhattan has played around really well, being able to use those teleporters, baiting out utility. You talked about even the showstopper going wide because of said teleporters. Now you've got that back in mid control. You drop the spike down for a default look, and you're going to send the Tejo drone out for some information.
I don't think it really spotted too much, so you know how far you can push up here. 9, though, maybe looking for a little bit of a sneak peek on the backside. Waiting for more information. It's a very slow play from Manhattan. I don't know if I agree with this. I like when they're a little bit more bursty, when they're a little bit more fast, and they try and play with the kind of the skill check at the end, but the Seekers are going to slow them down even more. I love this showstopper coming out here. Shot 1 rings into Bucci's face, but Bucci was able to make it a 1-for-1. Beautiful job.
Spidey on top of things. Shot there through the wall. Finds the connection. It's a 1-player advantage for Sienna. The question is, can they continue to hold it with that spike in absolutely no man's land? It's Yaron who finds the take back. Manhattan moving as a strike force here to eliminate anybody that stands in front of them. And with that smoke as well, that should give them access to the spike. Do they stick around? No, they're going to quick teleport over towards A.
Let's call out. Go ahead and try and do it. They're going to give Puma the plants. That time might have caused it a little bit difference, but it doesn't matter. Yaren says, guys, I needed that. I need to be up and available to fight. Billy does the same and says, I'm not dead yet. You better be ready for this 2v3. Armageddon available. They're going to play from long range. There's a call down. Dylan calls it out, swings Yaren, uses that time to flush out Billy. And Yaren with the ace at the end! We were watching the Armageddon, but it was the overdrive to clear Manhattan. Keep their lead and more.
I mean, I almost thought that was going to be a blown play as the Armageddon kind of half it goes off the map, but it's just enough, like you said, to push them out of position, and just that audio cue over everything else was enough to go 5 straight. You're on. We said anybody and everybody can step up from this team of Manhattan, and boy, oh boy, the Jaspers re-extend their lead to 2.
Whether you're on screen or not, it's all about the impact. It's well played. Sienna now trying a very ballsy frontwards option here in mid. I don't know if that's where they actually want to be. However, Billy once again with a one-tap shot drops Yarn with a stand. The acer from last time now lost in the gray screen. Bucci gets revenge, but for how long will the revenge last? Rocker with the back end flank. Shoddy's one, collapsing in on the Manhattan squad. Dylan still makes it spicy though. Spidey, revenge back in tow. Very dangerous round on either end, but for Manhattan, they lost far more.
Yeah, I mean, they had the better weapons entering this one. You wonder if Sienna will just wait around, try and grab some of those upgrades, and then try and go for that retake. And, you know, Manhattan trying to avoid those sound sensors, if at all possible, from the deadlock on their entry. That's one of their biggest tools that they've avoided. And it's going to be Puma, the initial duel. We'll see what they can get done as they tuck safely in. They've got a flank of the flankers here to try and get it done, but it's mistimed, and now Puma dies. Spidey gets themselves access to the site, and now they can have a 2v1 action. If they get one on the spike, one to help protect, they just do not know where Dylan is coming from. Headshot for one, Dagger is out, and then he's got the delay for so much longer. Already a triple kill. Spidey doesn't shoot back here. No webs left to give. It's a quadra kill, it's a clutch, and it's round 6 for Manhattan.
I mean, for Dylan, you didn't want to let Puma be the kill leader. That's one way to steal it back. Clutch up and more. Beautiful work there. And there's only so much you can do from Sienna's side. You did the best that you could. You dropped them quite low in the money department. Also without a lot of weaponry in your hand. So that was a beautiful round from Sienna. You really wish you could have taken it though, because Manhattan now have that middle round number. 6 rounds is the magic number to make sure that you're holding on for this first half of the game.
Early drone, and this first half of the game, just 3 rounds left in it, and it's going to be Thrasher available for Manhattan. Along with that, topside orbital laser, and it's a fun one to clear out those sites with the 2 of those. For Sienna, they've got nothing in terms of the ultimates, just their raw firepower to try and shut this thing down. Dylan, after the clutch in last time, it's already that deadlock wall invested. A huge piece of utility blasted away from just a sound cue.
Bucci saying it's time to thrash. Bringing out that stunner if they can. Gecko is always annoying to deal with, so there's a TP coming around the side. And I love it. Once again, it's one of those bait situations, but Spidey this time was able to hold. Dashing away is one. Dylan locks it down once more, but it delayed enough time. Sienna are able to rotate forward. It's going to be much quicker execute on that retake.
It's a 4v4 here, but the dog is going to catch out Bucci, and that means they've got to continue to go for even more. They'll set down the Mosh for some extra utility set. That Thrasher's second use is available, and they're going to wait for the perfect time to hit it. Waiting for the jump, they will get the first, but no, it's a quick 1-for-1 trade off of that stunning. Manhattan University just delivering in these late round scenarios. They'll lose Bot Ramen. They need to cover on the long angle, and it is going to be Bot Ramen as the death. It's Dylan just again. Dylan. Clutch scenario. Stun is out. Triple kill is there. And Puma's got the cleanup from Showers. Manhattan University, another post-plan conversion.
And remember what I said about the utility factor for Manhattan. Siena University, they got a few smokes and they can try and play for the mandatory, gun duels. But for Manhattan, they utilize what they got, which is the utility fragments. Orbital Strike plus Tejo means that the missile salvo plus the Orbital Strike flushes out anyone. And essentially, they just picked off a running rabbit. So well thought out, gives them around, pushes up to 7, and now they get a chance at even more.
This attacking side is already very good. It's going to be a try from Spidey to try and go out aggressive. I don't hate it, but it's going to backfire. It's a 2-for-1 as Dylan once again showing their success. Bucci finds the headshot and forces out the Clove over towards the A side. You probably have to rotate in quick because the site is for free, and it is for them. Manhattan University will secure the plant on B.
Full commit. Poor Siena. I don't know what they're going to do next year. This lurk coming in from one is actually being trailed by another. The big question is, can you get the kill off before you get knifed in the back? You're wandering. Ramen turning the corner, but nah, Billy said no knife, all kills. Brings it to a 3v2. Very, very well done. But remember, the Armageddon is available as well. This can be destructive. It means in this 3v2, you're not going to be too excited. 9 trying to pop around the corner. Is able to spray down 1. Able to catch. Gets the second. No way! But Dylan is so far away right now. There's going to be the tap. Holds yet another. That's a solo 1. Dylan catches. No way! That wasn't even the Armageddon!
Back me into a corner. That's what happens.
How many clutches? How many clutches are they going to give Dylan? 15, 3, and 2. And it was that smoke over top of things that disguised things. Siena just not believing in it. Felt like they had a free defusal, but it was there. And like you said, getting to save away that ultimate as well. The cool guy Shades definitely working out in his favor.
I mean, I'll be completely honest. That was like 50% luck getting away with almost daylight robbery. That should have been an ult investment to catch on in, and I think that's what Siena's kind of talking about. They kind of jumped the gun. 9 made a massive play getting a 2K inside right by a teleporter, and it was brutal. That should have been it right there. And then you misstep, right? You misstep for a moment. You allow yourself to get salvoed out. And it's just a free take by Manhattan. So for Siena, kind of saying, okay, guys, just be a little bit more aware of what's going on, right? Be more aware of some of the fights that are occurring. You just have to play smart, and you can fight back. We've seen Siena do it before and bring it to a 13-10. And they're surely hoping to do it again here in Map 2.
Got any games on your phone? No, Deadlock, I do not. Manhattan University, one more round left to go here in this half, and Orbital, unfortunately, I think the cost of that round loss, too, you look at Siena's economy, it takes a little bit of a hit. Some lighter shields here, an SMG, a shotgun. Now, that hasn't stopped Rocker from clutching up before, but again, it's not the full buy round you'd like right before this half ends.
This is how it
Let's see
ends.
how they push in play.
All missiles away.
With the lock. Question mark says Puma rounds it on in. Rocker just hearing death around them. And they have no idea what just happened. They're the ones with the timeout. They're going, guys, I thought we had the initiative. And they did not. However, Rocker immediately says, yes, we do. Snap on 2. Bushi and Dylan gone. Bot Ramen still making a mess outside. Rocker forced to leave. And Bot Ramen snipes them down. Beautiful work right there from Manhattan, as they eliminate all in the final round of the half, putting themselves at 9-3.
And it's the snowballing cost of losing those rounds without having Manhattan pay those extra prices. They save away that Armageddon because they don't have to use it in round 11, and then they use it to just full clear the backside of A in round number 12. We do swap those sides up in Siena. They've got their chance here on the attacking side. It's got to be near perfect if they want to win this one, and Siena still kind of down 2 maps as a whole, trying to fight back in the series. But this has been kind of everybody's experience trying to battle Manhattan University as they earned the well-deserved #1 seed in the playoffs.
Opening pistol. Time for players to show their stuff. This is also where Manhattan's composition, I think, really excels. Not only rotating, but cutting off information flow. If Sienna decide to enter into a site, it will be out of a smoke or just out in the open. Those are your 2 real choices.
Iran has got a big part of just holding down the A side, even though there's nothing coming that way. And now that Manhattan is back on this defensive side, they can use the Viper to completely shut down the entryways or take some decay damage, if that is the choice from Rocker. They are just waiting away for that Viper wall. 50 seconds left to go.
Sienna really biding their time. For a pistol round as well, I'm kind of surprised they're taking this long to go for it. I mean, maybe they're forcing just a reactionary pace. But they choose to counter the fake. They fake and rotate and are now calling once back to this B site. They are going to get a little bit more freedom as it's a 1v4 at the moment. There's that pacing, teammate behind. Here goes the battle. 5v5. Bot Ramen opens up with 1. Bushi comes around the corner, swings for the second. Rocker re-answers the same. 3v3 with the deadlock barrier down. Stopping a lot of the hard engagements, but 9 underneath says, please give me a chance. Nah, swing 1 for 1 yet again. It's messy, but at the end, it's Manhattan standing with 2. Rocker, though, has pulled out a 1v2 before, but Yarn had that dome in sight. Manhattan call the long round and take their 10th.
They find double digits, and knowing their economy, they should be able to snowball it to at least 1 more here in the next round. Sienna, I would hate to see them overinvest and pay the price in the next few rounds, but at the same time, this is one of those rounds where maybe it is warranted because you are down 7 in total, and that's what they're going to do. So some of those stingers going to be bought into here, 3 in total for the entirety of the team, as Sienna tries to battle their way back. And man, that Viper wall is just so filthy. It not only denies the entry, but also denies the exfil. So that's exactly what Manhattan are going to play off of again.
Some around, the pacing might be a little bit faster. Yeah, Billy chasing on in. Bushi losing their life. That snap on the kill is huge, as now they're going to use that as a break point, try and springboard themselves in. Bot Ramen running around the corner, but doesn't want to take that chance. They're calling in reinforcements. Here we go. Right, going down. 3 full sack, but they stop planting, and it leaves it wide open. Dylan is able to get a mark around the side. Dylan also marks one with the salvo. And it's Puma to help secure. Spidey able to answer, but still you gotta get the plant. But Spidey with the jump. 3K with the judge. Salvages that round.
I mean, it was a round they needed more than anything, and it is heroics off of the movement of this composition. Built in the roots from the Jet and the Rays. You have so much more mobility from the air and from the ground than Manhattan does, and you just catch him off guard. So now we shatter the economy the opposite way. Manhattan is the one with some classics and just with the shotgun for himself. Sienna's got basically a full buy other than some of those light shields following in. The Bulldogs especially deadly against Manhattan with no shields.
Out goes that Trailblazer. Monpa looking for a chance to take an advantage once more. Sienna have really kicked it into high gear here. And Spidey is one to watch. Another jump and another shot brings yet another finish, and Spidey does it a second time. Wild stuff overall. I cannot believe it. Manhattan currently stuck in a position where they have to fight for their lives, now losing a third. Odds are not in their favor.
We've got just 2 not so good weapons to try and fight this one, and a deadlock wall that'll also kind of cut them out. Manhattan Best case scenario, they get one, maybe an overextension. Spidey's going to find another triple cool. It is Sheriff, Judge, which one you want? Ron will find the final. And that is the round. Siena University, it's back-to-back rounds, but I think that round specifically is exactly how they want their offense to run. Take the site, get the deadlock wall down, and control all of that space so Manhattan never has a chance to retake.
It's a beautiful strategy, and they're making it work, but again, earlier rounds might have been a little bit awkward. This is the fourth. This is where the guns are all even out. Main difference for Spidey has that Blade Storm, which of course is usually used to supplement a weapon. Chilling at the back end. For Manhattan, this is a big time to try and turn it around for your own benefit. Are you able to get the opening frags? Are you able to get first blood? And are you able to kind of identify where Siena are going to be roaming here in this 16th round?
Poison Orb, Cloudburst the other way. Lots of control from the smoke side. As Spidey's going to grab up top and just barely avoid getting relegated from that drone. We talk about the Blade Storm is available, but this is an over an aggression from Siena trying to take elbow control. They're going to get moshed down to some lower HP markers. Just about Ramen finds the first blood. Again, that Viper Wall will be coming up very soon. Billy, and everybody's dying. Siena finds the better side of the trade as Puma's left in just a 1v2. Tejo tried to even things out, but it's just a Vandal versus the World. And the World is just going to hold off in elbow. They're going to try and smoke down themselves, go for a little bit of a fake. Puma's been in a scenario to clutch again, but there's not really a scenario where you invest your ultimate, and Rocker finds the takedown. Minimal HP is good enough, and Siena will find their third in a row.
I mean, the idea was sound, though, from Puma. You go ahead, fake defuse, you hide inside the smoke, and you try and catch someone, but the jump in and out, and you accidentally walked out of your own smoke, it caused a little bit too much confusion. You weren't able to spot both at the right time, so they were able to get the swing back. Idea was sound, though. Very, very much so. And you still have multiple rounds to work with. Yes, it's a round against you. You're going to be working with the Judge, with the Bucky. But for Manhattan, you have maybe 2 more buy rounds before you're actually starting to get worried that Siena's creeping up on you.
And I think the even better news for Manhattan, obviously they have the advantage in the overall series. They have the map advantage, 1-0. So if this one doesn't happen to go their way, we've still got Lotus in the waiting wings for a full best of 3. For Siena, they're going to activate the Rocker ultimate from the Showstopper and have that up and available for them if necessary. For Manhattan, only the single ultimate for themselves, and a cheeky play here to try and force out with some of the cheaper weaponry. It might actually work if Siena goes too far.
Spidey with another great shot. Again, this is a little bit easier to pick them off and just kind of farm those ult points.
Listening.
Not Ramen, though. At least able to get one, so that feels good for themselves.
Light planted.
And that, though, I don't know if they're going to find more. Gun picked up in the backside. For Manhattan, it might just be exits all the way around. 9 says, nah, you don't get to play that game. You're either walking in or you're walking out. Take your pick.
And if you're walking in, you're probably walking out in a body bag either way. So, rifle pickup, and 9 will take care of the double kill. It's a couple of headshots that build things up for Siena. And all of a sudden, all of that beautiful little offensive side has started to fall apart. Puma rightly going to start up the timeout here. Manhattan has got some ultimates, but the problem is they're allowing Siena so much of this space, and they're relying on that Viper wall through B, and they're just saying, okay, sure, we cut out 20-25 seconds of your push, but then we're literally losing every single semblance of space and don't have the tools to retake it right now.
I think for Manhattan, you're using this timeout to also identify, hey, we got a little bit out of whack. We have the utility, like you said. It's how are we going to play it? And I think being a little bit too respectful and giving Siena too much space to kind of ply their time-wise has been a little bit devastating, I will say. You know, the amount of times that we watch these rounds, and it's gone down to, what, the last 30 seconds each time. I want to see Manhattan kind of force Siena to play a little bit faster in the bank, and if you can, that's huge. That might cause enough confusion that you can take advantage and take a victory.
And I think also from Manhattan, for being this #1 seed, I want to see kind of the scrapes of what they showed us back in map #1. Those first 8 rounds where they had this kind of unrelenting aggression. It kind of seems like they're playing a little bit passive. They need to fight and take some space on, I think, different parts of this map if they want to be able to push the issue. They just cannot rely on passive defense because Sienna has a jet, has a raise. They're going to force the issue every single day and catch you off guard. So full rifle round here, we'll see what they can answer with.
I like the idea from 9. I ain't moving. I got nothing to worry about. I'm holding our backside. I got the Odin. I will not move from here until the team secures the site, which has been done. Snapshot, Spidey out with the blades, conserving a few of the creds. But that knife right click is huge. Spidey racks up a second. Do it again. Do it again. You know you want to. Spidey is on a tear and a half right now, neutralizing 3 out of the 5 members of Manhattan University. And now Manhattan are going, dude, where's my team? Trying to send out a little bit of a buddy, but, I mean, Wingman's not going to do much.
I'll at least clear that outside space, give you a little bit of information to work off of. But you're just blinded away. Bucci trying to clear things out. This is a 2-player swing. Spidey will lose a majority of their HP. We've already lost so much timing. It's 4 players surviving from Sienna. And Spidey has officially entered Bozo mode.
No need for the enemy to suffer. Kill them fast.
What is going on here? Sienna putting up one heck of a fight right now. A team that we all slated as being the underdog here. They have fought back in multiple ways. 5 rounds in a row. Soon to be 6. They play it right.
Now, I will say, Orbital, I'm not saying this is the same map for map number 1. But this same type of scenario did happen back in map number 1, where Sienna had this large comeback. Manhattan had to come back up at the end of things as Dylan clears away 1 with a Sheriff. They're going to try and upgrade the weaponry and definitely pay the price for it. The question is, how long do you want to stick around to try and defend these rifles on the backside? 4 ultimates left to go from Manhattan. Definitely a retake ability scenario. And Sienna decides, all right, it's time for us to just lock down the site and actually get a plant down.
Yeah, the problem for Manhattan, you don't want to invest when you don't have the weaponry. Unless you get another kill, unless you're able to pick up another gun, I don't think it's worth it investing any major ultimates. For Manhattan, they're all filtering in from the top side as well.
Smoke's down.
It's going to be looking a little bit dangerous. In come the smokes. This is doable now. Gonna slow walk their way in. Bucci, though, firing off a shot from the Sheriff, giving a lot of information.
I'm out.
Double smoke out, get on in. There will be the catch, and the showstopper is available. You do draw it away, though, as Yara clears it out! Spidey, though, on the back end, says no thank you, and with the last shot, draws it to a close, and Sienna barely scraped by with their 9th.
That had to be a half second left on the defuse. Just unfair. Manhattan, they tried to fight their way through without using the ultimates, without the economy, and now all of a sudden, there is 1 round that separate these 2 teams. Obviously, Manhattan still has the map advantage, so Sienna, it's a must-win map for them, but they are playing like it's a must-win map for them.
I just think if you go to a map 3, you're losing all your momentum for Manhattan. And again, that last round, they made it spicy. They didn't really have the weaponry. This is their buy round right now. This is the one that matters to them. For the previous, I think it was a huge win for them that they were able to draw out so much inventory and so many creds to be used to buy. This is the big one, right? This is the one where if they don't win after investing, they will be on a loss streak and will not feel good. There's the flank. Very nice snap. Yaren holding it down left. Click for style. And then a tether onto Yaren again. That's still a big dub. Invisible Vandal for the win. 4K for the Neon.
Huron doesn't actually need a real rifle to clutch up, apparently. And Sienna is going to call the timeout. The Saints want to talk things over. Down by 2 on the cusp of victory in a much-needed round. They aren't able to convert some of that aggression we were finally looking for. You get the stun, you get the swing out, and you get multiple early picks down B long. Now the question being, we talked about the neutral game for Manhattan and what they've been able to win, especially from that map number 1. They have 4 of their ultimates that I don't even know how many rounds they've been saving them for, but well enough they've saved them for this point and now can use them to possibly close out not only the game, but the series.
I think ending this day off on such a high note would be huge for Manhattan University, kind of keeping with the status quo you talked about, kind of the chalk bracket. You want to be at the top of the reigns. You don't want to allow the rest of the teams to watch a map 3 and say, hey, this is how we poke at Manhattan, this #1 seed. We don't want to deal with the situation. So for Manhattan, this timeout for Sienna, huge. But for Manhattan, I think he called out and said, guys, we just send it. Send it with the ultimate. Send it with that speed. Take out Sienna, lock them away from buying in the next. I think that's what I hope they do.
I mean, you don't want to hold on to these ultimates for so long that you don't get use out of them, or you could have gotten another ultimate in that timing. Early bird, drone combinations, so many different animals and mechanical beasts out here on the Valorant field. The Dizzy through the teleporter is a nice little tag on top of things, but isn't going to be able to recover that globule in time. It was an early pressure down the teleporter side for that Viper wall. Very default from Sienna. They don't want to trip on their own feet.
This 1v1 can also decide a lot of what's going on. Shots ringing out, no one really taking damage. Boombot clearing out Hookah once more. And it's yet again Sienna playing this very, very slow, methodical game. It's so agonizingly slow that it does make you want to jump the gun, and maybe that's their entire point here. Manhattan not biting at the bait.
They've got one player on the rotation. They've got a 2-1-2 split ready to go. Oh, Spidey can't get the kill there. Puma survives. No, he doesn't. Through the box, Spidey delivers him to death. And now has to turn around for a second. Spidey, the MVP of it all, delivers again as they re-enter the site and have everybody dead but Dylan on the retake.
Missile deployed.
Spike planted.
Well, goes another salvo.
I've got your trail.
Seeker's being used as well. This might be the space that they're going to call for. Armageddon straight through Hookah. Is anyone there? It's not Hookah. Lanterns, yes, he flushed one. He flushed the other. Sienna says thank you very much. That's Manhattan expending a lot for a little. Down goes that ultimate, and Sienna happy to comply.
Little full house there. Spidey finding yet another multi-kill, 3, and Rocker finding 2. Rocker been a little bit more quiet here back on this attacking side, but has been loud enough to make an issue. We are going at least 23 rounds here. The question is, will we go 24? Well, some ultimates to try and decide that. Everybody back on full buys, except for Bot Ramen, who has to bring over the shotgun. Early Viper's pit to try and shut down B.
I mean, this is the usual, right, from a Viper. Normally it's an A mid. That's the usual spot, but it seems that Manhattan are saying it's going to be a fight somewhere else. Spidey finds yet another mark onto Yaren. And Yaren, one of the top fraggers, kind of losing out on value here. It's 4v5, and Sienna smell blood in the waters. They can choose a site and choose it quickly.
60 seconds to go here, and the one nice thing is they can avoid that Viper's pit altogether. They just have to take down Bucci. It's going to go in. Here come the daggers. They've got that Viper's wall to try and cut him down. They know at least one has gotten into sight and taking control of that bottom side too. With that Viper's pit still up, you don't actually know where the Viper is coming from, but little does that matter. Rocker takes down another, a 5v3 start for this Sienna team. They're looking for the closeout.
With that Viper's pit, will slowly fall away. Spidey watches though as Dylan marks him up. It's down to a 1v3 and your spot is given away. Dylan has to hide around the corner. And you can't hide for too long. Monpa able to mark and gather a kill for themselves. And in for Sienna fought back. We're sitting at 11-11.
Possibly the final timeout to be called here from Manhattan University. They need to get this orbital laser out at some point here soon. They have been holding on to it for forever. And the problem is, Sienna's just been playing so fast that they've never had a chance to get a full retake. It's either then their eco has been too bad, which unfortunately is a problem this next round too. They don't have the best weaponry, even on this loss bonus. Sienna really putting the issue back. They want to go to Lotus.
Will they make it, though? We've seen Manhattan do this before. As you called out, rightfully so. We've seen them take timeouts and then turn everything on its head. And where would that really come from is my question. Yes, you had the Gecko Ultimate. Yes, you had the Orbital Strike. That Orbital Strike has been so useful, by the way, from Manhattan's side. The only thing you have to be worried about is Sienna feel like they are firing in more of these gun duels than before. Really feel like they are taking to that challenge. I want to see Sienna hold on to this lead, this run of rounds that has been so explosive in nature.
The Fighting Spidey Mans have a good economy boost here for this round number 23. We are guaranteed all rounds of regulation. We could go to overtime, that would be fun. Or 13-11 is very much still possible. For Sienna, they've been investing ults very much. Very good. And they've got the not dead yet, just in case they want to try and pop an extra body into the team fight. Again, from Manhattan, I'm expecting some ultimates to fly out here. Are they just banking on a possible overtime to try and not invest anything? And Bot Ramen is cut down before they can even think. Sienna's got the site for free.
I mean, it's Rocker, once again, the ace from map 1, leading the charge in a lot of these firefights. Yes, it's low equipment coming out here, but Manhattan still need to make some magic. Up goes the not dead yet. This is a big chance, but there's a scan. Big hold by Yard on the back end. Bucci loses their life, but it's still a 3v4. If they're able to make it out, do they get it? No! Billy is able to mark one more. That's a huge benefit, and Yarn goes down. Sienna have played this oh so well. Puma with 9 HP. You're going to try your best. Locks the third. Need an ace out to win, but it ain't going to happen. Sienna, map point to push us to a third right now.
Manhattan cannot win in regulation. It would have to be overtime for them if they want to come back for it. And they've got the exact economy, the exact ultimate setup that they want to use. But boy, they are going to be sick to their stomach if any of these three players die, don't get to use their ultimates, and they lose the map right here. Sienna University, it has been dominant here on this attacking side. Let's see if they can close it out.
On the corner to go. No spots inside. Boombot flushes out the backside of Hookah. With no response, it looks like they're trying to default back over to A. Say, okay guys, maybe we can find a mark inside of the site instead. Manhattan, they're just biding their time. Standard operations. For Spidey. It gives away a shotgun sound, or at least a little pepper, nothing crazy just yet.
I mean, 60 seconds to go it's not a ton of time. That Viper wall may actually benefit them over towards B. That slow play helps out the defensive setup. Here comes the Thrasher, trying to look out for something B long. It doesn't get a catch, and that means that Globule is still available to reclaim. In that next 15 seconds, if they want to walk out for it, it looks like not. A dash into the site. Here it is, the execute on A. How far can Puma defend? You need this ultimate to find some kills.
We'll do so. Slam on down one. Puma inside of smoke, inside his sight though. Looking and getting ready to play in it. They push everyone out, but the smoke's going down. Puma found one, but Spidey and 9 wrap it up instead. Bucci isn't there. Spidey locks another, and 9 will get the plant in a 1v4 scenario. Llama, I think Sienna have done it. Bucci, all you got's one. Can you find the mark? No, you can't. Ramen is here to play along the side as well. This is so dangerous.
I mean, that deadlock wall, it just cuts off everything. They're going to walk in 4v2 here, and they get one. Ramen, a second. Hold your horses if you got him. Bucci's on the defense, puts Wingman on it. Ramen's got the third. Wingman, no! Sienna, out of the depths, 1 foot in the grave. They come back to life, and we're going to map 3.
I'm balding from that moment. I mean, my gosh, the stress. But Rama nearly closes out on that match, nearly pushes us to OT. Just a fraction away, but 9 with the Odin hold. Said you can't beat this large of a clip. It went down to the wire, and I just can't believe it.
Yeah.
I'm not going to say the curse is real, but Llama, I think that curse is real.
I mean, whatever it is, whatever Sienna ate for breakfast or lunch, I guess at this point, has fueled them towards this moment. And we knew map number 1 was close. Map number 1 was 13-10, and Sienna had it in them, especially going on to their map pick. And honestly, Manhattan University on that defensive side, on that second half, just let them do whatever and whenever they wanted to do. So Lotus will decide things on who's moving on to the grand final tomorrow. Before that, I think all of us need to take a short little break. We'll be right back.
We aren't looking for just anybody to join the Space Force.
We're calling on all late-night coders, early morning gamers, self-proclaimed space geeks, stargazing science junkies, tireless trailblazers, daydreamers, and especially square peg in a round hole type thinkers. To shape the force that protects our interest in space and our everyday lives on Earth, the only force created for the 21st century.
We need people like you.
So consider this your invitation.
Welcome back, everybody. Still here at the MAAC Esports Championships, day number 2 action. Already crowning some motivators over to Sunday for Rocket League and Overwatch, but we've got to send one more team over to Sunday, and these two teams just couldn't decide it into. Nobody could pull off the sweep in two very, very close games. We've got our voices ready for us in this one, as Lotus is going to decide a victor between Sienna and Manhattan.
I mean, this is the best way you could ask for it, right? This is a clawing, a dragging, a absolute masterclass in never giving up. Quite literally, we have seen the likes of Manhattan take early leads in a lot of these engagements, consistently finding fights. You know, we're watching Yaren as well as Bucci and Bot Ramen. Like, some of these players just constantly fragging out. Macro-wise, they do so well. And yet Sienna are clawing. They're saying, we might be the 5th seed, but we will take you down if given the right opportunity. It's like this playoffs buff that I am very willing to watch to the very end.
Oh, it's a good series, and today has been really amazing. Once again, a quick shout out to all of our sponsors with Rally Cry, Space Force, and Asus for powering all of today's event as we hop in here to Lotus, our final map for this series. And Sienna, of course, the number 5 seed, they already upset a team to get here. They're looking to pull it off again, and it's similar, I would say, from Sienna on the choices for agents. However, from Manhattan, they're going to pull back into the veto and bring in the mix here for this map number 3.
Yeah, I would be curious. I mean, mix itself is such a weird... There's such a weird agent, right? It's a healer plus a little bit of shove plus a little bit of cover. Like, there's a lot that can be done, but it might be just a comfort pick overall. Maybe for Manhattan, what they're assuming is, much like the previous round, the previous map, we saw Sienna basically use a double heal comp to kind of buffer out in some of these duels and give Spidey as well as Rocker a little bit more juice in the tank, if you will. Maybe that's what they're hoping to do here. Dylan has some, Mix has some of the strongest heals in the game and some of the larger area of effects. You just got to make sure you don't accidentally heal your opponent in those cases as well.
Yeah, I think it's still kind of finding that right timing to go off of it. And for Manhattan, I think there's a lot of they can do on this attacking side to start, right? 3-site map with Lotus. You got a lot of different places you can go and a lot of different things you can do. But they're trying to win, and this attacking side trying to bounce back from a loss of momentum in that previous map. They won map number 1, but as they rotate in, it's going to be Spidey. Familiar face here in a different chapter that finds the double kill from up high.
Well played. Well timed. Mix and match opportunities here as Yaren is on one here. Maybe a little bit frustrated that they went to a map 3 again. This first seed going, guys, really? We let it get to this point? Let's go ahead and buckle in for the LAN ahead. And I appreciate everyone that is able to kind of dig themselves out of the mindset, you know, not let the previous game get to them.
Can't let it get to your head, especially as a Valorant player here at this level. Yaron's going to find himself a triple. Willie trying to clutch up here. Yaron a chance to do exactly that with a penta. There's the quadra. And there's the ace. Deliverance on this first round from Manhattan.
Couldn't ask for a better way to start things off. But in that same vein, the fact that it had to be an ace for Manhattan brings about a couple worries. Sienna firing on all cylinders. Spidey, Rocker, and Billy all ready to take frags. And it feels like that script is almost flipped, right? I think in game number 1, we saw Rocker go off to a 12-0 start or 12-2 start in the opening rounds. This time it's Yaren trying to be that savior for the rounds and keep Manhattan moving.
Talk about the importance of ultimates as well. Getting that Neon ultimate online pretty early is important. Can add some speed to the composition, and especially in those eco rounds, can use it as one of those weapons. They've actually used the Viper Wall to gather a lot of space over here towards the A side, but just a 2-side defense over on Tree. It's going to be an interesting look. They walk into Rocker, they'll still find to both. The site should be free, and maybe the round will be as well.
Go, go.
That's a very quick play. Again, at the end here, this was the map that both teams have kind of decided on in the end. Using a very long wraparound technique here. They're going through wall and just dancing in here as well. Looks like Sienna are also just not willing to chase on in, which might be the appropriate response. Don't give the ult charges one more time. Manhattan up to 2 with all 5 players alive.
I think that Sienna may just choose to go for this little quick defuse, and if it doesn't work, then they'll give their lives over to the spike, and that's exactly what it's going to be. So Manhattan will get that final kill. They will walk away, and the other 2 will walk their way in towards that spike and get those ultimate orbs earned up for themselves.
Ooh. This start is looking good for Manhattan, right? This is a very nice start for them, starting off with 2 rounds. Comfortable as well, the fact that they barely gave over any kills to Sienna. 4 in 2 rounds, I like it. But this third, I want to see them come back to form. Try and take a third behind and really put Sienna on the back foot. They're going to be looking out for Rocker and Spidey.
Brand new smokes we're getting to see from Mix as well. For Dylan, popping down some of those waveforms and choosing to use them this time as the self-sustaining ones. It's been an 8-hit back-to-back rounds, but it looks like this time around, Manhattan thinking about going over towards B with that breakable in A link, and that's exactly what it's going to be. The problem is they are caught by that sonic sensor on the entry side, so they're looking with those smokes very good, but the net is going to catch 2, and that pressure is coming down with the spike.
Difficult time, but still very doable. Let's see, mark on the top side, B site currently covered. Bot Ramen willing to take that chance, run straight into 9, but 9 was able to hold, and that's a barrel stuffing out. I see one Spidey gets a freebie on Dylan. That might be the mix, but Ramen's able to turn it around as Bucci and Puma clear things out. Difficult fight, but Manhattan forced an engagement and win.
I mean, this is a composition that has a ton of smokes and has the ability to deploy them very quickly. Manhattan, they didn't really care that they walked into all that deadlock utility because Sienna wasn't willing to pressure through those smokes. So they just got the B site for absolutely free. And B is one of those sites that is easily retakeable if you have vision over things. But again, said smokes disrupted things and Manhattan just completely crumpled the economy.
And I think this is something that I also kind of identified and wasn't really willing to speak on, but now it's a lot more clear. Manhattan are playing a very even tempoed game. They're willing to push within the early 30 to 40 seconds. And they're willing to try and catch Sienna off guard, not willing to play a little bit slower. So I like that they're forcing a hands exchange. Spidey, though, this time hands up and was willing to duke it out. Threw him with the best and was able to get 1. However, the weaponry is a whole different story. So Manhattan, after losing 1, still answer back with 1. Bucci flushing out Monpa. Getting 1 for themselves. I really like what they're doing here. Much more active. But Spidey with a gun pickup, starting to look like a much more serious threat. Finds out 1 more on the top ropes, and this is going to lock Manhattan inside his sight. Walking from the side, Bot Ramen spots 1 out, and 9 with the double up. Ain't no way that's how Sienna get there first.
No charges. Thank you.
Spidey continues to impress, but boy, 9 has had some of these dastardly plays. It goes down as a thrifty, as looks like a collateral almost through both of those heads. Manhattan University licking their wounds after that one. As they got the spike down, they'll get the extra credits from that, and their economy still should be okay. But that was a much winnable round, and once again, Spidey starting to step up, and that's a scary thing. If Spidey starts to heat up here in this map, either them or Rocker could really change things.
I mean, miracles happen. Miracles will happen, and those are the miracle moments where you just like, dude, we just got gifted it. We got gifted around, we need to make the most of it. Of course, right now it is a balance between the weaponry output, so Manhattan's still willing to fight. But that had to shake your confidence to the core.
It's a tough round to lose. It is just 1 round at the end of the day of a large scheme here. 2 players playing up top for the Saints. As we've got this kind of Raise Omen setup that can teleport in, teleport out if they really need to. Quick hit coming, though, for Manhattan, so you have to be ready for a possible retake. That Viper wall going to cut off vision, and they've got so much space down low. They're going to send one going over the other way. That doesn't get activated because the sonic sensor wasn't close enough, but that high ground smoke will only last for so long.
Quick tech on the back. Yaren's still firing on all cylinders. Has been a really rock steady moment, but back in turn. Manhattan were ready this time for the drop in, and Yaren with 3K. It's Neon speaking volumes here. Manhattan keep a cool head and level out on that Sienna roster. Really smooth to take it forward.
This attacking side finding rounds. Again, on Lotus, when you're playing a 3-site map, you have to get creative. You have to hit the sites very quickly. And often on the defensive side, you have to kind of gamble, stack, or split up your members pretty unevenly. And Manhattan has just taken advantage of that full and easily. They've got full shields, full rifles, and 9 is going to go for the force buy here.
I don't know if you needed to do that, but it is a very telling sign. Sienna looking to try and get a jump here and kind of surprise Manhattan once more. It's worked in the past where it feels like Manhattan wandered in thinking, hey, you were going to have this type of output. It doesn't work. Slow play for their own, very, very calm, holding it in, making sure to lock out that deadlock utility, going over Mound on 3. Last time they rushed this, there wasn't that much utility in the way, but this time around, Sienna has just about everything in their hands.
Sound sensor's going to catch at least one here. As they send things back, it's going to be a double ultimate investment from Manhattan. The Jaspers trying to hold things down here as they push the over-edging mark. Hand pop, 1 for 1. Brahman's there too. Spidey is back. And those daggers are going to reset their locations. Back up to the full 5. Plant goes down. It's an ultimate available for Manhattan if they want to choose the finger guns, but that mix is going to heal them up in this post-plant.
Good setup here. Sienna has the player advantage, but Spidey goes down. Bucci, strong shot. Yaren pops the ult. Rounds the corner. Dylan just watching them fall like flies. And there was no idea for Monpa. I mean, Manhattan in a perfect 3v4. That's the way to clear out with the player down.
I mean, I like the factor that they kind of stick around. For a lot of C planting sites, when you'll see this Lotus map, you'll see a lot of teams just back off. They'll go back to Mound. They'll play it very safe. Instead, they're just playing right in your face, not giving you that space to play across. And then that speed, we talk about Yaron in those early rounds, 10 kills, 3 deaths, and 1 assist here in total. Now the question is for Sienna, can you find answers with these 2 ultimates?
I think no. I'm wondering if they're waiting to hold off on it. Seekers, obviously, you want a little bit more power. Okay, that might do it, though. For the first time in this game, and in this series long, I believe someone has an op, which is crazy to think about here. We've seen the smaller rifles, the Marshalls and all, but that is the first time an op has made its way to the battlefield. With that shot, maybe you do want the Seekers to go out and catch the rest of Manhattan off guard.
The Jaspers have always got this kind of a Viper wall to back onto. The question being, do they want to do it this time? They've been successful other places. And they're going to start to head over towards what looks to be B or a possible Mound rotation. And they can, pop that Viper wall, force some utility in, or force some time on that walkaway. And if they force over towards C, it could be the good answer. But they are so well split, 40 seconds still to go.
Taking a little bit of page out, but that's why they were playing it slow. As soon as you knew the opposite play, you know Spidey is on one. Beautiful second pick. Third shot rings a little bit wide, but that's in the smoke. Rocker is there to help out, though. And the entirety of Manhattan caught off guard. Sienna take advantage. And we'll have a flawless second round.
There's a reason that they call the operator a risky gun to buy. I mean, very, very expensive. And Spidey didn't have the best credits that last round, but it works out. They find the kills. And this could be the start to something big. If Manhattan does not remove that weapon from their hands, it can start to build up round after round after round, exponentially increasing its value. And with those 2 ultimates still on the board here, they've got those opportunities to play the Seekers and play the information. But also, I think having that Omen ult, having the ability to teleport to a different location, especially on Lotus, is actually very strong.
See that as well. Spidey. Dude, living up to the name, the spider senses are on. Feels like there might be one more here. Do you dare? Oh, and Mix has that Nyx has the spike as well. This is so dangerous. Uchi is around to help out. You see an arm, and there you go. Spidey gets the spike drop, but Yarn was behind you. You got the up. Yarn, now you need the Odin. Can you swing? Can you peek? You don't see the barrel, and you're looking the wrong way. You're going to eyes out, and you're going to walk right in, but you catch him off guard. 9 surprised with a 10 out of 10 play, but Rocker makes it an 11 as they sweep 2 more. And Sienna in the B site round will claim their 3rd.
Their ability to string together wins is starting to become impressive. But more important than that, their ability to stay calm, even though they've lost so much of their structure in that B site. They don't necessarily need to invest the most. They did have to invest the Seekers to win that round. But the saved away operator will once again fall into the hands of Spidey. And for Manhattan University, it is not the cleanest buy, to say the least. Having to buy for each other, some regen shields here or there, and trying to figure out what things look like with a 2-round advantage.
Yeah, I think... I'm looking at it, I do want that Viper's Pit. I honestly would try a fast rush. I know it's tough, but if you can get eyes on where Spidey is, and you can taunt out a shot, maybe you can pull them away and then drop that Viper's Pit to get a quick fight. Just the longer you draw it out, the worse it gets, and the more time it gives Spidey to fight it out. They are going to try and push. This is a little bit dicier, though, than I was expecting, as Rocker just frags you out. Very nice paint shell to hold him down, and I think I misspoke, but Ramen takes advantage, and 9 goes down. Beautiful job on the back end. Rocker able to turn it around. Revenge kill number 1. And it forces a rotate out. Manhattan are going to try C instead.
Same pace, though. They're going to lose that Viper's Pit going down through B, and that's going to allow the rotations to come on in. Spidey is just waiting to play Duck Hunter. The shot through the wall. Uchi just barely avoiding the haircut. It's Manhattan down to 3 players that teleport to grab some information. That is going to know at least 2 players are on the backside. We'll see if they can find the 3rd. It is Willy Billy who finds the double. Everybody stepping up. A triple kill from Rocker. And Sienna undoubted here in this round number 10.
They're baring their fangs way better this time, and it feels like Sienna are playing at a much higher amped up pace. They're starting to step to Manhattan's tune. And I like it, and I feel like it's off the back of Spidey. I don't know where Spidey came from, but Spidey now 11-6-1, catching and containing Manhattan's openers. This operator play has been ridiculous from them, and I'm surprised they didn't whip it out earlier.
I mean, it looks so good. It is such a risk, though, I feel like sometimes, where if you don't get it going, you invest those heavy credits, and then all of a sudden it just puts your team into a worse economical spot than you were to start things off. But clearly, something is working here, and the Saints have found a way to cut the lead down to 1, and what again is the final map between these two. And someone is going on to the championship tomorrow, and someone is going home with a fun series, but not a championship contending medal.
I mean, this would also be one of the best upsets out there. Sienna really battling hard, saying we got to make it to day number 3. And I wonder for Manhattan, you're kind of sitting there like you have to be flabbergasted. You have to be shaken a little bit. All of the previous games have been very close, very much nail-biters. I think 13-10 and 13-11 have been the scorelines before. So you've already played an excess of 50, close to 50 rounds in the opening 2. And then with these 9 have already pushed over. You have to be feeling that wear and tear right now, while on the main stage, while trying to keep your nerves, while seeing the opponents on the other side probably get more and more hyper about their wins.
It's also one of the later games in the day, too, so you've been kind of watching everybody else play, trying to stay warm, thinking about your matchup later. Had those quarterfinals as well, so a lot of action here for the teams to stay locked in, and it looks like Manhattan wants to lock in towards A. That Boom Buddy will delay them on their entry, but the lane drop down from Neon. It's a 1-for-1. This is kind of a lesser economical buy, but the shotgun still landing. Willy Billy wins the trade, but Puma's on a double kill, upgrades to the Vandal.
And that's what you like to see. Very nice pickup, but you're worried about the opponents jumping in on you as well. Trailblazer gets some information. A little bit of background noise makes you turn. Dylan in position for a jump down.
On cooldown.
No movement just yet. Wall goes up. Mampa has to spray through. little bit of pre-fire, but Puma finds Spidey instead, and that's the operator gone. Really, really well done to catch that opponent out, and now gives Manhattan the player advantage as well. I think this Odin is all you can ask for at this point, almost save. And that might be what they do. Looking for an exit. 4-9. Bird goes out, doesn't catch any information. They are going to peek, though, and there's a snap number 1, but around the corner could be another body. Take a look. Dylan might be able to lock out that Odin. And yes, you do it. That's a huge econ win. Manhattan with a thrifty 6th for their name.
I mean, that was a really well-played round from Puma. You talk about the speed from Yaron. That round can fall apart if you go for it and don't get anything. Yaron goes in, dies, but it's 2 Sheriff kills from Puma that start off the round, and then it's that reposition over towards Tree that slices down the 3K. Very well done, and once again, resurging towards their lead. Manhattan have built up a +2, and we get to look into the beautiful eyes of the agents.
And I wonder what's going on in their minds. I'm sure for each agent selected, they're like, dude, these battles have been long, man. They have been very, very long. They're testing our patience. They're testing our hold and endurance. And I respect it a lot. We were talking about compositional-wise. You know, there are some standard meta deviations. You're talking about double duelist versus double sentient, double initiator, stuff like that. And yet, it feels like the teams are still playing their own game. Manhattan going at a little bit more even pace with a single duelist. Sienna going with the double duelist, but playing it much slower, much more carefully. I want to see how it pans out, as that is a back-to-back timeout, by the way. Neither team wanted to give a full advantage over to their opponent.
I mean, every round matters. We've seen it in the final scores at both of our first 2 maps, so every single issue you can take, you've got to take it down. Sienna has got 2 chances left here on this first half to put their clamps down on the defensive side. And they've got this showstopper back. I feel like we haven't said the name too much of Rocker this time around, but that showstopper has made some very beautiful plays throughout this series. From 9 and the rest of the crew just waiting their patience. Manpaw gonna find that first one. It's a very, very heavy investment over towards the B side, so you wonder if Manhattan could read this, rotate, and find themselves a site.
Let's see if they can make it work. Here comes the haul. Manhattan, even though they're a player down, ready to take the chance. Spidey has been on one, sees a body step out, but there's a snap! Spidey, my man! You're making the Punisher proud with how hard you hold. Rocker follows through as well, and Manhattan stopped in the doorway.
Yeah, this is a tough little 1v4. I mean, the spike is completely in no man's land. Rocker finding the double kill here in this round, and with just 30 seconds left to go, trying to find an overextension that Sienna just is not going to give Bot Ramen. The veto laying all on their lonesome. Manhattan trying to play quick, but Sienna was actually the ones with the better reads here in this round. They played not only that op back through B, they find an early kill there, but then it's that rotation over to cover C. They are unfazed by this Viper wall over towards A. They are done giving up space for free. And they're going to earn themselves their 5th round win, cutting the lead to just 1.
Solid stuff. Going into the final. I mean, this is, I have to say, Llama, this is like par for the course, right? Between these 2 squads duking it out over and over. It's only right that there is a very high chance that for the first time this series, we end on a tied first half. It would show, in my opinion, the immense growth that Sienna has seen battling every single time from behind to now forcing a tie out of Manhattan, who are just kind of lost a little bit in how this occurred.
I will say it's going to be interesting to see, again, for Sienna, the questions we have about their attacking side. How they break through kind of this Viper Fade combination as a whole. Watching over here, the tree side is going to open things up. A quick rotation and a missed shot from Spidey. A rare occurrence as the Nightmare is going to dawn over them. As information aplenty there, Thrasher going to come out as well. It is all the ultimate buttons used, but it's Rocker who finds the first blood. They give up the space necessary, but they hold the back of sight with Dylan finding one. Billy comes in, and the clearances are just there for the trade. Sure, it's a 1-for-1, but so much coverage still from the top rope, and a flank is coming.
I mean, Spidey really thankful that the teammates are there to back him up because they are lost right now. Turning around the corner with the buck. He saw the gun barrel and is able to count the Bucci answers back, though, and it's a 1v2 at the end. Monpa in the squad. What can you do? Bucci 3K, 1 more to go, 6 HP. Can you round it cleanly? There's the Bucky, though. Not the Bucky, the Shorty. And Spidey, after getting frozen out earlier, thanks to the Nightfall, is able to make the clutch up. Tie us 6-6.
So we do. A tied up half. No team in the lead, no team behind. With only one more half left to go, unless these teams decide it's time for some overtime at the end of this one. Either way, it is both teams stepping up, I think, when they need them most. You talk about Dylan, I want to see more from them. We saw a lot in those maps number 1 and 2, but Spidey and Rocker are having themselves an absolute and complete day. And as a reminder, they are the number 5 seed. They've already upset once. They know what it feels like to be in this position. And if they close it out again, it might be one of the best Cinderella stories in the history of the MAAC.
I mean, it would be something to hold your head high and proud about, and let's see if they can do it. Sienna, if I mentioned Manhattan playing a little bit more methodical and a little bit more at an even pace, a little bit more medium cadence, Sienna have a penchant for playing extremely slowly, almost wearing on the nerves of Manhattan specifically, forcing them to decide, do we want to wait as well? Do we want to give Sienna time to kind of set up their play? Or do we want to take the chance, gamble in a 1v1 duel, in a 2v2 duel instead? It's such a difficult question to ask, but Manhattan have already made that choice. Look at this far push on the C side.
I think they actually saw the sound sensor while crouching, so realizing they don't want to overinvest. That being said, Sienna knows. Sienna knows there's at least somebody here. Dual swing. They'll go with Billy. It's going to be both of them. I mean, are you kidding me? They lose nothing on that swing. Sienna's got the free route over to C because nobody's there, and the smokes are going to cut off a possible plant.
I mean, how clean was that? Sienna, macro information gathering perfect. Can they close it out in a flawless round? It looks like they're going to try their best. Hopping up, right click, Rocker takes out Dylan. One more around the corners, but Ramen gets one. But that's still a massive win for Sienna as they take the lead in map 3.
I mean, these pistol rounds have been kind of tilted one way or another, but Sienna winning the most important one here to start out this second half, to rebuild this lead, and to start out something big. The question remains again, can Manhattan play aggressive enough to stall out or get those early kills on this very slow-paced Sienna offense, or are they just going to have free roam to sit and do exactly what they want for the entirety of this attacking half?
Spike dropped.
Honestly, I do not know what's going to occur next.
Really? No crystal orb over there, Orbital?
I thought about it. It broke yesterday. I accidentally dropped it. It wasn't good. They cost a lot, actually. Did you know that? They cost a lot. Yeah. I wanted the one with the undercarriage, you know, the flashing lights, you know, but it
Sure.
They didn't want to do that.
Blocking movement.
Okay. Good body block off there. 9 making sure to cut off one access point and are now contained on the other. I love this call out because you can turn around the corner. Almost got Dylan unawares. Really smart play from 9, but 9 having to get back to the rest of the team. Manhattan locked out of the way, but Yaron was ready to fight them. Surprise, surprise by them as well. Manhattan also 4 spies.
It's an interesting little post plan, too, because of that 4 spy. Trying to clear out things from Manhattan. That deadlock wall just barely misplaced. Rocker once again firing, and Billy's got the double. I mean, is there even a question? Give Rocker a gun, let him cook. And it is back-to-back rounds. Double kill for Rocker. Sienna's got the advantage again.
Welcome back. The legend from map 1. I have no other ways to put it. Llama, this is amazing work right now. Sienna becoming bolder and bolder in their endeavors. I said they were going to play slow. They played more at a medium pacing. They're starting to become bolder in their explorations of the map. I love it, and I don't know if Manhattan really have an answer. No ultimates available, and they're spread fairly thin.
I'm going to try and rotate their veto back over towards A, but you're right. They've got a lot of pressure over towards B. They've kind of gone with this almost 2-1-2 gamble split over towards the left side of the map. And because of that Viper wall as well, it can immediately separate them. They'll open up the door, and they're probably going to get this site for free. A rotation is coming over, but it is far too late. This spike is going down.
Full 5v5. We've seen these 5v5s swing either way, depending on which team decides to be super aggressive and kind of push the mark. No side angle flanks. It's going to be a full 5-on-5 kind of line of scrimmage in front. Smokes leading the way. Boomba goes out, tries to get information, hears about 3 shots outside. That's going to be a little bit of a shell shock backwards. Double smoke, though, to cover most of your eyes, and Spidey misses. Spidey loses both the dash and now has to walk on through, which gives plenty of space for Manhattan to claim their lives. Billy and Spidey go down inside the smoke pot. Ramen holds it out, and they force a defusal as well. Manhattan caused enough confusion to lay down the round victory.
I mean, that round was just Ramen all themselves. They were able to get there. They were able to push their issue towards Tree. And as soon as they have that location, because you talk about that missed dash, that chance is absolutely there. So as we figure some stuff out on the technical side, 8-7, very, very good map number 3 here, Orbital. Both these teams still with very much a chance and a grasp to take the series and move into Championship Sunday.
And with how long this match has gone on, with how long the players have also had to wait, I give them a lot of respect in the endurance run. I don't like to talk about it much because in a BO3, you don't normally think endurance, right? It's a BO5 where you really feel the weight of that, but they quite literally played multiple games already. Not every game is going to go to a 13-10, 13-11. Most games end naturally around like a 13-7, 13-6. That's what we usually see when we see a little bit more of a regular match. So the fact that it's been so drawn out and the rounds have been so long, it is starting to wear on them. But they haven't dulled. Their entire sharpness, their readiness to play has only gotten more refined. I mean, Spidey hitting clean shot after clean shot. Watching Manhattan specifically bring a play to neutralize that, they're still working their magic, and we're always seeing something new from these squads.
And that's the idea. Hopefully you've learned something in the past. What is it, 50-some rounds at this point between the two of these teams, and definitely have. They're improving. They've shown from time and time again that they can get the job done, but it's who can close it out. And I know we go back to the old adage. We've been saying it all day long. It's just a win. I mean, who's going to be able to just win here at the end of the day? A spot on Sunday is on the line. It doesn't matter how tired you are. The history books will remember who won here today and not who came close to winning.
Yeah, it's just 2 words, just win. For Valorant, just defuse, just plant, just win. That's what we do want to hold off on, and I appreciate it. So I'm enjoying what they're putting down, but for right now, Manhattan, I'm still waiting for another star to step up, right? For Manhattan, it is very controlled, but we haven't seen a star shine like Spidey, like Rocker on their squad so far. So I really do hope when we come back, they will have that ability.
Yeah, I'm hoping for obviously all the stars to step up, but I also think for the ultimate usage and kind of what the aggression has been from Sienna, they've showed a little bit more speed, but also they have this issue of patience that, yes, it's a little bit weird to see them kind of sit there for 30, 45 seconds to kind of chill around, but at the same time, it's kind of getting into the head of Manhattan where they don't know where they're coming from. They're pooling their resources across the map, and that left side of the map is constantly where they're overcrowding players as well. So you need to be able to fix that on both sides. I think a little bit more speed would help out Sienna. I think a little bit more aggression on the Manhattan side would help them out as well.
The thing is, for Manhattan, they've also been checked in a lot of their aggression, right? There have been situations where they tried to push up. I think, if we call back, I think it was to the opening 13th round of this map. We literally saw them try and peek forward, and then they got answered. So it's like, that's also the other side of the mindset, right? Like, we tried it before, it didn't work. Do we try it again?
Well, with all of that being said, we are still preparing with the tech issues here in map number 3, so we'll take ourselves just a short little break. Don't go too far. Lotus, the finale, right after this.